Hey guys, Serendi here. This is part 2 What if Bell Cranel was in Bloodborne. Hit like and subscribe if you liked this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start. Chapter 10, Day 6. This is strange. Belcoin is usually up by now, Naya. Yes, you are correct, Ryu muttered to May as she checked her pocket watch, which said it was 5 in the morning. For the past 5 days, Mr. Cranel would always be downstairs ordering breakfast at precisely 5 in the morning, so it is odd to not see the young rabbit at this time of day. Maybe he decided to sleep in, May said absent-mindedly as she cleaned leftover dirty cups and plates from yesterday's evening. Perhaps, Ryu said as she swept the floor with her broom. Truth be told, she suspected Bell actually wasn't in his room at all. Being a level 4 has granted her enhanced senses, and her hearing was so strong to the point that she could faintly hear the breathing of her fellow waitresses who were still asleep in their rooms on the second floor. The only thing she could hear in Bell's room was the subtle breeze coming from what she assumed was an open window. After sweeping the floor for a couple of minutes, Ryu walked upstairs to her room to grab Alf's Lumina, her wooden sword that was crafted from a branch of the holy tree from her home forest of Ryumilua. I'll be outside training. Ryu didn't wait for May's response as she was already out the door. Once she stood in the center of the garden, she looked up to Mr. Cranel's window and her suspicions were correct. His window was open. Although she was curious as to where Mr. Cranel was, she put that thought aside and focused on her training. Both hands wrapped tightly around the grip of her wooden blade, and she got into her stance, but just as she was about to commence her training, the smell of Cooper entered her nostrils, fresh blood. Ryu started to scan her surroundings, eyes inspecting every alley and roof that was visible until they landed upon an abnormally red figure that was standing on top of a roof. Once the figure realized it was spotted, it crept to the side of the roof and jumped, landing a couple of meters away from the green-haired waitress. Ryu defensively brought up her sword and was ready to defend herself, but she found herself gaping when she looked at the figure's face. Mr. Cranel. Hello, Miss Lion, Bell said with an eerily nonchalant tone. Ryu shuddered as she looked over Cranel's figure. The color of crimson covered Bell completely, even covering his snow-white hair with a paint of red. The only reason she was able to recognize the rabbit was because of his dark ruby eyes, a distinct color that no one in the hostess had. A color that she had never seen before. Mr. Cranel, are you okay? Although he was covered from head to toe in blood, it didn't seem like Mr. Cranel was injured, but she felt like she still had to ask. You have nothing to worry about. The blood isn't mine. Bell let out a tisk and quickly added, I went into the dungeon. What? Why you went into the dungeon? That is correct. Mr. Cranel's deadpan expression, no nonsense tone, combined with what he just said caused Ryu to physically recoil in shock and disbelief. She is certain Bell didn't have a Falna, so going into the dungeon is extremely dangerous and reckless. Monsters in the dungeon are incredibly difficult for people without a Falna to kill. Calm down, Ryu. Calm down. From what she knew about Bell Cranel, despite his youthful and rabbit-like appearance, he had to be a capable warrior. While difficult, it wasn't impossible for an unblessed person to kill dungeon monsters if they had previous training. How deep did you go? Bell adopted an inquisitive expression before returning to his deadpan one. I didn't keep track. Not only did he go into a dungeon without a Falna, but he also didn't even track which floor he went to. All right. Ryu put on her thinking cap and tried to think of a question that could help her piece together this mystery. After a couple of moments, a metaphorical light bulb flashed above Ryu's head, and she looked back to Bell with a confident expression. What monsters did you encounter in the dungeon? What did they look like? Bell brought up a bloody hand to his chin and adopted a thinking countenance. I first encountered these little green creatures that were quite easy to dispatch. I believe they are called goblins. Goblins, the first and perhaps the weakest monsters in the dungeon that are found on the upper floors. Makes sense. I eventually encountered these humanoid creatures that had these knife-like hands. Is he talking about war shadows? Perhaps the beast that I found to be the most challenging was this massive beast whose face has an appearance similar to a domestic animal that I believe is referred to as a cow, Bell said, recalling a picture of a cow he saw in a book that he read in the library. What? Miss Lion, is something wrong? He fought a minotaur? Ryu tried to recompose herself and not collapse from the complete surprise that Bell threw at her face. She briefly wondered if he was lying to her, but his expression and demeanor suggested the complete opposite. Bell Cranel, a person who had no Falna, faced and defeated a minotaur. a monster that level 2 adventurers struggle to kill. Miss Lion. A mixture of fascination and horror swept through Ryu's body. The fact that Bell was able to accomplish this turned everything Ryu knew about the capabilities of a living being on top of its head. How was Bell Cranel capable of this? Even races that are known to be able to kill dungeon-level monsters without a Falna such as Boaz and dwarfs would get annihilated by a Minotaur. How was he able to do this without a Falna? Mr. Cranel. Ryu stopped speaking when she noticed that the albino was no longer standing in front of her. In fact, the sun was now bright in the sky, and there were people walking around her and giving her weird looks. How long have I been out here? Miss Lion? Bell asked Ryu, who appeared to be in a trance while muttering to herself. Although it was faint, he could hear ramblings involving how or why. It faintly reminded Bell of the insane patients in Lady Maria's watchtower, and a chill ran down his spine. I'm going to go inside. See you later. Bell walked past the nearly catatonic Ryu and leapt toward his window, completing the jump with a smooth roll when he landed in his room. When he stood up, he grimaced at the blood that now stained his bedroom floor. He would have to clean that after cleaning himself up. After Bell showered and cleaned his bedroom floor, he collapsed onto his bed and stared at the ceiling as if in a trance. His mind was running rampant with thoughts, ranging from the beasts he had slain in the dungeon, the 4 adventurers he encountered, and Ryu's shocked face upon seeing him return to the hostess of fertility. But there was one that was at the forefront of his mind. A hunter must hunt. A state of melancholy overtook Bell as he repeated the words his dear master said to him all those years ago. I fought for so long to be free of the hunt, and once I finally was, I couldn't even last 5 days without the violence that I am so accustomed to. He thought that once he escaped the hunt he would be freed from the violence that accompanied it and leave behind the life of a hunter. But it seems like he was wrong. The peace that he fought for so long for was within his grasp but had the opposite effect on him. He thought the peace would be freeing, liberating, and most importantly peaceful. To his dismay, it wasn't. The peace he fought so long for was unnerving and foreign to Bell. It was missing something that he was ashamed to admit. He wanted to deny it with every fiber of his being, saying it wasn't true. But Bell knew he would be lying to himself if he denied it was missing the violence he had grown accustomed to during his time as a hunter in Yacharnam. As much as he hated to admit it, he enjoyed the hunt. No, he relished in the thrill of the hunt. The adrenaline that pumped through his veins as he slayed beasts was like ambrosia offered by the gods themselves. He couldn't resist its call and recklessly dove into the dungeon with a hunger for combat. And because of his recklessness, he endangered 4 adventurers. He would have to apologize the next time he saw them. Hell, all the beasts he slaughtered down in the dungeon barely even satiated his desire to hunt. The depressed hunter bit his lip to the point of drawing blood as he curled into himself atop the sheets of his unkempt bed. Bell truly believed he was hopeless. Just a hunter who's only good for hunting beasts. The hunter uncorked himself and rolled over to his right side, staring at the lantern that was resting atop of his bedside table. It wasn't until his hand was illuminated by the sunlight coming through the window that Bell realized he was reaching out towards the lantern. He stopped himself and let his hand drop back onto the bed. It's too early to attempt it. As much as he wanted to just try it right now, it would be best to wait until the middle of the night in order to do it. I need to go on a walk and clear my head. Yeah, a walk. Bell, instead of wearing the casual clothes he had been wearing the past couple of days, decided to wear his hunter's outfit and grabbed his rakuyo. Not wanting to interact with the workers, he opened his window and landed on the ground without making a sound and decided to take a walk east. As he walked toward the Babel Tower, his thoughts went back to that god that was overjoyed to see his 4 adventurers safe from harm. The sight bewildered Bell and made him question his belief about gods. Based on his observations of deities the past couple of days, all of them were selfish, arrogant, and viewed their familia members as pawns that were used to fuel their wealth and prestige, which disgusted Bell. But the sight of the god being ecstatic over his adventurers unharmed caught him completely by surprise and made him question his belief about gods. Were there gods out there that actually cared about their familia members and viewed them as more than tools? No. Bell shook his head to banish those preposterous thoughts to the back of his mind. That god was just happy his pawns managed to return to him with their lives intact. After Bell reaffirmed his view of deities, he arrived at the Tower of Babel and noticed a large crowd of adventurers. This normally wasn't an uncommon thing to see since some of the familias that went into the dungeon were massive, but a majority of the adventurers were wearing uniforms that belonged to the Ganesha familia. Based on what Hermes told him, the Ganesha familia was a familia that served as a peacekeeping and policing force for Orario, which meant they were a familia that didn't venture into the dungeon as often as other familias, So why was a large group of them going into the dungeon? Bell let his curiosity guide him and walked up to one of the Ganesha Familia members that was preparing to go into the dungeon. Apparently a high-level adventurer completely cleared out the first 15 floors of the dungeon without picking up the magic stones. The adventurer said without looking at Bell. So those were the objects that were in the chest of the beasts he hunted in the dungeon. He wondered what those objects were, but he was too focused on his hunt to actually pick one up and inspect it. Why would an adventurer need to pick up those? Bell asked. The question caused the adventurer to turn around to address Bell properly with a raised eyebrow. What type of question is that? Are you new to Orario? Yeah, I arrived about 6 days ago. I figured. Adventurers pick them up because not only is it their source of income, but it is necessary in order to make sure the monsters don't become an enhanced species. An enhanced species? Bell asked as he tilted his head. A habit he picked up from his surrogate mother. An enhanced species is a monster that has eaten a certain amount of monster crystals and can evolve into a more powerful version of themselves. Faster, stronger, all of that. It's paramount that they are wiped out before they evolve and kill other adventurers. I see, Bell muttered with a low voice. Not only did he endanger 3 adventurers for his recklessness, but he also endangered even more adventurers by not picking up the magic stones. It was a blunder that could have easily been avoided had he kept himself in control and did thorough research of the dungeon in the library. Though that does bring up the question as to whether they know that he was the reason as to why this happened. When he went on his hunt, he wasn't wearing his hat and bandana to conceal his identity. There's also the fact that his red eyes and white hair make him stand out amongst other people. Have they identified the adventurer? Bell asked with a slightly hesitant tone, and thankfully the adventurer shook his head. Unfortunately no. From what the 3 adventurers said, the high-level adventurer has red eyes and red hair. Pretty vague description, and no one has spotted him. Hell, he could even still be in the dungeon for all we know, the man said, a hand under his chin with an inquisitive countenance. Inwardly Bell breathed out a sigh of relief and mentally thanked the girl who most likely mistook his white hair covered in blood with red hair. Interesting, you have my thanks, Mr. Ah! The man looked Bell in the eye and outstretched his right hand with a pleasant smile on his face. The name's Hashana Dorlia. Nice to meet you. Bell stared at the outstretched hand for a second before deciding to reach out his right hand. Although he disliked physical contact to a certain extent, he knew it would sometimes be necessary while interacting with other fellow living beings, especially if he wants to develop pleasant relationships with them. My name is Bell Cranel. Pleased to meet you, and once again you have my thanks for the information. No problem, man. Hashana gave Bell one more smile before turning around and walking with the members of the Ganesha Familia into the dungeon. Once all of the Familia members were out of sight, Bell turned around and began to walk back to the hostess of fertility. Not wanting to interact with any more people, the albino decided to cut through some alleys to avoid any sort of social interaction. However, as he turned a corner, he ended up colliding with another person. The person fell down holding their face. She wore a massive gray coat with a hood, so Bell couldn't tell what race she was, but she was quite small, so she was either a member of the Palam race or a child of another race. Ah! Forgive me, I wasn't paying attention, Bell said as he got on one knee to address the little person before him. When the person removed their hands from their face and looked up to Bell, time seemed to slow down and Bell's heart began to leap. A cold sweat coursed along his cheek, and his mind went blank. The girl before him was perhaps his greatest failure in Yarnum. See Caroline? Although she was wearing vastly different clothes than what she wore in Yarnum, there was no mistaking it. The girl before him had chestnut-colored hair, hazel eyes, and was exactly the same height. His greatest failure of Yarnum kneeled before him. Caroline. Bell's cold heart leapt in joy and tears threatened to spill from his eyes. The girl was cut off when she felt 2 strong arms wrap around her tightly. She tried to wiggle out, but she found herself trapped by the boy's secure embrace. How did you survive? It doesn't make any. You know what, that doesn't matter. I'm just so happy to see you. Bell tightened his grip around Caroline and he felt like he was on top of the world. He had no idea how Caroline was still alive, considering he saw what remained of her when she was devoured by that disgusting pig, but that didn't matter. She was alive. Bell released her and he looked at her with an ecstatic expression, but to his surprise, Caroline had a look of confusion and dare he say nervousness on her face. Did she not recognize him? Bell supposed that could be the case since his first journey through Central Yarnum was a long time ago. Or was she perhaps angry at him for sending her down into the sewer? If that was the case, he was prepared to get down on his knees and beg for her forgiveness. Bell opened his mouth to ask Caroline another question, but before he could, a deep and angry voice interrupted him. Finally, I caught you, you fucking bitch. Bell heard some commotion and turned around to see a furious adventurer with his eyes locked onto Caroline. You stay right there, you little bitch. The adventurer didn't seem to notice Bell until the albino stepped in front of the girl, obstructing the adventurer's view of her. This surprised both the enraged adventurer and the girl. Huh? Who the fuck are you? Someone that doesn't like to see little girls be threatened by someone with obvious malicious intent, Bell said with barely concealed rage. What? The adventurer exclaimed. You'll protect a shitty supporter. They're nothing but scum. Supporter? When did Caroline become a supporter? Bell wasn't sure what a supporter was, but he would definitely ask her after dealing with this adventurer. It was becoming increasingly more difficult for Bell to stay calm. How dare he call the adorable Caroline scum? The only scum I see is right in front of me. The infuriated adventurer let out a growl and pulled his sword out of its sheath. Having reached the breaking point of his anger, the adventurer screamed. Fuck this. If you were going to protect that shitty supporter, then I'll just kill you too. The man charged forward and swung his sword downward, intending on splitting Bell's skull open with his sword. Clash swish, 8. The adventurer fell onto his back due to the clash. His fall was soon followed by a clank sound to his right, indicating the loss of his weapon. But even then he didn't hesitate. He may have been just a level 1, but he had more than enough experience in being disarmed to know that hesitating meant life or death. So, he immediately went to grab his sword off the ground to continue the fight. But he couldn't. When he closed his fingers around where the sword's hilt should be, he found nothing. Rather, he felt nothing. Not the hilt nor his fingers. Wah dash! His confusion was cut by a sharp pain he had never felt before coming from his right wrist. Ah! Through tear-filled eyes he saw his sword lying on his right, along with his right hand, still clutching the sword's hilt. The man screamed as he frantically looked back and forth between the albino before him and the stump on his arm that was spurting blood. Bell wiped the blood off of his rakuyo before addressing the man. Your eyes do not deceive you, and be grateful for my benevolence. Where I come from, that would have resulted in having your throat ripped out. The sudden raise in Bell's voice caught the man completely off guard, and he looked at the albino with trepidation. Even with his hazy sight, the adventurer couldn't suppress the chill that overcame him when he looked into the boy's crimson eyes. Leave this place right now, or your hand isn't the only thing that will be severed. The man nodded wordlessly and knelt down to reach for his severed hand and sword. If he made it to Dien Sect Familia's pharmacy, he could save his hand dash. What do you think you were doing? Before the man could look up, a crack and a yelp of pain rang out after a boot made contact with the man's chin, sending him flying backwards and landing on his backside. The man tried to get up but was stopped when he felt a boot land on his chest. Your hand and sword no longer belong to you. You forfeited your right to those the moment you raised your sword to harm my friend and I. Ah, I almost forgot. The tip of the rakuyo blade rested on the neck of the adventurer. If you harm my friend, or if I hear any rumors about what has just transpired, well, the tip of the rakuyo pricked the adventurer's neck, resulting in a yelp of pain. The prick was not enough to kill the man, but just enough to draw blood. I'm confident you understand what will happen. Understand. The adventurer understood. He could feel how death wrapped around the thing in front of him like the Reaper's mantle. The way it looked at him was not the look a person would give to another. There was something unnatural behind his gaze. A dash, the man froze, not because of the threat, but because he understood. The look this thing in front of him was giving. It was no different from how a predator would gaze at its prey. Although the man didn't respond, the enraged hunter could tell the pathetic man in front of him understood his threat. Bell removed his rakuyo and backed up to give the man space. He then grabbed his handkerchief and chucked it at the man. Your radial artery is spurting blood, and you will die if you don't treat that. I suggest leaving and seeking out a doctor before you lose consciousness. Now get out of here before I decide to change my mind. That snapped the man out of his thoughts. He had to get out of there fast. He had no idea why his life was being spared, given all of the murderous intent the monster before him was emanating, but he wasn't going to question it. He turned around and ran, not caring for his sword and hand still on the ground. Tears streamed down his bloodshot eyes. His ears wouldn't stop ringing and the stub in his right arm felt like it was on fire. But the only thing in his mind was to put as much distance as he could between him and that thing. Bell bent over, picked up the hand alongside the sword, walked over to a trash can, and tossed them in. After closing the lid, he let out a sigh and started to turn around to address Caroline. I'm sorry that you had to witness that, Caroline. But it was necessary in order to make sure the man wouldn't harm you in the foot. Bell stopped speaking when he noticed the girl was no longer in the alleyway with him. He looked to his right, to his left, to his right again, and to his horror, she was gone. His heartbeat started to speed up as he frantically looked around for some sign of the girl. See Caroline? Caroline. When the youthful familiar voice that he longed to hear again didn't respond, he collapsed to his knees with a look of anguish. I scared her off. God damn it. I gotta find her and apologize for everything. Bell started to stand up, but before he could run off to try to find Caroline, a voice rang out in his mind. Has your mind become so far gone that you have forgotten what had transpired all those decades ago? She is dead. No. No, that isn't true. Bell denied with a quivering voice. Stop denying the truth and face reality. Caroline perished during your hunt when you made the decision to send her down to those sewers. That's right. As much as he wanted to deny it, the adorable girl he met in Yarnum was dead. Her fate was sealed the moment he told her to go down that ladder on the Great Bridge oh so long ago. All because of his negligence. Bell slumped back onto the ground and he felt like his mind was collapsing. Yes, as much as it pained him, Caroline was dead. Did he just suffer from a hallucination? Was that girl he encountered in the alleyway even real? Hell, was that entire encounter even real? Damn it. Thrack, damn it. Thrack, god damn it. Thrack. The last hit to his right temple broke skin and blood began to flow down the right side of Bell's face, which brought a slight sense of calmness and familiarity to him. After relishing in the familiar sensation, he held out his left hand and summoned the power of the hunter's dream to deliver him a blood vial. However, to his surprise, a blood vial didn't materialize in his hand. He tried it a couple of times until his fractured mind remembered a vital piece of information. He was no longer connected to the hunter's dream, which was something he was hoping he could correct soon. Bell felt his legs give out and he collapsed to his knees, but before he could plunge himself into a state of nothingness, a familiar voice called out to him. Bell-kun? Ha! Standing on the top of the staircase was Seer, who was holding a bag of groceries, but upon seeing Bell's full face, the bag slipped from her hands and fell to the ground. Bell, what happened? Bell let out a sigh as he heard Seer's frantic footsteps approach him. Nothing, Seer, I'm fine. Fine? Seer scoffed. You're not fine, she said as she stood next to the albino and observed his profusely bleeding wound. How did this happen? Bell's fractured mind worked frantically to come up with an explanation for his head wound, and he said the first thing that came to his mind. I fell and hit my head. Great choice of words, Bell Cranel. You are truly the greatest wordsmith in all of Orario. Queen Annalise would be so proud of you. Shut up. Bell muttered, which he immediately regretted because he felt Seer's hand that was on his temple twitch. Great, now she thinks I'm crazy. Well, she wouldn't be wrong. Shut up. Bell slowly gazed upward and, to his surprise, was met with an expression full of concern and worry for his well-being. He then noticed her gaze drifted from his eyes to his bloody hand, and her expression became a little dejected before taking on a more compassionate one. Before Bell could even formulate a response to Seer's change in expression, the bandana that was wrapped around his neck was abruptly pulled off. Hey, what are you? Keep this pressed against your right temple, the gray-haired waitress said as she pushed the bandana into Bell's right palm and guided his right hand to his right temple, pressing down on the bleeding wound. Before the confused hunter could even comment on what Seer was doing, she grabbed his left hand and started to drag him out of the alleyway. Considering that Seer most likely didn't possess a falna, Bell knew that he had the strength required to remove her grip on his wrist, but he found that he just didn't care enough to do it. After a minute of being dragged around by Seer and keeping his head down to avoid the stares of other people, Bell could hear the familiar voices of the waitresses shouting out orders and civilians having a good time. They have arrived at the hostess of fertility. However, instead of going through the front entrance, Seer led him around the side and they entered through the back door. The smell of ambrosia invaded Bell's nostrils as they walked through the kitchen, but before Bell could look at what was cooking, he was dragged to a table that was at the side of the room where there was a single chair. Sit down, I'll be right back. Seer didn't even wait for Bell's response, as she was already calling out to another person. May-san, have you seen Ryu anywhere? Meow, Mamma Mia sent her on an errand, so she won't be back until just before rush hour. Why, Naya? Look. Wah, NYH? May physically recoiled at the sight of Bell while he just rolled his eyes. It's just a minor wound. I don't see as to why you two are panicking over it. The indifferent tone Bell used when he talked about his injury caught the two off guard. Bell, how could? You know what? Never mind, I'll be right back, Seer said as she walked out of the room, leaving just May and Bell, who just kept looking at the floor, making sure no conversation could be made. May decided it would be best to leave Bell alone, and she immersed herself in her cooking. After a minute or two of waiting, footsteps were approaching the kitchen and the kitchen door opened, revealing Seer, who was carrying a massive red bag with both arms. Since Ryu isn't here yet, we are going to tend your wound the old-fashioned way. Bell raised an eyebrow when Seer mentioned Ryu. Why would we need her for this? And I can treat myself. You'll just have to wait and see. It's a surprise. Seer then looked at Bell with a cheeky grin on her face. I also know that you could treat it yourself, but no need because it's your lucky day. Not every man has the chance to be treated by a beautiful maiden such as myself. Seer then winked at the albino but pouted in mild annoyance when all Bell gave in response was a deadpan expression. She set the massive red bag on the table beside Bell. She then leaned down toward Bell and began to reach her left hand out to the young boy's chin. However, just as her fingers grazed Bell's chin, Bell's hand shot up like a rocket and grabbed her outstretched hand by the wrist with an iron grip. What are you doing? Bell's razor-sharp gaze pierced Seer's ashen eyes and a chill ran down her spine. I was gonna lift your chin up so that I could get a better look at your wound. Bell's iron grip on Seer's wrist started to become nearly unbearable. Bibelkuin, please let go. Why you're hurting me. The albino's eyes widened and his gaze drifted toward his right hand before he let go of Seer, who backed up from Bell. The hurt expression on the gray-haired waitress's face caused Bell to feel a slight pang of guilt. Not wanting to see that expression anymore, the hunter turned his gaze toward the floor. I apologize for doing that. It was uncalled for. No, I should be the one that should be apologizing. I forgot that you don't really like people touching your bare skin. I should have remembered that. Bell looked back up at Seer and once again was taken aback by the amount of concern and worry her countenance was exhibiting. Other than Eve and Ryu, he could not recall any other time someone had looked at him with that type of expression before. He felt like the concern for his well-being was misdirected, but he found himself appreciating it. He decided to give her one chance. If you still desire to, you may carry out what you were about to do. A smile appeared on Seer's face and she walked up to Bell. She reached her hand out and although he twitched when her fingertips made contact with his chin, he didn't lean away from her touch. She tilted his head to the side and began to look at the wound. Your cut is quite deep and over a celch long. Normally you would need to stitch this up, but that won't be necessary since we have Ryu. Once again Bell's interest in what Ryu was capable of resurfaced, but he held his tongue since his previous question will be answered once Ryu comes back during the evening. Seer pulled out what appeared to be alcohol and a white cloth pad out of the massive red bag. She then dabbed the white cloth with the alcohol and began to reach her hand out to Bell's right temple. Just want to let you know this might sting. She then pressed the white pad to Bell's temple and to her surprise, the boy in front of her didn't even react to the alcohol or even twitch in discomfort. In fact, his eyes were closed and he had a relaxed expression on his face, a far cry from his usual neutral or guarded one. He is actually kinda cute when he isn't all serious. He kinda looks like a rabbit. Well, a bloody rabbit, but still a cute rabbit. After cleaning the wound and wiping the blood off of Bell's face, Seer pulled out a long piece of cloth and wrapped it around his head. She then backed up and gave Bell some space. All done. Bell's eyes slowly opened and he brought his right hand up to his right temple and lightly tapped the bandage. Feeling satisfied at Seer's handiwork, he looked back at the gray-haired waitress with a grateful expression. You have my thanks, Seer. Bell's grateful demeanor and small but genuine smile caused Seer to giggle and smile back. No problem, Bell-kun. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask. I'll keep that in mind. I'll be upstairs in my room if you need anything. Good to know. When Ryu gets back, I'll let her know you are upstairs. Seer flashed him one more smile before walking out of the kitchen to resume her job as a waitress. Bell's eyes lingered at the door that Seer just walked out of and he started to contemplate his previous opinion on Seer prior to this moment. Bell didn't trust Seer at all because his gut was telling him she was hiding something. She hasn't completely gained his trust yet, but if this interaction told Bell one thing, it was that although she wasn't a completely honest person, at least she was a nice one. That once Bell walked up to his room and sat on his bed, his body started to feel weak and his eyes started to feel heavy. It was as if all the energy he possessed that day was sucked out of his body and he knew the reason why. The last time he slept was 2 days ago and his fatigued state became exacerbated when he went on his hunt. He didn't want to go to sleep. The last time he slept he was plagued by nightmares, but try as he might, sleep overtook him. Knock knock. The sound of knocking at his bedroom door brought Bell out of his stupor and he let out a groan as he sat up from his bed. Although it was by no means a good nap, he at least wasn't plagued by nightmares. Knock knock, Cranel-san? Bell was momentarily confused until he recognized who was calling out to him behind the door. It was Ryu. He then recalled that the elven waitress was supposed to return to the pub around evening, and that Seer would send her up to his room to deal with his wound. Bell peeked through the curtain of his window to see that it was early in the evening. The sky was dark, but there were still many adventurers walking around. After checking his watch to see that it was 8 at night, he rose from his bed and walked to the door. Once he opened the door, he was greeted by the green-haired waitress. "Hello, Cranel-san," Ryu said in her normal stoic voice, a far cry from the tone she used when they encountered each other in the morning. "Greetings," Bell said as he held open the door for Ryu to walk in. "So, what is it you are going to do?" Bell asked once Ryu was inside of his room. Ryu had a confused expression on her face when she heard Bell's question. "Did Seer not tell you?" "No. She wanted to keep it as a surprise." Typical of her. Ryu muttered while shaking her head. "Let's begin. Please take a seat and remove your head wrap so I can heal you." The hunter complied and sat down on the foot of his bed while removing his head wrap. Once the head wrap was removed, Bell looked at the elf standing before him with an inquisitive expression. What was she going to do? What did she mean by heal? She didn't bring up any medical supplies. In fact, she didn't bring anything with her. Does she have some concoction similar to a blood vial in her pocket? She then raised her hand above the wound and she spoke. The song of a now distant forest. The nostalgic song of life. Please bring the mercy of healing to those that seek you, Noah heal. A green light emanated from Ria's hand as magic flowed from her hand into Bell's body. To his surprise, not only did the skin reattach on his right temple, he felt energized as if he didn't pull 3 consecutive all-nighters. As he felt these things happen to him, he stared at Ryu with a sense of fascination and wonder. Her serene face combined with the otherworldly glow that illuminates her face made her look mystical. Something out of a fairy tale. He didn't know what it was, but he just couldn't tear his eyes away from her. Once the green light ceased and Ryu lowered her hand, Bell reached up to his right temple and to his surprise, the massive cut was no longer there. After repeatedly touching the spot in shock, he stared at the green-haired waitress in amazement. "What was that?" Bell exclaimed. "That was my healing magic," Ryu said with a sense of pride, content that she was actually able to elicit a reaction from the usually stoic rabbit. "And magic?" The hunter parroted. "Yes. I'm assuming there wasn't much magic in the countryside." "No, I've never seen anything like it. It's incredible and beautiful." "Thank you." Ria's enchanting smile lasted a couple of seconds before she took on a more serious expression. "Mr. Cranel, I need to ask you something." Ryu's sudden serious tone knocked Bell out of his trance, and he mirrored her serious expression. How were you able to defeat a minotaur in the dungeon?" "Minotaur?" Bell tilted his head to the side. "What's a minotaur?" Ryu let out an exhausted sigh before explaining. "The monster that you said looks like a cow was a minotaur." "Oh, well." Bell just shrugged his shoulders and spoke. "The first one died when I plunged my fist into its chest and ripped out what I believe is called their crystal." "First one? You mean you killed more than one?" "That is correct." "Mr. Cranel, do you even realize how absurd this whole situation is?" "Well, in that case, let me explain. A minotaur is a monster that spawns in the 15th floor and is known to be the strongest level 2 monster in the dungeon. Level 1 adventurers would be hopeless against such a monster, and you, a person who has no fauna, killed one with your bare hands." "Oh, I see why you would find that unusual," Bell said after absorbing what Ryu said to him. From what Bell has researched in the library, the only 2 ways for a mortal to increase their power exponentially was to either work with a spirit, which is not common anymore since the gods descended, or having a god grant them a fauna. Since he obviously hasn't done either of those things, a person who has no fauna such as himself obliterating a minotaur is inconceivable. Telling her he used the blood of his enemies to increase his power was out of the question. Not only would it open up a can of worms he did not want to deal with, but he would essentially be revealing to Ryu one of his greatest secrets. He did consider Ryu one of his closest friends. Did he have the luxury of calling her that? But he wasn't sure if he was close enough to her that it would be safe to reveal his greatest secrets to her. "Ryu, get your ass down here. It's rush hour." Miss Grand's deep and powerful voice rang throughout the entire pub, and Ryu actually jumped in place. Ryu kept looking at Bell, waiting for a quick answer or something. After being met with silence, she silently crept outside of the room. However, before she could close the door and walk downstairs, Bell called out to her. "Wait." Ryu peeked her head back into the room to look at Bell, who appeared to be having an internal crisis. He was rubbing his forehead and frantically tapping his right foot against the floor. After a couple of moments, Bell let out an exasperated sigh and looked up to Ryu. "We'll talk tomorrow." That seemed to satisfy Ryu, and she gave him a subtle smile before closing his bedroom door. Once he heard the bedroom door close, Bell let himself collapse onto his bed. Why are social interactions so exhausting? He wasn't sure if he made the right decision. He wished Queen Annalise was here so he could consult her on social interactions. He shifted his gaze to the lantern that laid at his bedside table, and he felt a smile form on his face. Just a couple more hours. Bell's room was nearly pitch black, with the only source of light being the lantern that was set on his bedside table. He felt a certain ambivalence towards the lantern. He was anxious because if what he was about to try worked, he would be connected to the very place that broke him and turned him into a shell of the boy he used to be. However, he was also excited because it would also serve as a gateway to the only place in existence where he felt truly safe. Bell made sure his door was locked and the window curtains were closed before he sat down on the left side of his bed. Bell hesitantly grabbed the lantern with both of his hands, closed his eyes, and projected an image of the hunter's dream in his mind. Instead of imagining himself leaving the mortal plane, he focused on the lantern within his grasp. He felt his soul begin to wander for just a second until it was once again blocked. A pang of hurt sprouted in Bell's heart, and he was about to cut his connection until it happened. Energy within his dream-bound soul burst through the barrier like a bullet piercing through paper and congregated within the lantern. The lantern's crimson flame turned violet, and the lantern now had a certain serene glow to it. Excitement and apprehension flowed through Bell as he stared at the repurposed lantern in disbelief. His theory actually worked. Bell theorized that, like in Yarnum, he needed an object that served as a gateway between the hunter's dream and the mortal plane, and what better object to use than a lantern? Bell, still grasping the lantern, pictured the field of flowers within the hunter's dream, and everything went black. Chapter 11. The good hunter's eyes opened, and he was greeted with the sensation of grass against his back. Bell sat up and observed his surroundings. He was hit with a sense of familiarity when he spotted the pale white flowers that surrounded him. "I'm home." He made it back to his home, his safe haven. The only place where he could momentarily forget about the struggles of the hunt. It housed Eve, his surrogate mother, German, his first mentor, and the messengers, the servants that remained loyal to him during his eternal hunt. And now, this place was the only familiar sight he had while he was plunged into this foreign peace that he had yet to understand. However, this place was also a reminder of all of the terrible things that happened to him since being summoned to serve as a hunter. It symbolized his unknowing enslavement to Flora. It was what stopped him from achieving peace in death. It isolated him from the rest of humanity. It drove him into madness. It's where he took the life of Gehrman, his mentor, who too was enslaved to Flora for who knows how long. And most of all, it was where he confronted the being who started it all and where he thought he would achieve eternal rest, only to wake up still living. This place held a lot of happiness, nostalgia, sadness, and regret for Bell. All of these cascading thoughts were like grasping broken glass. The tighter he clung to those painful memories, the deeper they cut. But despite that, he found a sense of safety and security in that familiar pain. It was something he was familiar with, which he could not say the same for the peace he found in the waking world. He stood up and checked his clothes to see that he was still wearing his long-sleeve black shirt and tan pants. He looked to his right to see the massive tree and Gehrman's wheelchair, which was located in the same place it had been since their dreadful duel. What was next to the wheelchair was also Gehrman's burial blade, with its blade stabbed into the dirt. He let out a sigh before he knelt down to the wheelchair. However, something surprised him. He expected the wheelchair to be covered in dust and dirt, but instead, the wheelchair was in pristine condition, as if someone had been taking care of it. Bell heard faint humming coming from beyond the fence that separated the field of flowers and the hunter's workshop. He leapt over the fence and landed on the staircase with the grace of a ballerina. Bell's vision started to become blurry as he looked at the source of the humming. It was coming from a figure who was kneeling down over a gravestone. The figure's eyes were closed and had her hands intertwined as she prayed to the gravestone. It was Eve, the person that served as his anchor and a person that Bell would consider his surrogate mother. Her eyes opened when she heard the subtle landing of feet that were up the steps leading to the workshop. She stood up to face the hunter and bowed deeply. "Good hunter, welcome home." Those words caused all of the anxiety that was building up in the hunter over the past 6 days to disappear in an instant. A soft sob escaped Bell's lips as he raced down the stairs, gracefully skipping steps with refined leaps before throwing his arms around his mother figure. He felt 2 arms wrap around his back, which encouraged him to deepen the embrace. Explosions of relief and joy were taking place in the albino's heart as he realized this was not some twisted joke or hallucination. Eve was actually there in front of him. The doll continued to hold the good hunter in her embrace until Bell ended the hug of his own free will. "Words cannot express how happy I am to see you, Eve," Bell said, wiping away tears of happiness that were streaming down his cheeks. "It is good to see you safe, good hunter. Tell me, how was your journey in the waking world?" "It's been nice, though I have experienced some hardship. I'm just so relieved now," the hunter said with a genuine smile. "So, am I good hunter, although I am not the only one?" the doll said as she gestured toward the ground. Bell followed her gaze and noticed the bubbled hole in the ground where 3 messengers were holding their pale hands out to the hunter, groaning in happiness. Bell knelt down and held out his hand to the messengers with a fond look in his eyes. As the messengers happily grabbed his hand, he looked up at Eve. "Can we sit down and talk? We have a lot to discuss." "Of course, good hunter," Eve said as she bowed deeply. "Thank you. Oh, I almost forgot to show you something." Bell, with an excited tone, frantically pulled something out of his pocket. It was the rolled-up painting of his grandfather, and he enthusiastically showed it to Eve. Look at this. Do you know what this is? It's a painting of my grandfather. I actually know what my grandfather looks like now." The vibrant smile that was present on Bell's face as he held out the painting of his grandfather brought a grin to Eve's face, something that didn't happen quite often. "I am happy and relieved to hear that, good hunter." As Bell talked about his grandfather, Eve recalled the moment the good hunter realized he could no longer remember his grandfather's physical appearance. She remembered how devastated the good hunter was when he told her he couldn't even recall the face of his grandfather. He was a mess, and it took quite a while for her to nurture him back into a coherent state. She was relieved that he was able to achieve happiness from this because seeing him this happy was a rare occurrence during his hunt. His bright smile caused Eve to recall the time Bell told her about the sun. The sun was an object in the sky that casted light upon the world and brightened the land. Bell told her it was supposedly the brightest object in the world. However, Bell's vibrant smile caused Eve to doubt his previous statement. After Bell talked about his grandfather for what could have been hours, he and Eve walked over to a perch that rested at the bottom of the staircase. Eve took a seat on the perch and Bell sat in front of her. He sat back and laid the back of his head on Eve's lap and let out a relaxed sigh as he felt Eve's right hand weave through his hair with her left hand cupping the left side of Bell's face, causing him to lean his head onto her hand. After about a minute, Eve's right hand retreated from his hair and brought out the small hair ornament. "You still have that?" Bell asked with a surprised tone. "Of course, it was the first gift you have given me." Eve then started to softly comb Bell's hair with the hair ornament. After relishing in the comforting act, he began to talk. "When I returned to the world of Genkai, I dispatched some wolves which were incredibly weak compared to the wolves of Yarnum, and I found a leather backpack on the group which contained the painting of my grandfather. After that, I found a road and encountered travelers that were heading to Orario. There were 2 passengers. One was Mark, who was a nice older fellow, and Hermes, who was a god." Eve's hand that was weaving through Bell's hair stopped for a second. "A god? Do you mean a great dash?" "No. Thankfully no. If he was one, I would have struck him down where he stood," Bell said with conviction. "The god Hermes has an appearance that resembles a human. I am not sure if the gods and goddesses are masquerading as humans, or if that is their actual appearance." "I see. That's a relief." "I agree, though I am still wary of them. I have been observing them for the past couple of days, and it seems like they use their familia members for entertainment and live off of their hard work without contributing. In fact, they didn't descend to help humanity. They did it for entertainment. It's abhorrent." The disgust in Bell's voice was as clear as the sky on a summer day. "Good hunter, what do you mean by familia members?" Eve said as she continued to brush Bell's hair. "Forgive me, I haven't explained that yet. Gods and goddesses have created their own familias where they give their familia members a fauna which raises their attributes such as speed and strength well beyond the point they would normally be. Is it similar to the echoes of blood? Kinda." Bell put a hand to his chin as he started to ruminate about the topic of a fauna. "Though I am not sure how it completely works since I haven't joined a familia. What I do know is that their attributes increase when they essentially do anything that pertains to a certain attribute. One example is running, which increases one's speed, or lifting weights to increase one's strength." "That's intriguing. Does that mean, unlike the echoes of blood, you can't choose which attribute you want to enhance?" Eve did bring up a thought-provoking question. "With the echoes of blood, Bell was able to choose which attribute he wanted to strengthen, but from what he has gathered, that's not the case with Aphalna. I believe so. Though like blood echoes, the best way to obtain Excelia is by hunting monsters that reside in the dungeon. Monsters? Are you referring to the beasts? And is the dungeon similar to the Chalice dungeons? Kind of. The dungeon is this massive labyrinth that burrows deep into the world and houses the most dangerous monsters there are, though I have yet to encounter one that would pose a threat to me. The main purpose of the city of Orario is to house adventurers and have them slay monsters in the dungeon to keep them from reaching the surface. I see. That is quite interesting. Eve nodded her head as she continued to caress the good hunter's soft white hair. Anyway, we then arrived at Orario. The city appears to be not as advanced as Yharnam. I didn't see any firearms or trick weapons, so perhaps they haven't reached that stage of weaponry yet. I was thinking of introducing this world to gunpowder and the power of firearms, but it seems like they don't need it. Why is that? People can use magic. Not like the arcane arts where I need quicksilver bullets to use hunter's tools or bless my weapons with magic, but like actual magic. In fact, I witnessed some form of healing magic too. Bell heard the rumors of how powerful magic can be. For example, an elf whose alias is Nine Hells has magic so powerful that it can decimate an entire floor. Magic that powerful makes the hunter's tools in Bell's arsenal pale in comparison. His eternal hunt would have been substantially less stressful and insanity-provoking if he had access to powerful magic like that. Eve let out a hum and Bell continued with his story. I then went to this pub called the Hostess of Fertility and ordered this meal called spaghetti, and let me tell you, the food there is delicious. I can't wait to try all of the food the city has to offer. The childish tone the good hunter used as he described the food amused Eve. It reminded her of how he acted when they first met all those decades ago. At the beginning of his hunt, the good hunter was happy, cheerful, and slightly naive. However, those traits slowly disappeared throughout the hunt until Eve nearly forgot the sound of the good hunter's laughter or his stuttering when he talked about his previous goal in the dungeon. That's nice to hear, good hunter. I'm assuming you met some humans in Orario. How are they? They are much better than the citizens of Yharnam. Bell held up his hand and started to list off the reasons. Mind you, not all of them are friendly, but they are actually sane. I can have a conversation with them. They are not trying to kill me, and they treat me as if I am a human being. The good hunter's expression became inquisitive. There are also other races as well. Other races, Eve said with a tilted head, a habit that she did when she didn't understand something. Correct, they are referred to as demi-humans, and there are many different subtypes. There are these little people called Pallums, people with pointy ears called elves, females with dark skin called Amazons, people that are taller than Pallums but shorter than humans called dwarfs, and then there's the beast folk. Beast folk? Do they attack humans and the other demi-humans? To Eve's surprise, Bell shook his head. No, they don't. When Eve's eyebrows started to raise, Bell elaborated. It's strange, I know, but it's the truth. They appear to be passive and friendly to the other races. They also show signs of intelligence that the beasts of Yharnam lacked. I have seen them engage in conversations with the other races and perform complex tasks, such as buying clothes with currency and forging weapons. I see. Although that is indeed strange, I am glad the people of the waking world are kind to you, good hunter. Bell stood up and held out his hand to Eve, who took and he helped her up. Bell then began to walk and the doll followed. Yes, it is nice. At the pub I have met many people from various races. Miss Grand, a dwarf that is surprisingly tall, seems nice and easy to talk to. Miss Lion is an elf, and although she is quiet and reserved, the conversations I have with her are pleasant. She is also a skilled swordswoman and capable of magic. Miss Fromel and Miss Rollo are both cat people, but despite that they are pleasant company, though Miss Rollo is kinda aggressive with her flirtation. She also has a fixation on my butt, and to be honest, I don't really know how to deal with that. Miss May is also a cat person and makes the delicious food I was telling you about earlier. Miss Faust is the calm one and seems to be the one that keeps Miss Rollo and Miss Fromel in check. Then, there's Seer. What's wrong with Seer? Eve asked, noticing Bell's hesitation. A moment of silence went by before Bell responded. Although she is cheerful and charismatic, there's something about her that sets me on edge. Bell had a thoughtful countenance on his face. There are times where I feel like she's looking at me as if I am her next prey. It is unnerving. Is she dangerous? Bell brought up a hand to his chin and started to contemplate. I don't think so. She definitely is hiding something from me, but she's a nice person. I see. I am glad to hear that the people at the pub treat you well. Good hunter. Yeah, it's great. Though it is also quite exhausting. And why is that? When you are engaging with someone during a social interaction, there are so many aspects you have to take into account in order for it to be successful. For example, if I am talking to Chloe, I have to navigate her flirty banter and occasional grab at my butt. If I am interacting with Seer, I have to choose my words carefully because of the possibility of her hiding something from me. I never had to take this into account during my hunt. Every single thing I encountered either wanted to have a short conversation with me or kill me. Bell let out a sigh and massaged his temple. The hunt was so much simpler. Their walk led them back to Gurman's memorial and their conversation ceased. Bell walked up to the scythe, intending on grabbing it before he stopped. He looked at his hand and tightened his fist before his arm went limp at his side. Eve noticed the dejected expression on the good hunter's face as he continued to stare at the weapon. My good hunter, what is wrong? Do you not desire to wield Gurman's burial blade? I do, but wouldn't it be presumptuous of me to wield the weapon Gurman used to try and liberate me from the dream? Do I even have the right to use it? I killed Gurman to pursue my selfish goal. Bell felt a soft hand grab his shoulder, and he immediately clasped it with his right hand, seeking its comfort. Gurman's body in the waking world had been lost to time long before you ever became bound to the dream. I took care of all hunters that came before you. I saw how every time Gurman freed one of them from the dream he wished he was the one kneeling before the scythe. And you gave him that freedom. You believe that you killed him, but I assure you that you gave him salvation. He was grateful to you just as I am. Immense relief cascaded through Bell, and he felt like 1,000 pounds was lifted off of his shoulders. Bell slowly walked up to the embedded burial blade and began to reach toward it. By the time Bell grasped the burial blade, all the weeds that weaved around the blade slithered away, as if accepting the hunter as the new wielder of the blade that freed so many hunters from the dream. Bell lifted the scythe from the ground, both hands grasping the staff that was attached to the massive blade at its top. The weapon was similar to what the Grim Reaper would use. He then rotated his body, held his weapon high, and swung the blade in a circular strike, causing a massive gust of wind that made hundreds of white flowers fly out of their roots. After a couple of more test swings, Bell detached the blade from the staff with a soft click. The staff folded in on itself, leaving behind a massive blade. Unlike the Rakuyo whose blade was slender and straight, the burial blade was thick and curved. Bell gave it a few test swings and fought against an imaginary hunter, using multiple attacks such as swinging, backstepping then slashing, to even swinging then following up that attack with a transformed burial blade. Bell looked down at the burial blade within his grasp and smiled in satisfaction. This weapon will do nicely. No wonder Gurman was so formidable with it during their final battle. Gurman, I hope you found peace in the afterlife. After a period of silence in respect for his mentor, the hunter turned to the doll. Are all of my materials in the workshop? Bell asked Eve. Yes, good hunter. Everything is in your workshop, Eve said as she gestured toward the workshop with her hand. Thank you, Eve. Of course, good hunter. The pair began to walk towards the workshop, and once they stepped inside, Bell felt a sense of familiarity and nostalgia flow through him. The various weapons he had collected during his hunt decorated the walls, the stacks of old books that were collecting dust, the ominous altar that allowed him to equip runes, the table where he upgraded his weapons. Despite the fact that the workshop caught fire and was burning on the night he escaped the dream, everything in the workshop was where it was the last time he set foot in it. Eve sat at the table tucked in the back of the workshop and watched as Bell knelt down to address the messengers that were holding out bloodstone shards, twin bloodstone shards, bloodstone chunks, and a massive bloodstone rock to him. They were upgrade materials collected from the corpses of the hunt that allowed him to turn any makeshift weapon such as the saw cleaver into a weapon that was capable of slaying a great one. The messengers let out a pleased moan once the hunter took their offerings and gave each of them a pat on the head before retreating back into their bubbled hole in the ground. Once the messengers were out of sight, the hunter laid out the burial blade and the materials onto the workbench, and a thought occurred to him. Do I still have blood echoes? Blood echoes are the echo of someone's will. Like a ghost is the lingering image of a person, blood echoes are the lingering presence of their will that stays long after the person or beast has passed away. These echoes were obtained by slaying beasts or crushing items containing blood echoes such as a cold blood dew. Bell closed his eyes and projected a blood echo in his mind, and he did have some. In fact, he had quite an abundance of it, most likely enough to upgrade an attribute if he desired to, though the return wouldn't be as fruitful given the hard caps he has run into. His abundance of blood echoes was most likely because of his duel with Gurman and the moon presence. Great ones, beasts that are worthy of a hunt, or experienced hunters who have claimed countless lives of beasts have a ridiculous amount of blood echoes that made their hunt fruitful. After embedding the weapon with the appropriate upgrade materials and blood gems, the proud hunter let out a smile of satisfaction as he ran his hand down the staff of the burial blade. This will be a formidable weapon. Good hunter. Yes, Eve, Bell said, eyes still glued to the burial blade. May I ask you a question? Of course, you needn't ask, Bell said as he turned around to look at Eve, who was still sitting at the table. What is your plan in the waking world? The question caused Bell to stop in his tracks, and anxiety started to bubble up in the hunter. And my plan, Bell muttered as he twirled a piece of his hair in his hand. I did what was necessary when I arrived. I went to the library and studied the history of Genkai, the races that inhabit the world and their cultures, everything that could help me gain a sense of familiarity, but… Bell paused and his uneasiness increased when he realized, I have no idea. He didn't have a clue on what he wanted to do. He fought for so long to be freed from the dream, and he achieved his eternal long goal. He killed the moon presence and escaped the dream. He was free and he had no idea what to do with his newfound freedom. But there is perhaps one person that could fix that. Bell looked back to his surrogate mother, who was waiting patiently for the albino to organize his thoughts. I honestly don't know what to do with my life. I was hoping you could be the one to tell me. Me? Eve said as she tilted her head to the side in confusion. Yes, you. Relief started to build up inside of Bell. He felt reassurance and confidence return to him, and he started to speak with more conviction. Whenever I was lost and didn't know what to do during the hunt, you always knew what needed to be done and always guided me toward my objective. Whenever I hit a roadblock and was stuck, the wisdom you shared with me was always eye-opening and made me realize the solution to my problems. I believe I need that type of guidance and wisdom in the waking world. Good hunter. I don't think Eve was interrupted by Bell, who appeared as if he didn't even register the fact that Eve was trying to speak. Before we decide, I think it would be best to tell you everything I have learned thus far. And that's exactly what he did. He bombarded Eve with information ranging from the history of Genkai, the various races and their cultures, the history of Orario. He even told her about his trauma and the episode he had in the bathroom. Once Bell finished, he looked at Eve, who was sitting in her chair with her eyes closed, and waited with anticipation. Good hunter. Bell perked up when Eve's eyes opened and those words exited her lips. Yes. The doll said nothing and continued to stare at Bell, not saying anything or even making any movements, as if she was a statue. This unusual behavior started to make the hunter a little nervous. Because Eve's expression was stoic and emotionless a majority of the time, it was hard to tell what was going on in Eve's mind. Was she going over the multiple plans she formed in her head? Or was she I can't be the one that decides what you do in the waking world. Bell's mind reached a screeching halt and he stared at Eve, mouth agape. Come again. The doll, never breaking eye contact with Bell nor changing her expression, repeats herself. I can't be the one that decides what you do in the waking world. Why? Back during the hunt, this was always how we did it. I gave you information and in return you formed a plan of action, gave me a task and told me what needed to be done. What's different about this? The look of despair on the good hunter's face caused a wave of sadness to cascade over Eve. He looked so helpless and lost. She almost wanted to take back what she said just to see him smile again, but she knew what she was about to do was best for him. So she pressed on. You already answered your own question, good hunter. Huh? Your eternal hunt and your life in the waking world are two different things. But Eve cut him off and continued. Back during your eternal hunt, you had one clear path. Defeat the pale blood and end the source of scourging beasts, or die trying. You accomplished what countless hunters before you failed to do, and I am very proud of you. However, in the waking world, there is not only one clear path you could take. You could join a familia, become an adventurer, or you could even leave Orario. These are three of the potentially limitless paths you could take in the waking world, and I can't be the one to choose. The person who decides what you do in the waking world is you and you alone. Bell opened his mouth to reply, but he found himself not being able to say anything in return. As always, Eve was right. This isn't his eternal hunt they are talking about, where his goal was crystal clear. They are talking about his life in the waking world, where, like she said, had limitless possibilities. But those possibilities brought forth profound changes to his life that he wasn't sure he was ready for. Joining a familia would mean he would have to dedicate himself to a god or goddess. Becoming an adventurer would result in him hunting beasts, a task that he fought so long to escape, and leaving Orario, Ludwig's breath. What would he do if he actually went through with that? Eve watched as Bell's breathing started to become uneven and his eyes started to become unfocused. Based on the information ingrained into her when she was created by Gurman and the books she had read among the workshop, it appeared like the Good Hunter was in the early stages of experiencing a panic attack. Her observation was confirmed when he started to hyperventilate and rub his forehead with both of his hands vigorously. Eve reached across the table and gently laid a hand on Bell's head and started to gently run her hand through his hair. The comforting feeling brought Bell out of his trance and he looked at Eve. Good Hunter, I didn't mean to cause you so much distress. I believe you misunderstood something vitally important. Eve put a small but reassuring smile on her face and continued to caress his hair, something that she noticed calms the Good Hunter down during his many previous mental breakdowns. I may not be your guide anymore in the waking world, but the dream will always exist, and I will be here to help you. Are really? Of course, Good Hunter. Should your life in the waking world appear bleak and forlorn, I will always be here in the dream to embolden your disheartened spirit. That is a promise, Bell Cranel. Hearing Eve actually say his name, combined with how reassuring Eve's voice was caused his heart to hammer in his chest, and he felt sheer gratitude toward the doll. But still, he had his doubts. Still, even with your support, the thought of making those choices and taking into account the potential repercussions that follow those decisions are terrifying. Bell clutched his head in a childlike manner. Everything was much simpler during the hunt. All I had to do was hunt beasts. Why must the waking world be so complicated? Of course, the waking world would be complicated. The waking world doesn't revolve around an eternal hunt. There is so much more to it. Although it will be challenging, you are intelligent and resourceful enough to accomplish whatever you set your mind to. Besides, these complicated choices you make in life, isn't it part of the process of what you hunters call growing up? Bell gave Eve a confused look and she elaborated. You are a 14-year-old boy, knocking on the door to young adulthood. From what I know, life-changing choices are common for children at that age. Bell backed up from Eve's hand, gave her a skeptical look and spoke to her with a tone that radiated amusement. We both know I am not some ordinary teenager. Although time during the hunt was non-existent, I am confident I have existed longer than humans in their twilight years. That may be true, but the only people who know that are you and I. The living beings and deities of the waking world will see a young man that has yet to experience the world around him. That's true. Bell couldn't think of anything to say back to Eve, which was not an uncommon theme whenever the two had a disagreement. Bell leaned back in his seat and contemplated her words. The person who decides what you do in the waking world is you and you alone. What I want to do. Eve watched the Good Hunter as he reclined into his seat and hyper-focused on the massive holy blade that hung on the wall. He is engaging in deep thought, excellent. Hyper-focusing on one of his many weapons that hung on the workshop wall was a habit the Good Hunter engaged in when he was seriously contemplating a decision or task. Eve was relieved that their conversation went well. The Good Hunter needed to be capable of making his own choices. Just in case, I've decided on what I want to do. Eve looked back to the Good Hunter who was staring at her with a confident countenance. Eve listened to what he planned on doing and let out a hum of satisfaction. I believe that is a satisfactory choice, Good Hunter. I believe so too, but if I follow through with it, aren't I doing what I tried to escape from doing for so long? No. Eve shook her head to the side. What you engaged in during the hunt was because you had to. You had no other choice. You are choosing to do this of your own volition. The words Eve conveyed brought some comfort to Bell, and he felt better with what he was about to do. I think it's about time I head back to the waking world, the hunter said. Very well, Good Hunter. The pair stood up from their table and once gathered all of the items and hunter's tools he wanted to bring to the waking world. He just stood there because, in fact, had no idea how to exit the dream. How do I head back to the waking world? Bell asked, with a slight sense of trepidation. To the hunter's relief, her reply was instant. Follow me. Bell followed Eve out of the workshop and down the stairs which led to a single gravestone that was set apart from the others. This grave surfaced moments after you defeated the moon presence. I believe it belongs to you. It shall serve as your gateway to the waking world. So it functions like all the other gravestones. Bell asked and was answered with a nod from Eve. Good Hunter. I believe there is something you should know before leaving. What is it? Bell asked. I have a concern about your connection to the dream. Although it is still present, I do not believe it is as strong as it was during your eternal hunt. That's strange. Could you elaborate? To Bell's surprise, an uncertain countenance formed on Eve's face. I don't know how to put it into words. This was quite a surprise for the hunter, because the doll always had an answer at the ready, so to see the being he always went to for guidance and advice struggle to provide an answer was shocking. Back in Yharnam, where the Great Ones had a strong influence in the mortal realm, the dream was strongly bound to your very existence. They were so intertwined that regardless of how you died, it would always bring you back without fail. However, now that its creator, Flora, has perished and you exist in a world where the influence of higher beings is much smaller, what was once a thick binding has been reduced to a worn-down rope holding itself together by a single strand. If it were to snap, then I would die a true death, Bell concluded with a calm tone. That's a possibility. You could also just cease to exist. You could become trapped in the dream. Or even lose your connection to the dream permanently. No. Eve was cut off by a frantic Bell whose eyes held a sense of panic to them. The sense of fear that Eve saw in his eyes reminded her of their very first meeting where the good hunter was still new to the hunt. She found herself speechless and chose to just wait for the good hunter to speak again. I don't want that. Then tread carefully in the waking world, good hunter. Bell just nodded and wrapped his arms around Eve, who reciprocated his embrace. This isn't goodbye, Eve. I will be back soon. I await your return, good hunter. I pray you find what you seek in the waking world. Bell then knelt down and placed a hand onto the gravestone, imagined his room within the hostess of fertility, and disappeared from the hunter's dream. Eve kept her focus on the gravestone that served as the good hunter's gateway to the waking world. She was worried for the hunter, but also excited. His weakened connection to the dream could only mean one thing. The transformation was incomplete. Chapter 12. Month 1, Day 7. The hunter's eyes creaked open, and what greeted him was something he did not expect. Light peeping in from the curtained-off window. That's strange. Bell rose up from his bed and walked over to the window. When he pulled back the curtain, he was blinded by the light coming from the sun that was sitting up high in the sky. Not only that, the street below was flooded with adventurers and civilians going about their business. Something's off. When I entered the dream, I swore it was nighttime. Bell checked his pocket watch, and to his surprise, it read 11:00 a.m. It's near the afternoon? Bell, in disbelief, rubbed his eyes just in case there was something obscuring his vision and checked his watch again to see that his eyes were not deceiving him. It was 11 in the morning. This could only mean one thing. Time does pass while he is in the hunter's dream. How does the concept of time apply in the hunter's dream compared to the waking world? Does it progress at a faster rate in the hunter's dream? Or is it slower? Multiple questions started to form in Bell's head as he frantically went over this shocking revelation, with one particular question standing above the rest. Is this a side effect of my weakened connection to the hunter's dream? He recalled Eve's words about how his connection to the hunter's dream was weaker compared to how it was during his eternal hunt. How dying in the waking world could result in him losing his connection to the dream, and by extension, Eve. The thought of losing that connection forever felt akin to having his heart forcibly ripped out of his body by an invader. Bell would do everything in his power to prevent that from ever happening. The hunter closed his eyes and placed his right hand on the abdomen below the ribcage. He then began to inhale oxygen into his lungs, and after 5 seconds, exhaled for 5 more seconds. This was a process called diaphragmatic breathing, or otherwise known as deep breathing. It was a technique he learned from the various books he read in the Canehurst Castle Library that was supposed to help calm him down whenever he experienced severe anxiety. After repeating this technique a couple of times, he felt calm again and opened his eyes. With a clear mind, Bell reviewed his situation and picked up 2 important factors. Time did pass while he was in the hunter's dream. He woke up on his bed in the same position he was when he first entered the dream, which means his physical body stays still in the waking world while his mind is in the hunter's dream. Based on these 2 points, Bell hypothesized that while dreaming, his consciousness would be in the dream while his physical body would stay in the waking world as an empty husk. Because of this, he would have to be conservative with the amount of time he spends in the hunter's dream, since his physical body is defenseless while he is dreaming. He could be wrong, but anything could be done to his physical body and he would be none the wiser while dreaming. In order to access the only place I feel truly safe, I have to put myself into a state that leaves me at my most vulnerable. How ironic. The irony behind the situation made Bell half-heartedly chuckle, but the fact that he would have to be careful with the amount of time he spent in the hunter's dream disheartened Bell. Having less time to spend in the dream meant less time with his mother figure. Of course, he could possibly fix this by bringing Eve into the waking world, but he wasn't sure if that was possible, and even if it was possible, he would have to make absolutely sure the environment was safe before even thinking of bringing her to the waking world. But still, Bell was also just glad he was connected to the hunter's dream again. Although his connection wasn't as strong as it previously was, it was still a connection nonetheless. I believe now is the best time to test the limits of the workshop. Back during his eternal hunt, the hunter was able to summon essentially everything he needed without conscious thought. If his weapon was not sufficient during a fight against a certain opponent, he would summon another weapon within a second, throwing off his opponent. If he felt life leaving him during a fight and needed to heal fast, a blood vial would materialize within his hand without conscious thought. However, now that his connection was weaker, he needed to find the new limits in his ability to summon items from the hunter's dream. Bell decided he was first going to test his ability to summon any weapon from the hunter's dream. Bell projected a weapon in his mind and, just like how it did back in his eternal hunt, the handle of his combined blades of mercy materialized within the palm of his hand. He squeezed the smooth handle within his hand as the rest of the blade materialized in a way that was similar to sliding a sword out of his sheath. He was relieved to see that his ability to summon a weapon was still how it was during the hunt. However, does this apply to all the weapons? Bell tested this and realized the first limitation when he couldn't summon a third weapon after summoning the burial blade. Unlike his time in Yharnam where he could summon an unlimited number of weapons during his hunt, he now had a limit of 2 weapons he could summon. For example, if he were in a fight and wanted to summon a different weapon, he could only summon the 2 weapons that were equipped, per se, which as of right now were the Blades of Mercy and his burial blade. Once he felt the 2 weapons vanish from his hands, he decided to test the limits of the items found in the hunter's dreams, and their limitations, although similar to his weapons, were far more forgiving. He had 6 slots that he could use to equip other items such as throwing knives, elemental papers, Molotov cocktails, or other hunter's tools. Is that all that I am limited to? There must be some loophole or workaround. After a couple of moments, Bell's head shot up in realization. There was one more thing he could try. The hunter turned his gaze toward the floor. Messengers, come forth. A second after Bell thought this, a distorted hole appeared in the floor and out came 3 messengers who were groaning and holding their hands out to the hunter. Hello, little ones, Bell said as he knelt down to pet the messengers. After petting the messengers for a minute, Bell began to test his idea. Messengers, I require a blue elixir. Can you bring that to me? One of the messengers gleefully nodded his head but also spoke, its voice sounding like mad rambling, but the hunter, whose insight was potent enough to spot the invisible amygdala in the cathedral ward, understood what they were saying in absolute clarity. You require blood echoes in order to do that. The messengers nodded their heads. Very well. Take whatever is necessary. The messengers dove back into the bubbled hole, off to retrieve the item their master requested of them. The small creatures soon returned and held out the blue elixir to their master. Excellent. Can you bring me my saw cleaver? The messengers accomplished that too, but with one small difference. It took the messengers a longer period of time to bring him the saw cleaver. Does this mean summoning weapons will take more time than items? Or does it go by weight? So many questions. There was one more important thing Bell had to test. The white-haired boy fished the key to his room out of his pocket and presented it to the messengers. Can you store this? Unlike his previous 2 requests, the messengers reluctantly shook their heads to the side. Bell let out a disappointed sigh at this. The messengers refusing to take the key could only mean one thing. He wouldn't be able to store items from outside of the dream. The messengers were distraught over disappointing their master, but the hunter was quick to reassure them. Do not fret, little ones. I am not displeased. Take the items you brought to me back into the dream and await any further summonings. The small creatures took back the items and dove back into the bubbled hole. Although these limitations were frustrating, Bell was sure he would be able to handle these unfortunate handicaps. After changing out of his clothes and donning his hunter set, he made his way downstairs. As Bell walked down the steps leading to the first floor, he could hear the ever-increasing volume of cheerful patrons. He found himself surprised by the amount of people. Despite the fact that most adventurers were most likely in the dungeon right now, the pub was still crowded with people. All the tables were filled with happy patrons. All the waitresses were flying around the room taking orders and delivering food. Bell was hit with a sense of déjà vu when the only open spot was at the counter in front of Mia Grand. Bell walked over and took a seat at the counter. Well, look who decided to wake up. Bell felt his already pleasant mood elevate even more as he listened to Mia's words. He can't help it. Their banter was always nice and welcoming. I decided to sleep in for a change. Nothing wrong with doing that every once in a while. Anyway, what did you want to order? Bell, like he always did, pointed at a random spot on the menu. This. Mamma Mia looked at what he pointed at, then called out to the cat chief. I need 1 order of chicken parmesan. 1 order of chicken parmesan coming right up, Naya. After Belle and Mamma Mia talked for a couple of minutes, May called out that his food was ready and the abnormally tall dwarf placed a plate of food in front of him. After performing his glove ritual, Belle took a bite and as always, it was delicious. You seem more happy, Mia said out of the blue. Belle muttered mid-bite. What makes you say that? He asked after swallowing his bite of chicken. Your demeanor seems more casual and relaxed. Although it was subtle, Mia could tell the boy was in a pleasant mood. His eyes weren't darting around the pub as if he was looking for a threat. In fact, they had a sense of calm to them and his shoulders were less tense than usual. Yeah, I gotta agree. The two turned to the gray-haired waitress who definitely should be working. There's something about you. You just seem. Seer eyes went up and down Belle's figure, as if inspecting him, before a smile formed on her face and she exclaimed in a cheerful tone. Brighter. Interesting comment, but thanks. I just had a pleasant dream. Belle responded with a relaxed tone. Ooh, what was in the dash? Seer, it's rush hour and I can't have any of my workers goofing off. Get back to work right now. The dwarf said with an annoyed expression. Her tone was stern and she clearly wouldn't take no for an answer. It was actually somewhat intimidating. A normal person would have shuddered in fear, but Seer's cheerful expression didn't change at all. Yes, Mama. Seer walked back to serve the other customers. After watching Seer for a couple of moments to make sure she actually went back to work, she directed her attention back to Belle. Hey Rabbit, I gotta ask you something. Belle raised an eyebrow at being called Rabbit, but he responded anyway. What is it? You paid for 9 days and today is the 7th day you have stayed at our pub. I was wondering what you plan to do in 2 days since you know. Mia Grand didn't finish what she was insinuating, but Belle understood what she was trying to say. In 2 days he was going to be out of a room because he paid her enough valus to have the guest room for up to 9 days. Once they reached that 9th day, he would either have to cough up more valus to stay longer or get lost. Although he and Mia Grand were on good terms, she was running a business and couldn't let him stay for free. What I plan to do involves me asking you something, the hunter said, then took a bite of his chicken. What did you want to ask me? Mia said with interest. After finishing his bite, Belle leaned forward in his chair and adopted a serious but also curious countenance on his face. Can you tell me everything you know about adventuring? Belle asked. Ooh, so you decided to become an adventurer? You were reluctant before, so what changed? Well, I have to pay the bills somehow, and what better way than doing something that I am proficient at? Hunting beasts, right? Mia inquired, recalling how the rabbit before her would refer to monsters as beasts for some reason. That is correct, though I am not knowledgeable on the beasts that lurk within the dungeon. And I know there is a complicated process with becoming an adventurer, so I was hoping you could clarify that. What makes you think I know a thing or two about adventuring? Belle clearly didn't buy Mia Grand's feigned ignorance because he responded to her with a deadpan expression. Miss Grand, 3 nights ago I literally saw you pick up 2 inebriated adventurers and toss them out of the pub. Those 2 men were quite large, easily at the very least 175 pounds each, and you threw them out as if you were just taking out the trash. 2 nights ago you scared 2 self-proclaimed level 2 adventurers who were about to brawl when you smashed that countertop into bits with your fist. The pub went silent and those 2 cocky adventurers were petrified just by your glare. You don't achieve that by just being the owner of a well-established pub. You achieve that with power. Power that is obtained by leveling up from adventuring. True, though your reasoning is a little off since although I used to be an adventurer, I wasn't an ordinary one. And that is all I am saying. So I may not be the best person to ask, Mia said. Then who do you suggest I ask? Belle asked. Mia adopted a concentrated thinking expression before she turned and called out with a loud booming voice. Ryu. Belle heard footsteps approaching his left and he turned his head to see the stoic-faced green-haired elf who was holding a tray full of cups and dishes. Yes, Mama? We are running low on groceries, so you need to do a grocery run and buy some supplies. Ryu nodded her head. Shall I bring Seer with me? Although Ryu's tone was still calm, he detected some slight excitement in her voice. No. Instead, you will be taking Belle with you. Huh? What? Mia's statement surprised the 2 and sky-colored eyes met crimson before both turned back to the owner of the pub. Why do you want me to bring Mr. Cranel? He doesn't even work here. Because he has a question that I believe you are the most suited to answer. Besides, it's super busy right now, and I can't have 2 of my waitresses out during a time like this. Mia said as she gestured to the incredibly busy rush hour that was taking place in the pub. After surveying the pub, Ryu's gaze flickered to Belle's before focusing back on Mia. I suppose that is fine, although has Mr. Cranel agreed to this? Bell opened his mouth to respond, but before words could leave his mouth, he was beaten to it by the 6-foot dwarf. Yes, he has agreed to it, because if he does, I'll let him have his lunch and tomorrow's breakfast for free. Mia's statement caused Bell's mouth to go agape before he quickly recovered his usual stoic expression. However, his attempt to keep up appearances was in vain, based on Miss Grand's knowing smirk. Having noticed his facade was seen through, Bell just let out a disappointed sigh and nodded his head. Great! Mia reached from under the counter and pulled out a piece of paper and a sack of valise and handed both to Ryu. That should cover all that you need to buy on that list. Oh, and make sure you buy the extra groceries for the big reservation next week. Now scram! Mia didn't even wait for Ryu's reply and, with an amount of strength that surprised Bell, pushed the two outside the pub. While the hunter was taken aback by this, Ryu took it in stride and turned to Bell. Let's head out. Of course. Where will we be heading? Bell asked. She's strong. Very strong. We will be heading to the market district, which is southwest of the Hostess of Fertility. Follow me. Ryu turned right and started to walk west, and Bell followed. The market district was filled with people of various races, once again reminding Bell on how different the atmosphere of this place was compared to Yharnam. Unlike Yharnam, whose citizens were either dead or insane, the people of Orario were energetic, cheerful, happy. Humans were conversing with all of the various races. A group of dwarfs were laughing with deep bellowed voices as they clanged their flasks, which were most likely filled with alcohol, together. Amazoness walked around wearing little to no clothes, drawing lustful gazes from male adventurers and contemptuous looks from elves. Was there a possibility that Yharnam was similar to this? Happy and full of life? These thoughts filled Bell's mind before he snuffed them out. That it was pointless thinking about that nightmare. All it did was bring up awful memories that Bell wanted to banish from his hippocampus. Besides, he had something more important to focus on. I apologize for taking Sear's spot in your usual errand, Bell said. There is no need to apologize. There will be other opportunities to talk to Sear. Now, Ryu turned her head to look at Bell. What was it that you wanted to ask me? She asked with a soft, gentle tone. Well, I was hoping you could tell me everything I need to know about pursuing the occupation of being an adventurer. Everything about becoming an adventurer. The green-haired waitress trailed off with a tone that was nostalgic but also simultaneously sad. She appeared to be staring off into space, reminiscing about something based off of her small smile and pain that lingered in her eyes. She then blinked rapidly as if to push those thoughts out of her head and looked back at Bell. That is quite a loaded question which will take some time to answer. Well, based on how long that list Miss Grand gave you is, I believe we have more than enough time to discuss adventuring. The white-haired boy pointed at the list and Ryu checked the list again, and he was correct. There was well over 20 items they had to buy, and it was going to be a long day. That we do. Ryu nodded her head. But before we begin, there is one question I must ask you. And what is that? Bell asked, hoping she wasn't alluding to their previously unfinished conversation last night. Based on your trip into the dungeon, what do you think the dungeon is? That is a peculiar question, the hunter said, feeling relieved that Ryo didn't bring up their late-night conversation, but also confused at the green-haired elf's question. It is an odd question, Ryo confirmed with a nod, but I would like to hear your thoughts on it. The white-haired boy started to ponder Ryu's question. What is the dungeon? All it seemed to be was a complex labyrinth that spawned beasts for adventurers to kill, right? The only major point was that it was the only dungeon in Genkai. There was a possibility there was more to the dungeon, but his trip into it was kind of a blur. The confused hunter told her this. A sufficient answer for someone who went into the dungeon once. But there is so much more to the dungeon than what meets the eye. What does the dungeon have to do with an eye? Ryu stopped walking and stared at Bell, who stared back at her with a tilt in his head. He gave off the impression of a curious and confused rabbit, which amused Ryu, though she didn't show it. When I say more than meets the eye, I mean that the situation or object is more complicated and detailed than it looks. It is an idiom. Okay. Sorry about that, Bell said, cursing his lack of social skills. Despite having Queen Annalise rebuilt his horrendous social skills during his time as her knight, she didn't teach him what she called peasant talk, and thus didn't educate him on slang or weird sayings such as that idiom Ryu used. There is no need to apologize. And there is more to the dungeon than what people think there is. During your trip into the dungeon, wasn't it strange that the monsters appeared to spawn from the wall themselves? Yes, it was strange, Bell said, confirming Ryu's question. Although the hunter had seen a magnitude of stranger things during his time in Yharnam, such as the One Reborn, an artificial god created by melting together the corpses of countless people, seeing literal monsters spawn from the walls was still pretty bizarre. That is because the dungeon is alive. The green-haired elf statement caused a chill to flow through Bell's spine, and he looked at Ryu with a look of disbelief. "Come again?" he asked, not believing what he just heard. "The dungeon is alive," Ryu repeated. "Please explain." Although no one knows exactly why or how, the dungeon acts and behaves like a living being. It is capable of repairing itself on its own and spawn monsters from its wall to deal with adventurers. So the dungeon is like a living being's immunity system? Adventurers are the invading pathogens, while the monsters are the dungeon's white blood cells sent out to fight against the virus. Very much like that, Ryo confirmed with a nod, impressed by the hunter's quick analogy. "Please continue," Bell said, wanting to hear everything that Ryu had to say about the dungeon before saying anything else. The dungeon also has an immense hatred toward the adventurers and deities, and will take great measures to eliminate any that walk into its floors, Ryu added, dropping another bombshell onto the white-haired boy's head. "Hate? You mean to tell me the dungeon can actually experience emotions?" Bell exclaimed in disbelief. "Not all of the emotions a living being can experience, but yes, it can feel hate." "Fascinating," Bell muttered as he pondered over what Ryu just said to him. "You said the dungeon would take great measures to eliminate any that walk into its floors. How great are these measures?" "They vary depending on who is in the dungeon. For adventurers, the dungeon may spawn a monster party, which is when an abnormal amount of monsters are spawned at once, usually done to eliminate the adventurer." "Is this a common occurrence?" Bell inquired. "No, it is completely random. The likelihood of a monster party spawning when you yourself are in the dungeon is impossible to predict," Ryu said, shaking her head. "What about the deities?" Bell asked reluctantly. Ryu detected slight scorn in the boy's tone when he said deities, but she ignored it and continued. "The hate the dungeon feels towards adventurers pales in comparison to the deities. The moment it detects one in its floors, it will immediately seal off the exits of the floor and spawn a black version of a monster. A black version of a monster is a stronger version of the monster that can display some form of intelligence." Ryo finished as she stared at Bell, who had a look of astonishment on his face. "I don't really know what to say to that," he muttered after a couple seconds of silence. He was unnerved but also fascinated by what Ryu just told him. The hunter had seen stranger things during his time in Yharnam, such as the hunter's nightmare, an eternal hellscape where hunters drunk on blood hunt and murder each other in an endless cycle of main and misery. But a dungeon being alive and capable of expressing hatred to its invaders was completely new to him. "Now you see that the dungeon is more than it appears to be," Ryu said after giving the albino a few moments to digest what she just said. "There's more that I need to tell you." As Ryu and Bell walked around the market stalls, buying all the food and ingredients Mia needed, Ryu started to go more into detail on various aspects of the dungeon, which Bell absorbed like a sponge thrown in water. The dungeon was massive with only 59 floors explored, and most of them haven't even been properly mapped. The dungeon floors were divided into various sections. The upper floors consist of floors 1 to 12, the middle floors consist of floors 13 to 24 with a safe floor at floor 18 where the town of Rivera resided, lower floors consist of floors 26 to 36 and the deeper floors which consist of floors 37 and onward. This led to another point. When you enter the dungeon, prepare for a two-way trip. There are no shortcuts in the dungeon, so if you are planning on going to any floor, make sure to bring enough supplies and reserve enough strength to make it back to the surface. This especially applies to the deeper floors because some floors take more than a day to reach, such as the 59th floor which takes about 5 days to reach. She then went over the purpose of adventuring the dungeon. The main purpose of adventuring was to keep the monsters at bay and from reaching the surface. Although this can be seen as a noble cause, the main incentive is fame, recognition, power, and Valis. Every time monster contains a magic stone which can be exchanged at the guild for Valis. But still, there was one point of contention about adventuring. In order to become an adventurer, one needed to dedicate themselves to a deity and have said deity bestow upon them a falna. "Is everything all right?" Ryu asked, noticing how Bell twitched when she mentioned how one becomes an adventurer. "Nothing. I just don't have a very high opinion on deities. Actually no, I hate them," Bell muttered as he recalled the moon presence, the great one that cursed him in Yharnam and sent him into a cycle of endless death and despair. The boy's bold statement and the venom that he spat out when he said deities caused a shudder to flow through her. It was obvious based on his tense facial expression and sudden change in tone that he indeed hated them. Before Ryo could ask why, The hunter quickly spoke to deny her the chance. Do I really need to join a familia in order to become an adventurer? Bell spoke quickly, not liking the idea of dedicating himself to a god or goddess. While you don't necessarily need to be part of a familia in order to explore the dungeon, it is usually necessary since monsters in the dungeon are nearly impossible for people without a falna to kill. But I suppose in your case you don't need one, the elf answered. That's a relief. Can we please talk about something else? The boy inquired, clearly wanting to steer the conversation away from gods, which Ryu agreed. All right. Can we continue our conversation from last night? Shit. Out of everything we could talk about, she had to bring up that. Bell thought with a grimace. Unbeknownst to the green-haired waitress, what she wanted to talk about related to what he wanted to avoid. I don't want to talk about it. But you said you would last night. I don't care. Drop it. Why? Because revealing that to you would be revealing my darkest secret. It would be like asking you to tell me what substantial change in your life caused you to dye your blonde hair green. The aggravated hunter snapped, causing the green-haired elf to recoil back with wide eyes. She reached to grab a strand of her hair and noticed that at the end of her strand was barely noticeable yellow hair. "'Tis a very personal topic for me and I don't want to talk about it. I apologize for snapping at you." Not only was it a very personal topic to Bell, but even if he wanted to talk about it with someone else, revealing his contract to Flora, the great one that summoned him to Yharnam, was out of the question. What was he going to say? "Hey, Miss Lion. Before I arrived in Orario, I was actually mauled by a pack of wolves, and instead of being sent to the afterlife, I was summoned to the hunter's dream by Flora, who, by the way, is a great one, which are supreme beings that can exist across multiple planes of existence. It granted me the ability to use the echoes of my enemy's blood to enhance my abilities, and by slaughtering every beast in Yharnam and dying countless times, I was able to reach a level of power and skill that allowed myself to defeat the very same being that summoned me to the hunter's dream." Could he tell her that without sounding like a madman? Absolutely not. There was also the fact that he had only met Miss Lion last week. While she was pleasant company and was definitely capable of keeping a secret, he wasn't sure if he trusted her enough to reveal what was perhaps his greatest secret. The secret that allowed him to cheat death but changed him forever. But still, he felt some guilt flow through him. He said he would talk to her about it yesterday, and he went back on his word. Not only that, but he snapped at her. "It's fine. I probably would have acted in a similar way if someone was trying to pry my greatest secret out of me too. I didn't know the topic was this sensitive to you." Ryu accepted his apology, which relieved Bell. Although, the elf was staring at the white-haired boy with an inquisitive expression, as if she was contemplating something. "I am curious about why you think dyeing my hair a different color has to do with some change in my life. It's not something out of the ordinary if a woman wants to change their hair color. That would be the case if you weren't an elf." Bell shot back. "And what does being an elf have to do with that?" Ryu questioned with narrowed eyes. "For the past week, I have been reading a plethora of books about the cultures of races and people watching." "You were people watching?" The elven waitress parroted with a raised eyebrow and deadpan tone. "Yes, I have, and, oi, don't give me that look. 'Tis not weird." The childish tone Bell used as he defended himself from Ryu's judgmental gaze was so different from his usual monotone voice that it elicited a small smile from her, which caused Bell to stop momentarily before coughing into his hand. "Anyway, based on my observations and what I have read, I have concluded that the elven race is a prideful race that believes they are superior to the other races, and their actions show this. They look down upon others, speak to other races with contempt, and do not allow people to touch them, especially members of other races. Of course, not all elves act like this, especially the elves in Orario, but it isn't uncommon for an elf to act like this. No offense," Bell quickly added, not wanting to offend the elf. "None taken. As much as it pains me to say it, what you said is true," Ryu reluctantly admitted. She recalled her home forest of Ryumilia and how she thought that beautiful elves were the ugliest of all people because of how they treated the other races. She was so sickened by their behavior that she decided to leave her home forest and travel to Orario, only to come to the realization that she acts exactly like the elves in her homeland. Only 3 people have been able to touch her bare skin without eliciting such a violent reaction. There was Elise, her deceased friend who was the captain of the now disbanded Astria Familia. Seer, her dear friend that brought her back from the brink of death and gave her a new reason to live. And the third. She directed her gaze on the boy who was walking with her. "Miss Lion, is something wrong?" Bell solicited. "Nothing is wrong. Please continue." "Their behavior is unsurprising to me, considering that elves are capable of living long lives, naturally excel at magic, and our naturally sense of pride the elves have applies to multiple aspects of their life like the ones I previously stated. But one thing I did notice especially was how the elves are proud of their appearance and try to look as naturally beautiful as possible. What led you to this conclusion? Ryu asked. The foundation of my findings is based on what I learned from elven culture. Elves have an intimate connection with nature, and this is because their homeland are the forests such as the Royal Forest, which is located east of Orario. They believe it is their duty to maintain and protect the forest from external threats. This intimate connection elves have with nature has influenced the way they want to present themselves. They are proud of their natural beauty and want to emphasize that. When I was out shopping for clothes, I noticed that one of the main selling points of shops that catered to elves was that their clothes are all made with natural materials. My second observation has to do with cosmetics. Cosmetics as in makeup. Cosmetics are mixtures of chemical compounds derived from either natural resources or synthetically created ones. They serve many purposes such as skincare or to enhance or alter one's appearance. Females and goddesses frequently use cosmetics such as makeup, eyeliner, or lipstick to enhance their physical appearance, but I didn't spot a single female elf that used any cosmetics. After taking these observations, I asked myself, why do elves do this? It's because elves take pride in their natural beauty, and any substances that alter their appearance in an unnatural way is looked down upon. A cultural taboo essentially. This cultural taboo not only applies to makeup, but it also applies to other things that alter one's natural appearance such as tattoos. Bell directed his gaze to the barely noticeable strands of yellow hair in the elven waitress's hair. And dyed hair. I fail to see how that relates to some substantial change in my life. Although Ria's stoic expression hasn't changed, the hunter knew he was onto something based off of her hesitation to respond, her defensive tone, and the way her grip on the bag of groceries tightened. You dyeing your hair goes against the cultural norms of the elven people. And that could just be me not following elven customs. You said it yourself that not all elves act in ways that adhere to elven culture, Ryu argued. True. You could argue that you don't adhere to those cultural norms, and that has some merit. Unlike other elves, you don't speak to others with a hint of contempt. However, like the majority of elves, you don't like it when other people touch your bare skin, which can lead to violent reactions, such as that incident 2 nights ago where you nearly broke a drunk patron's wrist when he tried to grope you. There's also the fact that I haven't seen you use any cosmetics to enhance your appearance, which is consistent with how other female elves act. Bell countered. Not like you need any. The albino suddenly thought. Even by elf standards, Ryu was exceptionally beautiful. Ryu opened her mouth to reply but couldn't find any words to counter Bell's argument. What he said was accurate and her actions support his claim. She, like other elves, didn't wear any makeup and she reacts violently to anyone that tries to touch her bare skin. Seeing that the elven waitress had nothing else to say, the hunter took this as an opportunity to finalize his argument. Because you act in a way that adheres to elven customs, it makes me wonder as to why you dyed your hair, and I have thought up various possibilities. Bell started to list them off. You could be just trying to take a step away from elven customs, which Bell doubts concerning her behavior. Your friend Seer could have coerced you into dyeing your hair. Although unlikely, it is a possibility. He knew Seer and Ryu were more than just close friends. Not in a romantic or sexual sense, but in friendship, considering Seer is able to touch Ryu without eliciting a violent reaction. But the most likely reason. You dyed your hair because you are running from something. You are trying to hide your identity. What are you running from, Miss Lion? Bell knew his prediction was spot on based off of Ryu's body language. Her eyes widened a fraction, her eyebrows were raised high, her mouth was slightly agape, and her grip on the bag of groceries tightened. Meanwhile, Ryu was so caught off guard by Bell's deduction skills that she lost her false calm expression. Not only was he observant, but he was also very perceptive and intelligent. Although she recovered her composure in just a second, she knew the white-haired boy noticed and analyzed all of her movements, based on how his eyes darted around her body during that 1 second. Now look who's prying into other people's secrets, Ryu accused with a tone of defeat. The hunter was put into a momentary state of pause after hearing the green-haired waitress statement. Previously, he snapped at her for being persistent with her questions, and now here he is deducing Miss Lion's greatest secret. Didn't that make him a hypocrite? I apologize if I came off that way. I was just trying to prove a point. The question I asked was merely a rhetorical one that I do not expect you to answer. You have your secrets, and I have mine, so let's just leave it at that. I agree, Ryu said with relief in her voice. She was relieved that the boy's question was merely a rhetorical one. Hiding her identity was paramount. She was the infamous Galewind, an ex-high-level 4 adventurer of the Astria Familia that went on a rampage and slaughtered the entire Rudra Familia. If he deduced who she was and reported her to the guild, she would have to live on the run, which would devastate her because she would have to leave behind her new home and new friends. She was just glad Bell wasn't going to push for an answer. However, I am willing to make a compromise. Ryu directed her eyes back to Bell, who shifted the grocery bag to his left arm and raised his right hand. You can ask me 3 questions and I shall answer them to the best of my ability. Bell compromised while holding up 3 fingers. Why the sudden compromise? Ryu asked. She was grateful that Bell was willing to compromise, but it just seemed out of nowhere. I kind of feel bad for snapping at you previously and then deducing the reason you dyed your hair. Bell's calm gaze suddenly became softer. But I'm also doing it because you are nice to me and have treated me well. Our conversations in the morning have always been pleasant, and you kept my incident in the bathroom a secret. So thank you and ask away. To say that Ryu was surprised would be an understatement. From the 7 days she has spent with him at the Hostess of Fertility, it became apparent to her that Bell was a very private person. Whenever the other waitresses would ask him questions on where he was from or what was his life like before coming to Orario, he would either provide a vague answer or subtly and skillfully evade the question. He was very reluctant to share his past with anyone, but now he was allowing her to ask him 3 questions. She truly didn't know that her actions had this much of an impact on him. There were a plethora of questions that she could ask. Why do you dislike people touching your bare skin? What happened in the bathroom? What is the purpose of your glove ritual whenever you eat food? Do you wear gloves even though it is incredibly hot outside? Why do you have a dog whistle around your neck? Why did you go into the dungeon in the dead of night? You look like a rabbit. Can I pet your head? Oh, Ryu didn't know what caused that question to form in her head, but she focused on the questions that not only was she curious about, but also seer. As she was thinking about her questions, her eyes wandered to the sheath that hung at Bell's waist. My first question is about your weapon. How did you obtain such a weapon? I have never seen anything like it. A smile formed on Bell's face and his right hand unconsciously caressed the handle of his rakuyo. My rakuyo. 'Tis truly a one-of-a-kind blade that you won't find anywhere else. It was gifted to me by my master, Lady Maria. Nostalgia radiated from his voice as he recalled the moment he defeated his master. It must have been an impactful moment for you, Ryu commented. Oh, it was, Bell declared with an elevated voice. It was long and arduous, but after countless duels I was finally able to defeat her, and she gave me her blade, which only took over 1,000 deaths. Bell thought though it would be best to leave that part out. He was pretty sure he was the only human that has experienced death's embrace multiple times and come back from the dead. She must have been quite skilled. Yes, she was. Bell responded with a faraway look, as if he was reliving the memories he had with his master. I have another question about your weapon. What is it? I noticed that the pommel of your sword is attached to what appears to be a knife. Can you explain that? When Ryu asked that question, Bell felt the corner of his mouth rise. Have you ever heard of a trick weapon? Confidence leaked from his voice, as if he already knew the answer, and his confidence bore fruit when Ryu replied. No, can't say I have. As expected, this world hasn't caught up yet. Bell mumbled the last part under his breath, unknowingly being heard by the waitress. The sentence surprised her. He was speaking as if he was an outsider of this world. But before Ryu could give the sentence any more thought, the white-haired boy spoke up. A trick weapon is a weapon that is capable of transforming into a different version of itself or even a completely different weapon. Confusion was written all over Ryu's face, so he elaborated. For example, I possess a blade that is capable of transforming into a bow. As for my rakuyo, if I desire to, I can detach the knife from the pommel of my blade and dual-wield them. I find it hard to believe there is a sword capable of transforming into a bow. Ryu didn't know what to say other than that. A sword capable of transforming into a bow was preposterous and hard to wrap her head around. No one, not even the best blacksmiths in Orario, had come up with such a weapon before, which brings up another question. Where was Bell from? Just based on his transformable weapons, she could tell that the place he came from was more technologically advanced than even Orario when it came to weaponry. Perhaps I could show you it sometime. Anyway, what is your next question? Ryu opened her mouth to ask where he was from but stopped herself, because there was something she was concerned about, so she decided to ask about that instead. Why do you treat Seer differently from the rest of us? Are you really going to waste your second question on something like that? Bell asked with surprise in his voice. I do not consider it a waste. Ryu replied quickly. I have noticed that you act more distant and cold towards her compared to the rest of us, and she is saddened by it. She is my best friend and I want to be a good friend for her. So if she has done anything to you that caused this behavior, I can assure you she didn't mean anything by it. Bell was quiet and there was a brief pause before he began to speak. I don't have anything against her. It's just, how the hell was he supposed to answer this? As of right now, there was no evidence to suggest that Seer was a threat to him. It was just his gut feeling that he trusted during his eternal hunt was screaming at him that she was dangerous. Well, at least at the beginning when he first encountered her, it didn't make sense either. Unlike the other waitresses who were definitely ex-adventurers, Seer was someone who had no falna, which meant he could quickly end her life if he desired to. Of course, that wouldn't end well for him since he knew how protective every waitress and Miss Grand was towards her. He knew they had to be high-level adventurers and he wasn't sure how the power scaling of a deity's falna compared to his contract with Flora. He would have to find some way to test that to see how he was compared to first-tier adventurers. Bell hypothesized that his wariness could be because of her confidence and overly cheerful attitude. She was surrounded by waitresses and adventurers that could most likely end her life in an instant, but despite that, she appeared as if she was always in her element. This is because of course they are her friends, but he had also noticed she holds some sort of power over them. For example, Chloe had a fixation on his rear and sometimes she would try to grab it. Of course, he would slap her hand away every single time, but she only stopped when she received a glare from Seer. Another peculiar abnormality he noticed from Seer that set her apart from the other waitresses was how she responded to Miss Grand's more threatening commands. Miss Grand was the type of owner of an establishment that tolerated no bullshit from her customers and staff. Whenever she would command her waitresses to do something with a loud and imposing tone, all of the waitresses, even the stoic Miss Lion, would shudder in fear and carry it out without a second thought. But not Seer. Her cheerful expression would never change and she would follow the command in a nonchalant manner. She even displayed this behavior earlier in the afternoon, when Miss Grand told her to get back to work after she commented on how he was brighter. Bell let out a frustrated sigh in his mind. Maybe he is overthinking it and her behavior was part of the concept of friendship. Bell could confidently say he was knowledgeable in a lot of things, but friendship was not one of them. As much as he himself wanted to be part of it. I think her overly cheerful attitude caught me off guard. From where I came from, people with a cheerful attitude were putting on a facade to just use you and discard you once your use had run out. I am sorry to hear that, but Seer is one of the kindest people I have ever met, so I can reassure you that Seer's kindness is genuine, Ryu earnestly said. Yes, her kindness is genuine, Bell quietly said, recalling how she helped him yesterday and actually expressed genuine concern for him, which was rare since he could only recall 2 people in his life actually being worried about him. I can't promise I will treat her as if she was my best friend, but I shall stop acting so cold and distant toward her. I am relieved to hear that, thank you, Ryu said with relief in her voice. What is your last question? Why do you hate the gods? Bell's feet stopped moving and he stood in the center of the crowded street with an unreadable expression. I'm sorry, Mr. Cranel, for asking such an invasive question. I let my curiosity get the best of me and dash. It's fine. I said I would answer your 3 questions without fail and I shall hold myself to that. But please give me a few moments to construct an answer for you. Of course, Ryu replied. She could tell this was a sensitive topic for Bell, which caused her to feel guilty for asking such a question. But she was also curious. The deities are revered for their falnas and contributions to life on Genkai. So why did he harbor such hatred for them? After a few moments, Bell turned to Ryu and began to speak. I wasn't always like this, you know? Bell said with a sad tone as he gestured to himself with his hands. While I was traveling to Orario, I was just like any happy country boy, ignorant and eager to explore the world and escape their mundane village. A chuckle escaped the boy's lips. It was a pleasant sound and seemed so out of character for Bell that it took Ryu a couple of seconds to realize it was coming from the white-haired boy's lips. I even had a humorous but rather embarrassing goal that I wanted to accomplish in Orario, Bell chuckled, thinking of his goal of picking up girls in a dungeon by saving them, similar to a hero in those fairy tales, and even getting himself a harem. It was a ridiculous goal planted in his head by his grandpa. His dear grandpa that he remembered next to nothing about. Oh, how he wished he retained the memories of all the time he spent with his now deceased grandfather. I even wanted to be a... The boy trailed off and his expression became more melancholic. A hero. He didn't deserve to utter that word. He tried to be one in Yarnum and he failed spectacularly. He let Caroline be devoured by a pig. Ariana and the lonely old lady were gutted like a fish by an insane Adela. Eileen, his dear master, bled out on the staircase of the Grand Cathedral. These are just samples of his failure to be a hero in Yharnam. I was a country boy who had yet to experience the hardship that existed beyond his village, and I paid dearly for my ignorance. The albino muttered, recalling the moment his life ended for the first time. He could never properly remember the specific moment he died, considering it happened an eternity ago, but he never forgot the sensation of having his throat ripped out by a wolf. Something happened, which led to a chain of events that completely changed me. I was no longer a naive country boy. I became a hunter who was only good at hunting beasts. And it was all because of that despicable being. Bell seethed the last sentence out in anger, and his grip on the bag of groceries started to tighten. That deplorable god forced me to experience a never-ending cycle of pain and misery that I wouldn't even wish upon my worst enemy. I had to do things that I will have to live with for the rest of my life. I fucking hate that awful crumble. Bell, in his anger, accidentally squeezed the grocery bag, causing a majority of its contents to spill all over the ground. My apologies, I got carried away. I have just never had a single good experience with a god, which is why I hate them. It's fine. I can wash these when we return to the bar. Ryu quickly said to reassure Bell as the two squatted down to pick up the spilled contents. And I understand how you feel. You do? Bell asked in astonishment. Once everything was back in the bag, the two both stood up but didn't move. Sapphire eyes meet ruby. There are deities out there that want to do nothing but cause destruction and pain to those around them. A lot of adventurers and ordinary people have suffered because of the actions of some of the gods. Sadness gleamed in Ryu's sapphire eyes as she faltered in her sentence before continuing. I have suffered from their actions too, and I loathe them for it. But still, the elven waitress's mood elevated and her expression became more relaxed. There are good gods and goddesses out there. They are some of the most kind and compassionate people you will ever meet, Ryu said, feeling a sense of happiness as she recalled her goddess before her life was turned upside down. She looked at Bell and could tell he was skeptical of what she was saying. I am not trying to change your perception of deities. That would be presumptuous of me. I just hope a god or goddess treats you with kindness. The boy didn't reply, but Ryu could tell he was contemplating what she just said to him. She checked her list and was relieved to see that she needed one more item which was in the store in front of them. She turned to the boy who still had a contemplative look on his face. There is one more item I need to buy and it is in the store beside us. Would you like to wait out here? I'll only be gone for a few minutes. Yes, that would be preferable, Bell mumbled. Ryu nodded her head and walked into the store, leaving Bell alone on the busy street. A god that actually cares about mortals. What a strange thought. The Great Ones were the cause of the plague that plunged Yharnam into its forever state of anarchy and chaos. They didn't care at all for the human beings whose lives they have ruined or destroyed. All they cared about was to find a surrogate for their lost children. This was even done by the Moon Presence, who attempted to foster a new child for their own. Though Bell didn't understand how summoning hunters and having them hunt would achieve that goal. The thought processes of Great Ones were so bizarre and different from mortals that it was impossible to understand them. But then again, the Great Ones are substantially different from the gods in Genkai. Is she actually rabbit? It was a faint whisper, barely audible, but the hunter's enhanced senses picked up on the whisper and he turned around to face the source, and his fists clenched at his side. It was a god. The god that stood before him had long dark blue hair and eyes of the same color. He wore a slightly worn-out black robe, a tan-brown stole that reached down past his shoulders and brown shoes. Who are you calling a rabbit, god? Bell sneered the last word of his sentence as he glared at the deity before him. The last thing that he wanted to do right now was interact with a god. Being called a rabbit didn't even bother him too much, but just hearing it from a deity was enough to nearly set him off. The god's eyes widened when he heard Bell's statement. The hunter deduced he most likely didn't realize he said his thoughts out loud. Oh whoops. Sorry about that, I didn't mean to say that out loud. The god lightly chuckled, but it soon trailed off when he noticed how hostile the young boy's visage was. His comment about the boy's appearance looking like a rabbit must have ticked off the boy, so he tried to make amends. I'm really sorry about that comment. I didn't mean to offend you. The boy's glare didn't lessen at all, so the god tried a different approach. Let's start over. My name is Mayak, god of the Mayak Familia. Nice to meet you, Mayak said with a cheerful voice as he held out his hand to the boy for a handshake. Bell glanced at the outstretched hand and felt disgusted by it. He ignored the outstretched hand and directed his eyes back to the deity. I didn't ask for your name, god. Now what do you want with me? The god's countenance saddened and he lowered his outstretched hand in defeat. Good, maybe now he will go away. But to his surprise, the god recovers his jovial expression and continues to speak. I haven't seen you around in Orario, so you must be new. Are you trying to become an adventurer? He is still trying to talk to me? Bell thought in disbelief. That's none of our business. Bell sternly replied. The god was not put off by this, and he set his massive bag on the ground and began to rummage through it. Although Bell wanted this social interaction to be done as soon as possible, he found himself waiting for what the god was trying to grab from his bag. He didn't even know why he was still talking to the deity when the last thing he wanted to do right now was interact with one. Was it because he didn't want to back down? Did he want to prove to himself that he could one-up a god? He honestly didn't know, so he stood still and waited for the deity. The god's hand retracted from the bag and he was holding what appeared to be 2 flasks that appeared to have some purple liquid sloshing in them. What are those? Bell asked. They are healing potions. Although they are not the best, they can save your life in the dungeon. Take them, Mayak said as he held them out to Bell. Oh, so that is what he is trying to do. If you are trying to sell them to me, I'm not buying them. Bell snapped back. Nope. Mayak's smile grew wider. They are free. For the first time since the beginning of their conversation, the boy's distrusting and hostile demeanor dissolved. The boy had a look of disbelief on his face for just a second before adopting a more cautious one. He's offering me healing potions? For free? Bell thought as he examined the healing potions. No, there's more at play with this. Judging from his appearance and what he just offered to Bell, the god most likely specialized in potions. This could be some sort of manipulation tactic, manipulating him into becoming a frequent customer at his store by offering him free potions as a sample. Are these samples of your products? So that I shop at your store? That's not enough for me to take them. Nope, Mayak said once again. They are completely free. In fact, just to prove to you that I am not trying anything, I won't even tell you the name of my store. The god's statement perplexed Bell. He was offering him potions for free and there was no ulterior motive. All deities were greedy and viewed mortals as playthings for their amusement. So why was he doing this? Why are you offering free healing potions? I have been rude to you the entire conversation. I don't understand. The smile on the god's face changed. Bell couldn't quite tell, but the smile, while still jovial, was more caring and compassionate. It was a smile you would give to someone that you cared for. It's because I don't want to see a young man like you die in the dungeon. The god then looked off with a look of sadness. Too many young adventurers die in the dungeon. Seeing them run into the dungeon and never come back up is always hard to watch and something I don't think I'll ever get used to. The god then looked back to Bell with that same compassionate smile. If giving you these potions can prevent a young boy like you from dying in the dungeon, then I am willing to part from them. So please. Mayak raised his outstretched hand even more. Take them. The flabbergasted hunter gazed at Mayaka's face and to his shock, he was telling the truth. He could detect no lie from the god. There was a certain look in Mayaka's eyes, as if pleading for him to take the healing potions. After a brief pause, Bell slowly raised his right hand and delicately took the offered potions. Mayak smiled at this, satisfied that he was able to give the young boy something that could help him with his troubles in the dungeon. He then put a hand on the boy's shoulder and to the boy's surprise, he didn't flinch. Be safe out there. Those were the last words that Mayak uttered to the boy before he began to walk back to his home, mentally preparing himself for the harsh reprimand he will most definitely be receiving from the captain, and only member of his familia. The confused hunter watched as Mayak disappeared into the crowd. He opened his mouth to call out to the god, but no words left his mouth. Why? Why would a god do something like this? Suddenly, he recalled what Ryu said minutes before his conversation with Mayak. There are good gods and goddesses out there. They are some of the most kind and compassionate people you will ever meet. Bell directed his eyes back to the 2 healing potions. Is she actually right? Chapter 13. Thank you for your purchase. Please come again and have a nice day. I hope you have a nice day as well, Ryu replied with a slight nod. That should be everything we need, the elf thought as she compared the items in her bag with the items on her shopping list. She let out a quiet hum of approval and walked out of the store. Once Ryu exited the store, she spotted Bell, who had his back turned toward her and appeared to be inspecting something he was holding in his hands. She started to walk towards him and his head shot up and turned to meet her eyes. He subtly lifted his leather coat and placed whatever he was holding into his coat and turned to face her. Do we have everything? He asked. Yes, Let's head back now. The two began to walk back, and unlike their errand run, this walk was quiet. Ryu turned her head to look at her companion, and he had a neutral expression on his face. This usually wasn't out of the ordinary, but he looked as if he was contemplating something. The elven waitress decided that if he wanted a quiet walk back to the pub, then that was fair, and she kept her mouth shut. However, there is something that I would like to ask you, the boy said after a couple moments of silence. What is it? Ryu replied, interested in what Mr. Cranel wanted to ask her. About a day ago I had an altercation with an adventurer. He was chasing after a member of the prom race and was yelling about her being a shitty supporter. May I ask what a supporter is? A supporter is someone who accompanies an adventurer into the dungeon. Their job is usually to carry an adventurer's gear and extract the magic stones from the corpses of monsters the adventurer killed. This allows adventurers to stay in the dungeon for longer periods of time and focus more on killing monsters. Bell let out a hum as he listened to Ryu's explanation. It certainly made sense to have a supporter if you wanted to spend a long time in the dungeon. Even he would need one, considering he couldn't store objects from the waking world in the hunter's dream. Though there was still one thing that stood out to him. Are supporters treated with contempt by adventurers? The white-haired boy asked, and Ryu nodded. Unfortunately, yes. A majority of supporters are people who are not strong enough to become proper adventurers, and because of that, they are belittled for it. It sounded like that adventurer had bad intentions with that supporter. Is she all right? Ryu inquired. I don't know. Bell responded with uncertainty. By the time I dealt with the adventurer, she was long gone. There was a hint of disappointment in his voice. He most likely traumatized her, depending on when she left their altercation. She could have seen him cut off that man's hand, or even when he threatened to kill him. The last thing he wanted to do was terrify a little girl. He could only hope she took her chance to run the moment he used himself as a barrier against her and the adventurer. Well, at least you saved her from that adventurer. The elven waitress noticed that Bell twitched when she said, saved, but didn't comment on it. This topic made her remember something about the dungeon that she hasn't talked to Bell about yet. Mr. Cranel, there is one more thing that I need to talk to you about when it comes to the dungeon. What is it? Bell replied, slightly caught off guard by Ryu's raised voice. Dungeon etiquette. The dungeon is a dangerous place because not only are monsters your enemies in the dungeon, but your fellow adventurers can be too. What do you mean? On the surface, the Guild and Ganesha Familia are the forces that uphold the law in Orario, but their authority does not apply in the dungeon. There is a saying, what happens in the dungeon stays in the dungeon, which means whenever adventurers have a personal vendetta, they settle it in the dungeon. Yes, Ryu confirmed with a nod. It is not an uncommon thing for adventurers to settle their differences in the dungeon, so be prepared for retaliation. I appreciate the warning, Miss Lion. Bell responded with gratitude, satisfying Ryu. However, if that scum is smart, then he won't try anything else. There was a hint of smugness in the boy's tone that caught Ryu completely off guard. The elf didn't really know how to respond to that, so the rest of their journey back was spent in silence. The waitress and hunter soon arrived back at the hostess of fertility. The pair entered the back door leading to the kitchen, the smell of delicious food invading their nostrils the moment they opened the door. Thank you for helping me carry all the groceries back, the elven waitress said as she set her bags of groceries onto the kitchen table. No need to thank me. I should be the one thanking you for answering all of my questions. Bell replied as he did the same. Of course. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask me. I'll keep that in mind. Ryu expected Bell to walk out the back door to head to the dungeon, but instead, he began to walk to the open doorway leading to the main area of the pub. I thought you wanted to go to the dungeon. Bell stopped mid-step and turned his head to look at Ryu. That was the plan, but there are some things that I need to think about. I'll be down in time for dinner. Bell tipped his tricorn hat to the waitress before walking out of the kitchen. Ryu heard thumps coming from the staircase as he walked up the stairs leading to the second floor. Did what I say affect him that much? Ryu, you're back. Seer rounded the corner and threw her arms around her elven friend, giving her a big hug. I missed you so much. Seer, we were only gone for half an hour, Ryu pointed out with a small smile. A smile that she reserved for her best friend. I know, Seer exclaimed as she backed up from her friend. So, oh, no? Ryu swallowed when she noticed Seer gave her the smile she uses whenever she is in a teasing mood. How was your date with Bell Cranel? It was Ryu twitched when she processed what her dear friend said to her. Heat began to rise in her cheeks at Seer's question. The elf coughed into her hand in an attempt to regain her composure. It wasn't a date, Seer. He helped me bring back some groceries and we talked. That's all that happened. Oh, so you guys talked. What did you talk about? Just some questions? Oh. Seer's teasing smile widened as she leaned closer to her blushing friend. Did he ask to hold your hand like he did that one night? Poof. Ryu's face became redder and redder as she began to reply that night in her head. Seer. I'm joking, Ryu. You're too easy to tease, Seer said with a giggle. The gray-haired waitress decided she teased her friend enough and gave her a means of escape. Let's get back to work, unless we want Mamma Mia yelling at us again. The satisfied human and flustered elf walked out of the kitchen, back into the fray of taking orders and delivering food to hungry customers. Month 1, Day 8. Today was the day Bell went into the dungeon with a clear head. Ready to make some Valis, however, there was a problem. In order to exchange monster crystals, one had to be registered as an adventurer. And in order to be officially recognized as an adventurer, one had to be in a familia. Therein lies the problem. He was not recognized as an official adventurer, which meant he was not capable of exchanging monster crystals for Valis at the guild. Fortunately, there was a loophole that Bell discovered. While he wasn't allowed to exchange monster crystals in the guild, there wasn't anything they could do to prevent him from venturing into the dungeon. That meant all he needed to do was kill beasts and find someone that could exchange the crystals for him. And the best person to use for this was a supporter. But there was another problem. As Bell scanned the courtyard outside of the dungeon, it seemed like all of the supporters were paired up with other adventurers. Bell let out a sigh and decided he would just go hunt beasts and deal with finding a supporter later. It would be fine if he just held on to them and waited another day. However, just before he started to head towards the entrance, he felt a presence behind him. He turned around to face a massive backpack. Hello, mister. Bell directed his sight downward and he had to suppress his urge to back up in surprise. It was the same girl he saved 2 days ago. The girl was wearing a slightly torn red and white hooded top, a red skirt, black tights, and light brown boots. All of this was covered by the massive coat she wore that reached all the way down to her ankles. She wore a massive backpack that was way bigger than her. Bell would have asked how she was able to carry such a massive backpack if he wasn't hyper-focused on her face. The girl's face momentarily morphed into Caroline's and Bell became drenched in guilt. Mister, did you hear what I said? Bell stomped his sadness into the ground and regained his composure. Forgive me, I spaced out. What were you saying? Bell asked with a false calm tone. I was saying, although this is sudden, are you in need of a supporter? What a coincidence. Here I was looking for a supporter, and the girl that I protected 2 days ago is asking me if I need a supporter. Bell thought with amusement, though he was focused on something else. Are you okay? That adventurer didn't try anything else with you, right? The white-haired boy asked with a concerned voice. To his surprise, the girl had a confused countenance, as if she had no idea what he was talking about. Huh? What are you talking about? Lily has never seen you before. Bell shook his head in denial. You look exactly like that prom supporter that was running from an adventurer 2 days ago. Do you really not recognize me? Think you have Lily confused for someone else. Lily said as she reached for her hood and pulled it back, revealing a pair of dog ears. Lily isn't a prom. Lily is a Chianthrope. She even lifted her coat to show off her tail, providing more proof that she was a Chianthrope. Impossible, Bell exclaimed mentally in disbelief. He knew he hadn't mistaken her for someone else. Her height and appearance were nearly identical to the sweet girl he met in Yarnum. She was a splitting image of Caroline. There was no way he was wrong. Without thinking, Bell reached out and grabbed one of her dog ears, surprising the girl as he gently rubbed his fingers on her ear. Although the gloves took away much of his sense of touch, he could feel genuine fur on the dog ears. They're actually real. Did I somehow not notice them when I first encountered her? And Mr. Him. Bell turned his attention back to the girl, who was blushing furiously. Finally realizing what he was doing, he quickly retracted his hand. I am very sorry. Bell quickly apologized, knowing how insensitive that was for him to do. Based on what he read, touching an animal person's ears or tail was an intimate act saved for very close friends or loved ones, and he carelessly threw that cultural aspect to the ground. It's fine. But you'll have to take responsibility for that and hire Lily as a supporter. Lily exclaimed in a loud tone. Bell's eyes widened at Lily's earnest and desperate tone. That is possible. You'll hire Lily? The girl exclaimed with stars in her eyes. Don't get ahead of yourself because first, I must ask you something. What is it? Why are you trying so hard to have me hire you as a supporter? We haven't even introduced ourselves. Oh, please forgive Lily. Lily's name is Lilaruka Arde, a member of the Soma Familia. My name is Bell Cranel. Pleased to meet you. Bell replied while bowing his head, giving her hunter's salutations. He was curious as to why Lily referred to herself in third person, but he had something more important to deal with. Now you still haven't answered my question. Why are you trying so hard to get me to hire you? Don't you have some Familia members that you could accompany? He said with suspicion. There was something off about this. If she was in a Familia, why didn't she just party up with them? Why was she alone? The outgoing girl suddenly became withdrawn. She broke eye contact with Bell and found the ground more favorable to look at. Her expression became downtrodden and her hands were fidgeting with each other. Lily can answer Mr. Bell's question, but can we talk somewhere else? Lily would prefer it if we talk somewhere else, Lily said with a subdued voice. Of course. The two walked to the fountain that was in the front of the dungeon entrance and sat down at a nearby bench. Lily can't accompany her fellow Familia members because they want nothing to do with her. All they see is a small, weak little girl, Lily said, gesturing to her tiny frame to emphasize her point. I don't understand. Have you tried talking to your deity about this? Surely they can do something. It was definitely a long shot. There was a possibility that her deity was one of the kind deities that supposedly exists in Orario. Lily shook her head to the side, denying his statement. Of course her deity wouldn't help her. What was I thinking? Anger started to swell up inside Bell, but he remembered his conversation with Ryu and his encounter with the god Mayak. Focus, he thought, mentally shaking his head. One of Queen Annalisa's teachings was to prioritize problems. He'd deal with the situation at hand first before thinking about his unresolved questions about deities. Because of that, Lily is struggling to find a party that will accept her. If Lily doesn't make more money, she won't have enough money to buy food and she will have to live on the streets. Please. She suddenly latched onto Bell like he was her lifeline and stared into his wide eyes with tearful eyes. Please hire Lily. Lily doesn't want to end up on the streets. Please calm yourself, Bell said as he quickly pried the girl off of him, uncomfortable at the sudden physical contact. Lily is sorry about that, but will you hire Lily as a supporter? The girl asked, slight hope in her voice. Bell started to think. Although he needed a supporter to exchange the monster crystals for Valis, he was finding himself reluctant to hire her. His gut was telling him there was something more to her than meets the eye, as Rio would say. There was no way this girl was different from the prom he encountered 2 days ago. Their physical appearance and height were exactly the same with the exception of the dog ears. Did she have some form of magic that allowed her to change her appearance? Or did he actually miss them when he first encountered her? He knew he wasn't in the best mental state when he first saw her, but his time during his eternal hunt trained him to take note of every physical characteristic of anyone he came across. It just didn't seem possible for him to miss something as noticeable as dog ears still, as he gazed at her hopeful expression. Her hands clasped together as if she was praying for him to say yes. Her appearance again slowly morphed into that of Caroline. The girl's long coat and backpack disappeared, replaced with a crimson dress that belonged in the Victorian era. The blood-soaked red ribbon that Bell found in the sewers of Yarnum slowly materialized onto the girl's hair. Yes, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter. I love you almost as much as Mum, Dad, and Granddad. Bell's guilt reached a crescendo when he recalled those endearing words the girl blessed upon his undeserving self before being devoured by that pig. The pain Bell felt from the guilt was equivalent to swallowing hundreds of sharp needles. Oh, how he wished he could go back in time to correct his worst mistake. But perhaps, is this my road to forgiveness? The thought surfaced in Bell's mind, but he already knew the answer to this question. Nothing he could do would make up for letting that pig devour Caroline, but this could be his opportunity to prevent this girl from suffering a similar fate. He could tell this girl wasn't strong and would most likely perish in the dungeon. Bell's morbid mind flashed a picture of the girl's corpse with lifeless eyes, and he immediately felt like vomiting. If something were to happen to her because he denied her the chance to be his supporter just because he was a little suspicious of her, he would never forgive himself. It would be like him being the reason Caroline died all over again. He would rather die than let that happen. Bell made his decision and spoke. All right, I'll hire you. You will. The white-haired boy nodded his head and Lily leapt in joy. Yes. Thank you so much, Master Bell. Bell felt his lips quirk upward as he watched Lily jump around in joy. This girl was kind of adorable. She was like a cheerful Caroline, but with dog ears, of course. How does a partnership between an adventurer and supporter work? Do I need to pay you some compensation or something like that? The white-haired boy asked. Lily shook her head. No, because this is our first time working together. We'll treat this as some sort of trial run so we can just share the profits. Bell nodded his head. Sounds reasonable. I look forward to working with you. Lily could say the same thing. And so, the hunter and supporter began to make their way to the dungeon, the latter not expecting what was about to happen. The world is a cruel place, and this was a fact that Lily was constantly reminded of. When she was a toddler, her parents were taken from her when they never returned from their trip into the dungeon. When she tried to become an adventurer, multiple close brushes with death quickly made her realize she didn't have the talent nor the skill to be one. When she became a full-time supporter, she was discriminated against and abused just because she wasn't strong enough to be an adventurer. She didn't even have the luxury of friends or family members she could trust. She quickly learned that the members of her familia, the Soma familia, were not to be trusted. Their minds, corrupted by the heavenly drink that Soma frequently made, caused them to view Lily as nothing but a tool to be used to get them more money. Money was at the forefront of all of the Soma familia members' minds because if they made enough, they had a chance of drinking Soma's heavenly drink. She understood that need to drink his beverage. She had drank it once, and no words could properly describe how delicious that drink truly was. The moment the drink went down her throat, everything changed. Nothing else mattered to her. Her only goal in her mind was consuming that heavenly drink. This lasted for months until she willed herself against the drink. Although the drink was truly the most delicious thing she has ever tasted, its divine taste enslaved you, corrupted you. It was capable of warping the kindest people into slaves that would do anything to just have a sip of the beverage. She needed to leave her familia as soon as possible. However, in order to do that, she needed money, and a lot of it. This need for money to escape the chains that bound her to the Soma familia, combined with the constant cruelty she faced as a supporter, forced her to develop a mindset that the ends justify the means. As long as she got enough money to escape the Soma familia, anything she did to achieve that goal was justified. And that is why she sought out her mysterious rescuer. She had been worried that he would have blown her off or mistreated her, but those thoughts quickly dissolved. Their encounter was brief and strange, but it gave her a vital piece of information she could work with. She reminded Bell of someone he deeply cared for. This was made obvious during their encounter. He called her by a name she did not have and hugged her with a strong grip, as if he was afraid she would disappear. He even defended her from that adventurer she stole from without any hesitation. She had used this to her advantage when she approached him, acting helpless and saying she would be on the streets if he didn't let her accompany him into the dungeon, and for the most part it worked. Now all she had to do was wait for the right moment to steal that weapon of his. Although she couldn't see the blade itself, it must be expensive based on how detailed the shaft was. It was probably as expensive as a first-tier weapon. A first-tier weapon is usually worth millions of valis, so if she can just steal it from this adventurer and sell it, she would be finally free. Lily nearly trembled in anticipation of being freed from the chains that bound her to the Soma familia. Based on his voice and the way he looked around the dungeon with wonder, he had to be young and new to Orario. This was going to be an easy job, or so she thought. Lily was taken aback when Bell's eyes suddenly narrowed. His feet stopped walking and he remained rooted in place as he held out his arm to prevent Lily from walking forward. Is something wrong, Master Bell? Something is coming. Right after Bell said that, a goblin appeared around the corner. The pitiful creature smiled widely once it spotted the two adventurers and started to wobble towards them. Lily was about to raise her wrist crossbow to kill the goblin, but her view of the creature was obstructed by the white-haired boy, who began to walk towards the goblin in a calm manner. It was only a matter of time until the two beings clashed together, but Lily immediately noticed one peculiar thing. He wasn't pulling his weapon out. Lily was perplexed by this. Was this boy actually going to try to fight this goblin without a weapon? Her suspicions were confirmed when Bell stopped walking and stayed in the center of the room without making any motion to grab his weapon, content on waiting for the goblin to approach him. The goblin appeared to be delighted by this as it sped up its wobbling to attack the unarmed adventurer. Lily couldn't help but look at the scene playing before her with a sense of disbelief and irritation. Was Bell really going to try to kill a goblin without his weapon? Once the goblin reached its target, it finally attacked. The green creature raised its club high and swung down with all of its might, when a hand suddenly flew upward and blocked the blow with said hand. Ha! The hand didn't shake as it held the goblin's blow back, as if it took no physical effort to do so. It was like a human adult blocking a punch from a child. Like Lily, the goblin was in disbelief as its head slowly raised to look at the adventurer. Yellow eyes met crimson, and the monster's expression turned horrid. Thrack! Bell's right hand rocketed toward the goblin and slammed into its left cheek. A sick crunching sound echoed throughout the dungeon as the bones in the goblin's neck couldn't withstand the sudden force, causing them to break. With its neck broken, the goblin's head yielded and spun 180 degrees before collapsing to the ground. Holy shit! Lily thought as she gawked with an open mouth at what just happened. Her eyes couldn't keep up with Bell's strike. In the span of an eye blink, he dislocated the jaw and snapped the neck of the goblin. Lily then heard a wet squelching sound. She gasped as she watched Bell's hand pierce through the goblin's chest, as if it were paper, and ripped out the monster crystal, causing the corpse to disintegrate. It's best if we keep moving, lest we run out of beasts to hunt. His tone was calm but authoritative, knocking Lily out of her shocked state. Why yes, Lily is coming. Lily started to run over to Bell, her enormous backpack shaking back and forth in a comedic manner, emphasizing how small the girl really was. Bell watched with a smile hidden underneath his bandana. Let's move out. And so they did. And to Lily's astonishment, Bell continued to fight and kill the monsters with nothing but his bare hands. It didn't matter which monster. Goblin, kobold, dungeon lizards, even the frog shooters were all pummeled to death. They posed no threat to him, Lily thought as she watched Bell dispatch each monster that crossed their path. Each strike from Bell was swift and powerful, creating minor shockwaves whenever his fists made contact with the monsters, which resulted in them being almost blown to smithereens. The amount of power Bell put into those punches contrasted with his demeanor, which appeared to be completely calm, as if he was taking a pleasant walk. Did I partner up with a high-level adventurer? This was the only logical conclusion Lily could think of. His punches were powerful enough to one-shot upper-level monsters, and when he demolished that goblin, his punch was so quick she couldn't even perceive the attack. He had to at the very least be a level 3, but Lily felt like she was lowballing with that prediction. This is bad. Really bad. The higher your level was, the more enhanced your senses were. Even though Lily considered herself an excellent thief, she wasn't confident she could swipe a weapon from a high-leveled adventurer without alerting them. The sound of rumbling rang in her ears. She then began to hear cracking sounds coming from the wall, and when she turned her head to see the source, her eyes widened. Coming out of the walls were figures around 160 centimeters tall. They had a vaguely humanoid shape but were devoid of skin or hair. Every part of their body looked like a pitch-black shadow, except the single eye that sat in the middle of their head. War shadows were spawning in front of them from the walls, and there were a lot of them. They all detached from the wall and, like a hive mind, all turned their heads simultaneously to the two adventurers. The impassive stare from the war shadows' purple gazes caused Lily to tense up and back up instinctively. War shadows were considered newbie killers, and it made sense. All it would take for a war shadow to kill her was one swipe, maybe two if she was lucky enough to survive the first, from one of their claws. Her backpack soon slammed against her partner, reminding her she wasn't alone. Master Bell, I think now would be best for you to dash. Bang! Lily was cut off when an extremely loud noise pierced her ears. The sound was so loud that it caused her ears to ring intensely, making her instinctively cover them in a frantic manner. What was that? Lily, with hands still covering her ears, directed her attention to Bell, whose left arm was extended outward and holding a weird slender object that had smoking coming out of the tip. That's surprising. Even Evelyn takes them down in one shot. The Prum supporter was confused by his statement, so she directed her attention to the closest war shadow and she gasped. Right in the center of the war shadow's face was a hole with smoke sizzling out of it. The hole was small but distinct, considering the fact that whatever that weird object Bell was holding shot went clean through the war shadow's head. The war shadow soon fell backwards and collapsed to the ground. Before Lily could even comment on how the white-haired boy killed the war shadow so quickly, she felt herself gently shoved to the side as Bell put himself between her and the rest of the monsters in a protective manner. Please stand back, Miss Arde. I don't want you caught in the fight. Despite being about to be swarmed by war shadows, Bell still made no move to unsheath his sword. Master Bell, are you really not going to dash? The rest of the supporter's sentence halted. Her thought processes collapsed as she witnessed something that shouldn't be possible. A weapon materialized within the palm of Bell's hand out of thin air. It was a massive weapon, easily as long and tall as the boy himself. The handle was made of old wood, and in the center of the haft was a rusty metal hinge. And finally, attached at the end of the long staff was a curved blade that was sharp, crude, and easily at least 4 feet long. It was a scythe. A weapon the Grim Reaper would use to claim the lives of people knocking on death's door. Lily's unbelieving eyes drifted down, and also realized the other weird object vanished from his left hand. How is that possible? The only explanation she could think of was magic, but it still seemed far-fetched. Using magic to change your physical appearance or healing wounds is one thing, but summoning actual physical objects out of thin air was completely different. Lily could not focus on the reality-shattering ability because she suddenly felt a gust of wind blow onto her, causing her clothes to flutter wildly. Bell, with his weapon raised high in the air, closed the distance between him and his prey within a second. Whoosh, with precision that only an expert in combat possessed. Bell swung his burial blade in a wide circular strike, cleanly decapitating 3 war shadows. Thuds resounded the floor as the 3 heads hit the ground, but before their corpses could follow suit, Bell already had his next target. The war shadow swiped its claws at its opponent, but the hunter evaded the swipe by tilting his head a couple of degrees before responding with another circular strike. Arteries were torn and the dungeon walls were painted with crimson as the hunter's burial blade sliced effortlessly through the war shadow's torso like a hot knife through butter. An audible click rang out as the scythe appeared to snap and fold into itself, sparks lighting up the dark dungeon floor as the weathered hinge let out a loud creak. What was left behind was a massive blade that Bell proceeded to use to slice another war shadow to pieces. Lily watched Bell slaughter the rest of the war shadows with mixed feelings. She was fascinated because watching a high-level adventure fight was a rare sight few people were able to witness. Even though Orario is a city full of deities and contains the only dungeon in the world, there is a great disparity between normal citizens and adventurers, and this disparity is made even more transparent when you compare the amount of adventurers at each level. About half of the adventurers in Orario are level 1 and the rest are either level 2 or above. The number of adventurers at each level above level 2 dwindles until there is only one level 7 adventurer. His movements were so fast she sometimes couldn't even track him, just catching afterimages of his figure as moved from one target to the next. Gusts of wind always accompanied his strikes, sending sound waves that would echo throughout the battleground. These factors reinforced Lily's earlier prediction that Bell had to be a high-leveled adventurer, maybe even first class. But if he was a first-class adventurer, how come she has never heard of him before? With his speed and strength, he should be famous, but she has never even heard the name Bell Cranel before. Stop. I can think about this later. Lily slapped her hands onto her cheeks in an effort to rid those distracting thoughts from her head. She still had to play the role of a helpless supporter. Sounds from the battlefield slowly ceased, which must have meant her master killed all of the monsters. Lily removed her hands from her face and began to speak in a childlike manner. Wow, Master Bell is amazing and dash. Lily stopped mid-sentence when she realized the battle was not over. In fact, there was still one war shadow left. But instead of exterminating it, Bell was just dodging and evading its futile attacks. What is he doing? Bell was going through the dungeon at a considerably slower pace now that he was being accompanied by Lily, but he didn't particularly mind. She was very weak, probably still a level 1, and rushing to fight a more powerful monster would leave her in too much danger, which is why they still were in the 6th floor. Despite knowing that, Bell couldn't help but feel a little disappointed at the monsters he'd fought so far. Having monsters he didn't have to worry about meant he could do a bit of experimentation with his newly reacquired abilities, but it would be meaningless if they died too quickly for him to get any meaningful information. That a light rumbling came to his ears, followed by a cracking sound coming from the walls. A monster party of war shadows. The monster species was nicknamed Rookie Killers due to their speed and incredibly sharp claws, quite a bit stronger than the monster that usually appeared in floor 6. Bell frowned when he felt Lily's backpack against him as she retreated. The girl was clearly scared of the monsters. He wouldn't let them touch her though. He pictured the image of a gun in his head, a beautifully crafted pistol with intricate carvings in both its metalwork and maroon wood, and pulled it from the mist. Not a moment later he felt the familiar weight of Evelyn in his left hand. He took quick aim and fired. Bang. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the result. That's surprising. Even Evelyn takes them down in one shot. Back in Yarnum, firearms were used simply as a way for him to stun his enemies, as they simply either didn't do enough damage or the ones that did were too cumbersome, like the cannon, meaning they weren't reliable weapons. He'd honestly expected more of the war shadows he'd heard so many complaints about from passing adventurers, but it seemed that even if they were a stronger monster species, they were still merely 6th floor monsters. Maybe they have weak defenses because of their elevated speed and strength? No matter, I still have more to test. The loud sound had a clear effect on the remaining monsters, as they stared at the 2 adventurers with sharper gazes than before. Bell gently pushed Lily to the side and put himself between her and the monsters. He'd need a bit more space for the next weapon. Please stand back, Miss Arde. I don't want you caught in the fight. Dismissing Evelyn back into the mist, he now pictured the image of his mentor's weapon and pulled on it as he walked towards the war shadows. Master Bell, are you really not going to dash? Bell felt his heart ache as the burial blade materialized within his waiting hands. It was clear that the weapon had to seen better days. The handle had wrappings to cover cracks on the wood, which was warped due to age and lack of maintenance. The wheel mechanism was rusted and the blade itself was jagged with a few chips, and yet, he couldn't help but find it beautiful nonetheless. Pushing one foot to the ground, Bell shot forward toward the monsters like a human-sized bullet and engaged them in battle. He could understand why they were called rookie killers. Indeed, for a monster on floor 6, they were quite fast and their claws would tear through your average level 1 adventurer. But even then, their movements were not at all refined, their instinct was simply to kill, and so their attacks were easy to predict. The monsters are not a problem, but it's difficult to wield a scythe in a place like this. The monster party had spawned while they were in one of the corridors in the dungeon, as opposed to one of its rooms, as such, maneuvering a polearm like the burial blade was hard to do without having it hit the walls. Had he been on a lower floor, where the sizes of corridors and rooms were larger, this wouldn't pose a problem. After tearing through the latest war shadow, Bell pulled the scythe's blade out, disengaging the mechanism in the handle and making it fold unto itself. After quickly securing it to his back, he went back to fighting the remaining monsters until there was only one left. Instead of simply killing it, there was something Bell was especially curious about as to whether it would work or not. As the monster lunged at him, Bell reached to the wooden whistle hung around his neck, pulled his bandana down, and blew on it. Abel backstepped as the ground where he previously stood, now occupied by the war shadow, began to ripple and bubble like a thick liquid, and from within it came the head of a beast. Its open mouth rose from the ground and encircled the war shadow, easily covering the monster, and with a loud sound, shut itself around it. It was a serpent. The black scales were discolored and rough, signifying its old age, with some parts of it possessing unnatural growths, giving the beast a sickly appearance. The pupils of its small eyes were sharp like blades and so thin they were almost lost to the crimson of the iris surrounding it. The gaze of the beast was vacant, lacking in intelligence, uncaring for where it was or what it had consumed. It probably couldn't even tell if it had consumed anything at all. Within its mouth, the 2 fangs associated with the species were absent, and in its place were instead multiple needle-like teeth lining the fleshy insides. The beast, having fulfilled its task, sank back into the ground and disappeared as quickly as it came. Bell stared at the ground, now back to its proper solid state. He was pleasantly surprised by this development. When he had retrieved Madara's whistle from the dream, he was not expecting it to work at all. Truth be told, he didn't even know how the whistle worked to begin with. The ground rippled like when the messengers appeared, but he'd never seen the serpent within the dream, so he didn't know where it came from. Well, he could figure that out later. The important thing is that he had a new tool to his arsenal. He looked at the monster corpses he'd made, 11 in total, and seeing no more monsters around, he dismissed the burial blade back into the mist. Now it was Lily's part of the job. All right? He turned around to face the girl. Lily, would you please dash? What the F is they? Chapter 14. You learn something new every day is a saying that a lot of people have heard at some point in their life, and this certainly applied to Bell. Ever since he slayed the moon presence and found himself back in Genkai, he has been learning a multitude of new things every day. He learned that there were various races in Genkai and their various cultures. It wasn't like Yarnum where it was just humans and beasts. There were humans, elves, dwarves, palums, amazonesses, and so much more. He learned that pasta, a simple dish that consists of just boiling noodles and what could very well be his favorite dish, could be combined with so many sauces. There was the traditional marinara sauce, but there were other sauces such as meat sauce, Alfredo sauce, and even vodka sauce. The variety of sauces you could use with pasta to make a different dish completely blew Bell's mind. He had to try them all. He learned that people can use magic. Not like the hunter tools he possessed, but like actual magic. What the fuck? And based on his partner's flabbergasted visage, he learned something new already. Just because the people of this world can actually use magic, doesn't mean they contain items as bizarre as Madara's whistle. A whistle capable of summoning a massive serpent from the beyond. Master Bell, what the fuck was that? His partner screamed, trembling from head to toe as she pointed at the whistle around the hunter's neck with a shaky hand. While Bell locked eyes with a shocked Lily, his right hand started to fiddle with the cause of his partner's distress. He genuinely didn't know how to respond since he too didn't have a full grasp of what the whistle was or how it actually worked. A whistle, he responded with an unsure voice. He knew the answer wasn't going to satisfy Lily, but it was the best one he could provide without delving into the topic of hunter tools. That topic was too convoluted to talk about in a place like the dungeon. No shit, Sherlock, Lily screamed in her state of utter disbelief. After a few moments, her breathing became more leveled, and she began to speak with a calm but still clearly shocked tone. Is that a Lily began to gesture towards the whistle wrapped around Bell's neck with an unsure expression. Is that a magic item? She finally asked. Yes. The Madara's whistle did look like a magic item, since a whistle capable of summoning a massive serpent did seem magical. Lily doesn't know what to say. She let out a sigh and tiredly rubbed her face. Those magic items keep getting crazier and crazier. The hunter was pleased that his lie worked, but it also made him curious. How do the magic items of this world compare to his hunter's tools? Judging by her reaction, it was obvious that tools as bizarre as his are not common. His curiosity shifted to concern when he noticed how tired and mentally drained the girl looked. Clearly seeing a serpent materialize from the ground was shocking to her. It definitely left him flabbergasted when he first used it. Do you need a break, Lily? Yes, please. Lily is still processing the fact that you are capable of summoning a massive snake from the ground. Bell nodded his head and the two settled down along the cave wall. The break was spent in silence, the supporter just looking at the ground with an unreadable expression while the hunter was scanning the corridor, making sure the area was safe while his partner took a break. After a couple of minutes, the white-haired boy stood up and walked over to one of the corpses. Lily was knocked out of her stupor once a familiar squelching sound entered her ears. She lifted her head to see Bell had once again plunged his fist into a monster's chest to take their crystal. She couldn't let this continue. She was a supporter, and she couldn't allow her partner to do the one thing she is useful for. Allow Lily to do that. It's fine, I can do it, you should be resting. Lily shook her head to the side in response. Lily needs to be the person to do it, otherwise there would be no point in having a supporter. Very well. After hearing the seriousness in the supporter's voice, the hunter backed up from the War Shadow's corpse and watched as Lily began to expertly remove the monster crystals from the corpses of his hunt. While she lacked the strength to simply plunge her hand into the monster's chest to relieve them of their crystals, the supporter more than made up for it with her knife and dexterity. Bell recognized the knife in her hands as the one issued by the guild to new adventurers. Yet, even with such a lackluster tool, the Palum showed her proficiency by making single, clean cuts into the monster's corpses before extracting the crystal in a fluid and practiced motion. You are quite good at this. You shouldn't be impressed with Lily's capabilities. This is all Lily is good for, muttered Lily as she extracted another monster crystal. Master Bell should focus on killing monsters and let Lily gather the magic stones. While Lily is focused on the cleanup, Master Bell has to keep an eye for monsters and other threats, while resting his body for the next fight. I suppose what you said makes sense, but I have one request. Can you please stop calling me Master Bell? Bell is just fine. To the boy's surprise, the girl vehemently shook her head in denial. Sorry, Master Bell, but that is the one request Lily cannot do. Master Bell is an adventurer while Lily is just a supporter, so Lily believes it would be best to keep an air of professionalism. But it's just the two of us. Bell insisted. Sorry, Master Bell, but I don't think you get it. Lily stopped mid-extraction and turned around to face Bell and give him her full attention. Compared to honorable adventurers that risk their lives to kill monsters and gain recognition, all supporters are parasites that try to suck adventurers dry while doing nothing. Supporters are too weak to become adventurers, so it would be arrogant of supporters to ask for recognition equal to that of adventurers. If Lily tried this, no adventurers would allow me to accompany them into the dungeon. If rumors were to spread that Lily acted like this, no other adventurers besides Master Bell would do business with me. I'm sorry, Master Bell, for forcing this upon you, but could you please respect my decision? Lily's partner had been completely silent throughout the entire time she was speaking. It was hard to get a read on Master Bell, since a bandana was covering the majority of his face save for his eyes, but after a period of silence, he let out a resigned sigh. Very well, I'll respect your decision. Thank you, Master Bell, Lily replied. And I think I'll call you Lily from now on. Master Bell then did something that Lily did not expect. He reached out and affectionately scruffed her hair, once again touching her ears. Huh? Why did you do that? Lily's flustered reply was met with an affectionate tone. I don't know, I just felt like doing it. Before Lily could reply, Bell was already walking down the corridor leading deeper into the dungeon. Come. There are still many beasts to hunt. Why, yes, Lily is coming. The hunter and supporter began to delve deeper into the dungeon, with Master Bell surprising Lily over and over again, reinforcing her opinion that her partner was a strange adventurer. Lily still can't believe how full the backpack is. The supporter murmured as she adjusted the straps on her backpack before hoisting it onto her back with difficulty. The hunt was fruitful, Bell added with a nod. The pair were walking towards the guild after having a fruitful hunt. The hunter and supporter, more accurately, the hunter, completely cleared out the first 12 floors multiple times over, and Lily's backpack was so full of monster crystals that they actually reached the top of the backpack, forcing the pair to destroy monster crystals they couldn't pick up while making their way back to the surface. Yes, it was fruitful, Lily parroted with a perplexed expression. Who refers to a trip in the dungeon as a hunt? Her partner was strange, but it didn't really matter in the end, since what was important was that Master Bell killed a lot of monsters, which translated into a lot of monster crystals, which would translate into, you guessed it, a lot of Valis. Come to think about it, what is my cut gonna be? Supporters usually get 10 to 20% of whatever the monster crystals are worth after they are turned in for Valis. Perhaps I would get a bigger cut because I remind Bell of Caroline? The supporter figured it could work. She talked about it with Master Bell during their trip into the dungeon, and her suspicions were correct. She reminded Master Bell of someone. Caroline, that was her name. Lily would make sure to remember it. She was supposedly a little girl that Master Bell had met in the past. When the boy talked about her, it was always in the past tense, and his empty eyes had a somber feeling to him, making them appear even more dead. He never said it, but Lily deduced that she had died in the past, and Master Bell most likely blamed himself. Reminding Bell of someone he knew in the past would make him more sympathetic towards her. The cunning Lily decided to act like a child to reinforce this idea. It wouldn't have been as fruitful without Master Bell. Master Bell is so talented in combat. With that scythe you were like, bah, yeah. Lily began to swing an imaginary scythe back and forth, pretending she was cutting down monsters just like Bell did in the dungeon. The girl's childlike manner and bright smile caused Bell's lips to curve upward at the display, though that was unseen by the girl since he was wearing his bandana. I appreciate you thinking that, but I don't believe talented would be the right word. But you were amazing in the dungeon. Lily thinks you have the talent of a first-class adventurer. Using the word talent suggests that I have a natural aptitude or skill for combat, which couldn't be further from the truth. I think it would be more accurate to say I had a lot of time to practice. Bell finished while nodding to himself that if he was truly talented, he would have completed his eternal hunt without dying a single time. During his hunt, he died a lot. He has had his brains splattered to the floor, been burnt to a crisp, and even had his brain literally sucked out of his body. Those were just but a small sample of what he endured in Yharnam. There were so many ways he experienced death's embrace, but some of his deaths were truly pathetic, such as falling off a ledge or getting mauled and ripped apart by a pack of blood-starved wolves. A talented person wouldn't have died in such a pathetic way. He wasn't a talented person, but he worked hard during his eternal hunt. The concept of time was but an illusion during his hunt, allowing him to cultivate his skill through a combination of training through death matches and trial and error. I suppose Master Bell is right, but Lily still thinks talent played a role. And why is that? Judging by your voice, Master Bell must be quite young. Someone as young as you must have some degree of talent to be as skilled as you. Lily reasoned. Master Bell never took off his bandana, but his voice was youthful, so he must be a young teenager. The only doubt that formed in Lily's mind was her partner's behavior. He spoke with a formal tone, and his use of words was eloquent but also archaic. He used old sayings such as, "tis," which is a contraction of "it is," and "shan't," which is also a contraction but for "shall not." Hearing someone so young use archaic language was surreal to Lily. "How old are you?" the boy questioned, trying to steer the conversation away from his supposed talent. "Definitely older than you." "Really?" Genuine surprise escaped Bell's lips. "I find that hard to believe." "It's true," Lily protested with a loud tone. "Let Lily see your face so she can guess your age." Seeing his face certainly would help estimate his age, but there was another motive behind the demand. Knowing what his face looked like would help her avoid him if need were ever to arise. All she knew was Bell had white hair and red eyes. She would feel more comfortable if she knew what he looked like behind the bandana. Very well. Bell stopped walking and he removed his tricorn hat from his head, revealing a large batch of hair that was white as snow. His hair was quite long but not enough to reach his shoulders. Strands of hair stuck out at odd angles, but it didn't look messy or unkempt. He then took off the bandana, revealing a neutral visage. Pure white skin without any blemishes and eyes whose colors were the same as garnet. Lily would be lying to herself if she said Bell wasn't attractive. In fact, he was quite handsome for his age, even with that nearly emotionless expression. He will definitely catch the eyes of a lot of women when he gets older. She wouldn't even be surprised if he already did. "Yep, you're definitely younger than Lily." "What are you, 14 years old?" Yes. Technically she was right, His physical age was 14, at least, he thinks he was 14 years old before being summoned to the hunter's dream. Although he had his guesses, he didn't know his true mental age. 30? 55? Or even 100? He really didn't know. And he didn't want to. Looks like Lily is right, she smugly remarked, and Bell shook his head in amusement. Even taking that into account, I still find it hard to believe you are older than me. How old do you think I am? 10 to 12 years old. The boy replied instantly. 13 years old, perhaps? Surely you can't be 14. Lily is 16 years old. She's 16? The shocked hunter examined Lily from head to toe before his eyes stopped at her chest where 2 bumps laid. Oh, that makes sense. Why are you staring at Lily's breasts? Whoops, I must have been staring. Bell directed his gaze back to Lily, whose eyes were narrowed. I apologize, I didn't mean to stare. I just didn't take into account the size of your breasts when I estimated your age. Right. The jovial atmosphere the two had was now awkward, and none of them said anything as they walked toward the guild. Shit. I probably should have kept that to myself. He didn't think and formulate a more proper response, and because of that, he destroyed the jovial atmosphere the two were sharing. She probably thinks he is a creep now, leering at her breasts with a sense of lust when that couldn't be further from the truth. Lily's nearly identical appearance to Caroline eliminated any potential attraction he could have towards her. Even if she didn't look like Caroline, he didn't think he could develop any sexual attraction towards her. The thought of feeling sexual attraction towards a person who looked and had the stature of a child didn't sit well with Bell. Come to think about it, am I even still capable of experiencing that? There were a lot of breathtaking women in Orario. All the waitresses that worked at the Hostess of Fertility, especially Ryu, whose beauty dare he say could rival Lady Maria, were gorgeous, and Bell was certain his previous self would have been a blushing mess when interacting with them, but now, it was different. He would be lying to himself if he said he didn't find them attractive. But that was just it. Was he incapable of feeling that emotion? An emotion that was natural for seemingly any living organism. His physical body was 14 years old, well past the age where boys begin to develop an interest in the opposite sex. His hormones should be going crazy right now. Bell was plunged into a state of melancholy. This lack of feeling that emotion was another reminder that the hunt broke his psyche in more ways than one. Just another reminder of what the hunt had done to me. We arrived. Lily's voice snapped him out of his thoughts, and he looked up. The building that stood before them was the guild. The building every adventurer went to after a trip into the dungeon. Let's go inside and exchange the crystals. Lily can't wait to see how much we made. About that, we need to talk before going in. Bell quickly said, causing Lily to pause mid-step. Lily turned around to give her mysterious partner a confused look. I need you to exchange the monster crystals for me. You want Lily to exchange them? By herself? Bell confirmed with a nod. Strange request. Why would he want me to turn them in by myself? Will you be able to do this, Lily? Bell's question snapped Lily out of her thoughts, and she hastily responded. Why, yes, Lily can. Lily is just concerned that she will receive dirty looks from adventurers. They may even try to steal some monster crystals from Lily, she said with a meek voice. Bell wasn't surprised by Lily's concern. Being an alone supporter in a line surrounded by adventurers that tend to ridicule supporters would be nerve-wracking. But she had nothing to worry about. As long as he was watching her, no one would lay a finger on her. Fret not, Lily. If any adventurers try to start anything with you, I'll deal with them myself. The conviction that was laced in Bell's declaration caused Lily's eyes to widen and her nervousness to dwindle. Okay. He says that like he actually means it. The thought that Bell actually cared for Lily surfaced in her mind, but she knew better than to think that. She had encountered manipulative adventurers in the past, promising they would protect and treat her well only to just betray her in the end. Master Bell was an adventurer, and all adventurers are alike. But he was very protective of you during the dungeon. He never let you out of his sight and never let any of the monsters have a chance of hurting you. He did that because Lily reminded him of Caroline. If that wasn't the case, he would have casted me aside like all the other adventurers. The sounds of commotion reached Bell's ears, and he surveyed the room in an analytic manner. The right side of the building contained numerous doors which most likely lead to private rooms. On the left side were tables with sofas surrounding them, and even further down was a long counter into more booths where advisors and various tellers worked. Extending from the long counter was a lengthy line of adventurers that bent back and forth like a snake. I shall wait over here while you turn in the crystals. Bell didn't even wait for a response, as he was already walking to a wall that overlooked the crowd of adventurers. He leaned his back against the wall while keeping his eyes on Lily. Lily went to the back of the line and so began the long wait. As she expected, adventurers would do a double take when they noticed how many monster crystals were in her backpack. However, none of them dared to do anything other than give her dirty looks. Relief flowed through Lily, and she inspected her backpack, which was filled to the brim with monster crystals. There's so much. This could easily be at least 50k Valis. Once I exchange them, should I try to make a run for it? The supporter quickly shut down the idea. There was no way she would be able to escape Master Bell. Not with how he was watching her like a hawk. To confirm it herself, she peeked over her shoulder to see that Bell, although still leaning against the wall, had his eyes locked onto hers. The gaze was so intense that Lily flinched and hastily turned around to escape his oppressive gaze. After about 10 minutes of waiting, it was her turn to walk up to the counter. Behind it was a woman dressed in standard guild uniform. Her golden eyes had a tired look to them. Her long red hair reached to the middle of her back, and the ears sitting on top of her head indicated that she was a werewolf. The name tag in her uniform identified her as Rose Fannet. The moment Lily dumped all of the monster crystals onto the counter, she was met with a look of confusion and suspicion from the werewolf. You didn't steal all of these, did you? Lily shook her head. No, Lily just had a good partner. Aha, the werewolf said, not convinced. I don't see anyone beside you. He wanted me to turn the monster crystals in by myself. I find that hard to believe. Lily honestly didn't blame her. Adventurers, especially ones from her familia, were vigilant and always watched the vendors count their monster crystals, making sure the vendors' estimate aligned with their own prediction on how much Valis they made. There was also the pride aspect. Adventurers took pleasure in watching the vendors count the amount of monster crystals they had collected. Lily suspected it was something that had to do with their ego, showing the world that yes, they are the ones responsible for slaughtering all of these monsters. This, however, didn't prevent Lily's irritation, so she just rolled her eyes and gestured behind her with her left thumb. If you really find that hard to believe, go talk to Lily's partner. He's over there. The red-headed werewolf followed Lily's pointed thumb, which landed upon a figure. The figure who was leaning against the wall wore a massive brown leather coat whose tail ends reached down to just below the knees. A thick combat vest that was crisscrossed with bandoliers and belts covered their torso. Upon their head was an old tricorn hat with a long flower sticking out toward the end, but she could not see their face, as their head was tilted downward, so she continued to stare, and as if sensing her gaze, the figure slowly raised their head, and what she saw sent a chill down her spine. The slit between the tricorn hat and the bandana that masked the majority of the figure's face was a set two red eyes that were staring directly back into hers. Although the gaze was neutral and bore no malice, the gaze was razor sharp, and it felt as if he was staring straight through her. Nervousness began to build up inside of Rose as she tried to match the figure's oppressive gaze. There was something off about his eyes. She didn't know quite how to put it into words, but this inability to establish a reason, combined with how intense his stare was, further exacerbated the werewolf's dread, causing her to hastily break eye contact and just wordlessly count up the monster crystals. Once she was done, she dumped 2 large bags of Valis onto the table. The monster crystals you and your partner collected equates to the equivalent of 65,324 Valis. 60,000? Lily couldn't believe what she was hearing. An average party of level 1 adventurers make around 25k Valis per trip, but Master Bell blew them out of the water. Yes, I put half the amount in each bag. What the advisor said didn't register as the flabbergasted supporter hastily grabbed the 2 massive bags and put them into her backpack. She ignored the envious glares that drilled into the back of her head as she walked away from the counter. She arrived at the wall Bell was supposed to be standing at, but to her surprise, he wasn't there. She began to look around. The sheer amount of adventures walking about, combined with her short stature, made it quite hard to find Bell, but she did thanks to his very noticeable white hair. He was standing at a wall that was littered with wanted posters. Lily made her way over to him and made her presence known, asking him what he was so fixated on. I'm surprised someone could be wanted for so much. The supporter was confused by this until her eyes landed upon the wanted poster he was looking at. The image was clearly drawn by a professional. It depicted an elf with long hair and with half of her face covered by a bandana. The description underneath the portrait described her as having blonde hair and blue eyes, as well as giving an approximate age and height. She must have done something quite substantial to be wanted for that much. I don't know the exact details, but it happened during the dark times of Orario. Apparently the gale wind went on a killing spree. She destroyed entire familias alone, not even sparing their gods. She looked towards Bell and saw a small frown on his face as he continued to stare at the wanted poster. Master Bell is quite fixated on the gale wind. Does Master Bell know who the gale wind is? The boy shook his head to the side. Unfortunately, no. If I did, the gale wind would be the target of my next hunt. Really? Gale wind is very powerful. She was a level 4. Most likely a high level 4. I've seen worse. Bell's deadpan tone combined with the conviction that was laced in his voice gave no room for argument, and Lily had nothing to say in return, so she quickly changed the subject. Lily was able to exchange the monster crystals for Valis. Good. Bell nodded. Let us go somewhere more private and you can tell me more, lest we endure more glares from envious adventurers. Said adventurers within earshot had the decency to appear somewhat ashamed and hastily looked away from the pair. The pair walked out of the guild and sat on a nearby bench. Lily was given these 2 massive bags of Valis, and the advisor said you made exactly 324 Valis today. The supporter presented the 2 bags to her master but noticed that his eyes weren't even focused on the bags. They were focused on her. Don't you mean we? Huh? Don't you mean we made exactly 65,324 Valis today? No. Lily shook her head to the side. Master Bell was the person that killed all of the monsters today. All Lily was a supporter that was along for the ride. There she goes again. Despite the talk they had in the dungeon, his partner was once again devaluing herself. This reminded Bell about how complicated social interactions were. Why couldn't she accept the fact that her contribution was substantial? Anyways, when an adventurer and supporter partner up, the supporter usually gets 20%, so Lily would be very happy with that. 20% was certainly good, especially considering the amount of money they made, but Lily was hoping the fact that she reminded Bell of Caroline would cause him to give her more than that. Bell looked at the 2 bags he held, and after some thinking, his arm stretched out and held out one of the bags to Lily. Initially, confusion was written all over her face, until that confusion was slowly replaced with a look of disbelief. Wait, you're giving Lily 50%. Lily expected at most 30% if her scheme worked, but half was unheard of. Why are you giving Lily so much? Wouldn't have been able to take as many monster crystals out of the dungeon without you, so I think it's fair you get half.
But, no but.
I've determined that you have contributed enough to get 50%, so take it. Bell's authoritative tone caused Lily to drop her protests, and she hastily took the bag. Sorry, Master Bell. Lily is just not used to something like this. Well, you best get used to it because we will be splitting it 50-50 if this partnership continues. Would you like to continue this partnership? Bell tried to keep his voice neutral as he finished his sentence, but a hint of hope lingered in his voice. He hoped the 50% was a good enough incentive to keep her around so he could protect her. But it appears like it won't be as easy as that because despite the generous 50%, Lily didn't reply immediately. She kept staring at the bag of Valis in contemplation until she looked at Bell with an unreadable expression. Lily is grateful for the 50%, but before she provides an answer, can Lily ask you a question? Of course. Bell's reply was instant. Why did you want Lily to turn in the monster crystals for you? Is it really that strange for an adventurer to ask their supporter to exchange the monster crystals for them? It is. Adventurers tend to be the ones that exchange the monster crystals for a variety of reasons, but you were the first adventurer to ask a lowly supporter such as Lily to exchange them for you. Lily would feel more comfortable if she knew your reasoning. Even though the 50% was very nice and could help her with her financial situation, she was still wary of Master Bell. When she first approached him, she thought he was just a gullible adventurer that was a little nicer than the average adventurer. But she was wrong. His entire demeanor changed the moment they entered the dungeon. He became a silent killer who mercilessly slaughtered every monster in the dungeon with a level of brutality that caught Lily off guard. He had also displayed a level of speed and power that could only mean one thing: he was either a high second-class or even first-class adventurer, but if that is the case, why hasn't she ever heard of him? Adventurers that powerful are always famous, but when she tried to gather information about him before finally approaching him, no one knew he even existed. Master Bell being a high-level adventurer also increased her suspicion of him. As an adventurer becomes more powerful, their level of arrogance and sense of superiority increases. High-level adventurers tend to look down upon lower-leveled adventurers and supporters with a sense of disdain, but Master Bell treated her with nothing but kindness. Was he buttering her up for something? And finally, asking her to exchange the monster crystals for him was the final factor that set her alarm bells off. Lily has been a supporter for a long time, and Master Bell was the first person to ask her to do that. She normally wouldn't find this weird since high-level adventurers who are part of powerful families such as the Loki Familia have their lower-level Familia members exchange the crystals for them. But Master Bell had no one as she needed to have an answer before making her decision. Master Bell looked to the side with an unsure expression. He had his hand on his chin and his eyebrows were furrowed. He then nodded to himself and turned his head to Lily. I suppose I could tell you why. I'm new to Orario and recently joined a Familia. My deity wants me to keep a low profile for now, so I thought I could do that by just having you exchange them for me. Is that a sufficient answer? Lily supposes that is enough of an answer. The answer Master Bell provided made sense, but his behavior in the guild went against his answer. If he wanted to keep a low profile, he wouldn't have leaned against the wall to the left of the exchange booth, exposing himself to all the adventurers in the line and to the advisor Rose. He's hiding something. But the answer is good enough. Although she won't be able to steal any weapons from Master Bell, the 50% was really good, and if this partnership continues, she can gain enough Valis to leave her Familia. His protectiveness was also another good thing. Lily decided these two factors outweighed her suspicion. Lily would like to continue this partnership. A sigh of relief left Bell's lips and a smile formed underneath his bandana. I am relieved to hear that. Should we meet at the fountain outside of the dungeon in the afternoon? Yes. Lily looks forward to our partnership. I do as well. And so, a partnership was formed. A partnership that will change Lily's life forever. Chapter 15. A symphony of steel clashing together echoed throughout the clock tower as two hunters were locked in a dance of swordplay. Their level of skill with the blade was so mesmerizing that one could die from just admiring it. Their dance appeared to be but a blur, with only the spark of blades clashing together being visible, like fireworks exploding in a pitch-black sky. But their dance of death was reaching its end. Something that the two were aware of. Intense pain raced up Bell's arm as he dexterously deflected Lady Maria's overhead slash to the side. He tried to backstep to put some distance between him and his insurmountable foe, but before he could even attempt to, his opponent's free hand flickered and her fist slammed into his cheek. The sudden force sent Bell flying backwards, rolling continuously before his back slammed against the clock tower wall. Bell's world began to spin as he lied against the wall. He was starting to feel light-headed, and his vision began to blur. Alarm bells rang inside his head, and without thinking, he willed his broken body into a clumsy roll. A flicker of steel whizzed past him and slammed into the wall he was just resting against. Immediately after completing his roll, Bell injected the last blood vial into his thigh, feeling his broken ribcage repair itself and his cloudy vision clear. Once his vision returned to him, his eyes landed upon Lady Maria, whose rakuyo was thrusted into the wall. Had he not listened to his instincts, her blade would have made its home in between his eyes. With an emotionless expression, Gehrman's greatest student effortlessly pulled her rakuyo out of the wall and turned to face her opponent. Despite using a blood vial, Bell found himself barely capable of keeping himself upright. His form was decorated with the blood that split from the many cuts that had accumulated from his duel with Lady Maria. His appearance was appalling. His combat vest, which once protected him from injuries, were little more than tattered remains as they have been ravaged by multiple cuts and gashes. His pants were torn and had multiple holes in them. His unkempt appearance was the direct opposite of his opponent's. Her garb was spotless, her hat still sat snugly on her head, and her caveat, while painted with his blood, still hung securely from her neck. All of this led to one conclusion. He was pretty much dead already. How many times has he died to this foe? Bell had lost count after 100 deaths. He couldn't recall the last time it took him this many tries to defeat an opponent, but he wasn't surprised. Her technique with the sword was unrivaled. Her movements were nearly a blur to Bell's eyes, forcing him to rely upon a combination of what he could perceive and the instincts he had honed during his eternal hunt. His goal now was not to win, but to last as long as possible. The hunter then noticed that his opponent bent her knees and twisted her torso clockwise with her blades held high, and he managed to suppress a shudder. He immediately knew what his opponent was going to do. Lady Maria had this signature move that involved her spinning her body while slashing her rakuyo and knife, making her appear like a tornado of death. A move like this would normally be reckless, but Lady Maria's technique and skill allowed her to perform this move while simultaneously protecting herself from any form of attack. He had taken note of this when he tried to capitalize on the false opening, only to have his head separated from his body. Through trial and error, Bell realized it was best to just dodge or backstep when Lady Maria used that attack. It was truly a devastating attack, but it wasn't perfect. It had one, albeit small, weakness. Bell wasn't even sure if he could classify it as a weakness. It was more like something Lady Maria couldn't change because of how her weapon was constructed. Because she always held the sword in her right hand and the smaller knife in her left hand. Her swipe with her left hand was always shorter than the swipe with her right hand. Knowing this gave Bell just a millisecond of more leeway to backstep or dodge. The hunter's hands shook with adrenaline, his face drenched in sweat as he waited in anticipation and fear for Lady Maria's move. Lady Maria took her first step and she spun. Afterimages appeared as she became a speeding tornado whose destination was the hunter that dared to walk into her lair. The frantic hunter began to backpedal as fast as he could, dodging every slash by just the skin of his teeth. She then began to spin again, but something was different this time. Time slowed to a crawl as he frantically scanned Lady Maria's spinning body, trying to find the source of this overwhelming sense of dread that shot up his spine as his opponent's torso came into view. He finally saw it was the glint of a gun barrel. Before he could even react, Lady Maria's firearm sang her bloody song. A quick silver bullet rocketed out of the barrel and pierced Bell's chest, causing oxygen to expel out of his lungs and stagger back. The prodigy reared her arm back, and her hand became spear-like. As if her arm were a stake driver itself, Lady Maria thrusted her hand forward, piercing through Bell's chest and grabbing hold of his insides. This all happened before fear could even register in Bell's mind, and the sense of dread he felt when he spotted the firearm was replaced with agonizing pain that overloaded his senses. His insides felt scorched, as if they were set ablaze by a Molotov, and it took all of Bell's willpower to not let out a scream of agony. He felt his legs give out and he began to collapse, but before his body could plummet to the ground, an arm wrapped around his back. He weakly lifted his head to stare at his victorious opponent while coughing wetly, splattering blood and various vital fluids onto Lady Maria's handkerchief. Her expression did not change in the slightest. "You are getting better, good hunter. You no longer look like a child pretending to be a swordsman. But alas, you still have much to learn. So listen closely." She then leaned forward, her face inches away from Bell's. Despite being on the verge of death, he was using all of his willpower to remain conscious because of one simple thing: he was her student, and he was waiting for her insight that Gehrman's greatest prodigy wasn't quite sure when it happened. Maybe it was when she noticed his use of his chickage and felt compelled to correct his subpar skills. But one thing led to another, and in the end, the determined hunter developed a master and student relationship. She wasn't even sure why she took him on as her student. He was immortal, and although his progress is slow, he will eventually match or even surpass her, leading to her defeat, which would lead to him uncovering the secret she had desperately been hiding for who knows how long. So why was she training him? Was it because she was bored and found her training with the boy entertaining? Was it because he was more stubborn than all other hunters that have tried to brave the hunter's nightmare? Or was it because she found the same tenacity she once had in the hunter's eyes? She did not know, but it was of little importance. What was important now was that she was his master, and she will perform that role to the best of her ability. In the past, I have told you in order to reach your full potential as a hunter, you have to be swift, cunning, relentless, ruthless. But I neglected to mention one more thing. You have to be unpredictable. Not being able to predict your opponent's moves creates confusion, and if your opponent can't anticipate your actions, they are bound to commit a blunder, like you did. Lady Maria's tone took a hint of disapproval. Did the possibility of me altering my attacks ever cross your mind? If not, then I fear you are still wet behind the ears in terms of being a hunter. Let this be a lesson to you. Now, let me ease your suffering. The mind-numbing pain vanished and was replaced with a temporary sea of blackness. The darkness lasted a few moments before the hunter's dream appeared before Bell's eyes. Bell reached into the mist and pulled from it his notebook. He cracked it open and began to flip through countless pages that were filled with checkmarks. He soon reached a blank page and added a checkmark. Time to try again. All right, kiddo, what do you want for dinner? Bell, as always, pointed to a random item on the menu. Mia looked at the item the rabbit was pointing at and raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you want that? Bell nodded his head. Although Mia found Bell's choice of dinner to be a little peculiar, she didn't think much of it. After relaying the order to May, she turned to continue her work behind the counter and Bell was left to his thoughts, made easier by the distinct lack of ruckus inside the bar. Indeed, it was near closing time, which meant the bigger parties had already left and those left were finishing their food. The relative quietness helped Bell in organizing his thoughts, all of which went back to his supporter, Lily, mainly in regard to the situation involving her familia. Bell was aware of his ignorance in regards to the familia dynamic within the city. He knew of the basics such as Ganesha familia being the police force, Demetra familia being a large agricultural familia, and Freya familia having the only level 7 in the city, the so-called king, but nowhere in his, admittedly surface-level research did he come across the name Soma. His thoughts stopped as he felt a presence trying, and failing, to sneak on him from behind instead of letting the scenario play out. He opted to simply call out the girl. And, "How may I help you, Seer?" The girl in question froze before giving up her attempt at stealth and simply took a seat beside the boy, her face set in a fierce pout as she glared at him. "Come on. You weren't even paying attention." "Indeed I wasn't," the hunter replied easily, finding the girl's reaction somewhat amusing. "Unfortunately, your stealth abilities are severely lacking. Chloe is much better than you." She crossed her arms and huffed. "One of these days I'll get you, I swear." "You won't," he said as a matter of fact. "We'll see about that," Seer replied with renewed determination. Their conversation attracted the attention of the resident elf, who decided to take a seat beside Seer. "Seer, you shouldn't be trying to sneak up on people like that, especially adventurers," she chastised the girl in a disapproving tone. "Sometimes instincts speak louder than reason. Someone may attack you on reflex, so please be careful." Her words were meant as a reprimand, but the girl who was supposed to be ashamed smiled instead before trapping the green-haired girl in a hug. "Ah, thanks for worrying." The elf sighed a sigh that spoke of years of having to deal with her friend's antics before looking at the boy, who was silently observing the current scenario. "Seer is right though. You were oddly distracted. Is something on your mind?" Bell hummed in thought and turned to the two girls who were now watching him in interest. "The both of you have been living in Orario for a good amount of time, correct? So I assume that means you are familiar with the familius of the city." "To a certain extent, yes," Ryu replied before adding, "There are hundreds of familius operating in Orario, but I know of the more prominent ones." The silver-haired girl, who was still hugging her friend, nodded in agreement. "Are you curious about anyone familia in particular? Maybe we can help." "Yes, truth is, I've recently become acquainted with a supporter who didn't paint her familia in a very flattering color, so I decided to gather some more information on them." So it's a girl then?" Seer let go of the elf and turned to Bell, smiling an impish grin. "Seer," Ryu reprimanded before looking at the boy and continuing. "A supporter with a rough relationship with her familia then?" Seeing Bell nod, she could only sigh. An unfortunate reality in the city. Many think there is only value in power and look down on supporting roles, even when they are arguably the more important ones. "So, what is her familia?" "One I've never heard of before, the Soma familia." "Can you tell me anything about them?" "Oh, I know about them. Don't think it'll be of any use though," Seer replied. When the boy's attention turned to her, she elaborated. "They are an alcohol-producing familia. Their most famous product is the Soma wine. A single bottle sells for 60,000 valis." Bell couldn't help the eyebrow he raised after hearing that. 60,000 for a single bottle? "Yes, the wine is apparently made by the hands of their god, and it's famous for being one the most sought after in the market." Ryu complimented her friend's response. "However, that is all I know. Like Seer said, I don't believe it'll be of much use." "Well," the elf and the hunter turned towards said girl, who was looking worryingly playful at them. "If it is so important, I can ask a few friends for some more information on them if you want to." Bell looked at her with a clear lack of amusement. "What's the catch? You owe me a favor." Bell looked at Ryu as she tried to shake her head as discreetly as possible. Not that she needed. The boy knew being indebted to the sly and suspicious girl was a bad idea. Unfortunately, he didn't have many options. He knew that the guild had public information on the familius of the city, but he would need to go get it in person, which would attract attention given his unique appearance. The only other way was to ask Lily directly, but he already knew she wasn't going to answer. Loath as he was to admit it, Seer was his best option. From what he could gather, the girl had quite a large circle of friends, which in turn meant a large network to gather information from. He only hoped said information was worth being indebted to her. Bell sighed. "Fine. Yes." In contrast to the boy's almost reluctant response, the silver-haired girl was obviously happy, accentuated by her pumping her fist in the air. Meanwhile, Ryo could only look at Bell in pity. She knew very well the kind of hell he had just walked into. Their conversation ended when Mia walked back to the counter and placed a plate of food in front of Bell. "Enjoy your dinner, kiddo." "Ooh, I didn't expect you to order something like that for dinner." "Bellcoin." "Indeed, it is an odd choice for dinner." Bell ignored the comments from the girls and looked over what would be his dinner, which was a slice of cake. The slice was a beautiful golden brown, with a delicate crumb that glistened in the light. The frosting was expertly piped, with delicate swirls and peaks that added texture to the cake's surface. To finish off the presentation, there were small edible flowers and a sprinkle of powdered sugar on top. Bell took a fork and eagerly took a bite out of the slice of cake, and stopped dead in his tracks. Mr. Cranel, is something wrong? Bell was too focused on the food that was inside his mouth to pay attention to the elf, because as soon as the sweetness hit his tongue, he realized he made a mistake. It was sweet, really sweet. He chewed slowly, trying to adjust to the flavors, but the cake was just too sweet. He put down the fork and took a sip of water to try and wash away the sweetness. But it was no use. Dread flowed through Bell's system as he came to a startling conclusion. I don't like it. Huh? You don't like maize baking? Seer exclaimed. I don't. It's too sweet for my taste. So, you won't eat it? No. Oh my. I wonder how May will take the news. Bell focused his attention on Seer, who was looking toward the kitchen with a somber look. May put in a lot of effort into making that slice of cake for you. It will certainly dampen her spirits to see that her baking was all for nothing. Uneasiness began to build up inside the boy as he finally processed what Seer was implying. May was the person responsible for blessing his undeserving taste buds with heavenly food, and the last thing he wanted to do was disrespect her cooking or baking in any fashion. If he offended her in any way, there was the possibility that she would refuse to cook for him. He had to make this right. A loud screech sound echoed as Bell abruptly stood up, his seat falling to the ground from the sheer force. A look of determination flashed in Bell's eyes as soon as they landed onto the window that gave onlookers a glimpse into the kitchen. I have to apologize for my insolence. He then confidently marched towards the kitchen, leaving behind an amused girl and disappointed elf. Seer, was that really necessary? The elf said, shooting the girl with a disappointed look. Yes, it was. Did you see how he humiliated me earlier? This is payback. Ryu could only respond with a resigned sigh. But also, isn't it kinda nice, seeing him act like that? The two turned their attention toward the window that gave a glimpse into the kitchen, where they could see Bell bowing to May at a perfect 90-degree angle, and May, who appeared to be completely perplexed by the situation she found herself in. The way Bell was acting made him look like a 14-year-old boy, not a stoic adventurer. I suppose so. The pleasant smell of flowers from the grave-filled garden, the quiet and subtle choir whose voices sound like velvet sang in the back of his mind, the smoldering embers that danced in the workshop's fireplace. These all reinforced the peace that laid in Bell's mind as he walked around the one place he felt safe, the hunter's dream, but he could not dilly-dally, not since he discovered time now passes while he is in the hunter's dream. Little ones. A bubble in the ground formed next to Bell's feet and out popped two messengers, eager to listen to their master's wishes. Where is Eve? Bell asked while affectionately patting their heads. The satisfied messengers groaned in happiness and pointed their bony fingers toward the opened gateway that led to Gehrman's final resting place. A smile formed on Bell's face as he approached the massive tree. Beneath the tree was Eve. She had her back resting against the trunk of the tree with her head tilted to the side. Her eyes were closed and her chest rose and fell repeatedly, as if she was breathing. Bell's eyes drifted down to her hands to see that she was holding a dustpan. Diligent as always. With the grace of a cat, the hunter grabbed the dustpan and gently slid it out the doll's hand, being extra careful so that he doesn't accidentally wake her up. After setting the dustpan aside, Bell sat down and did nothing else. It was rare to see Eve in a state like this, so he was content with waiting for her to wake up on her own. After a couple of minutes her eyes fluttered and their gaze met. Ah! Welcome home, good hunter. Forgive me, I must have drifted off. There is no need to apologize, the hunter reassured. In fact, I was glad to see you like that. Eve tilted her head to the side in confusion. Making sure the dream is in an acceptable state must be quite tiresome. 'Tis nice to see you take breaks. I sometimes fear for your health. Fret not, as long as the dream exists I will continue to as well. I also have the little ones to help me. Now, what can I do for you, good hunter? Once again, we have a lot to talk about. Your supporter looks just like Caroline, a doll whose voice sounded like velvet asked. I? Bell replied, letting out a sigh of relief as he felt Eve's hand run through his hair in a comforting manner, before continuing. She doesn't just look like Caroline. She is essentially a splitting image of her. If I didn't know any better, I would have considered her Caroline's long-lost sister or something like that. Has she been helping you well while hunting? Yes. With her helping me, I can collect a lot more crystals than before. And if we do well enough and finish early, it leaves me with more time to explore the city. Orario, the center of the world. The idea of such a place is truly fascinating. It is. And this leads to something that I would like to ask you. What is it, good hunter? Have you ever thought of leaving the hunter's dream? Eve's eyes widened and her hand that was caressing Bell's hair stopped. Leave the hunter's dream? What an interesting question. A moment of silence passed as Eve silently pondered the good hunter's question, before a look of recognition flashed in her eyes. Are you asking this because you want to bring me to the waking world? The thought has crossed my mind. I was able to summon the messengers to the waking world. So I was hoping that would also apply to you too, Bell said in a hopeful tone. Although the process would be a little more complicated, it is possible. Yes. The hunter shot up from Eve's lap and pumped his fist in the air with an expression of pure happiness. This is good. Very good. The hunter stopped mid-celebration when he noticed Eve's amused expression. Bell quickly regained his composure and coughed into his hand. Now that we have established it is possible, would it be fine for me to bring you to the waking world? If that is what you desire, Eve confirmed. Although Bell was glad Eve was willing to go to the waking world, he still found himself slightly annoyed by the response. The way she answered his question suggested she would travel to the waking world because he wanted her to, not because she had a desire to. It was in her nature, he supposed. Her original purpose may have been to act as a substitute for Maria, but after seeing that was not possible, Gehrman gave her instructions to serve the hunter of the dream. After so many years of servitude, across countless hunters, it was only natural that she would instinctively place her own desires second to others. Eve, while I am glad to hear you say that, you answered in a way that suggests you would travel to the waking world only because I requested it. The last thing I want to do is force you to do something that you don't want to do, so let me rephrase the question. Do you want to travel to the waking world? Forgive me, good hunter. I didn't mean to imply that. You don't have to apologize for anything, but I would like to hear your answer. Eve brought a hand up to her chin as she contemplated the hunter's question. After a moment of silence, she directed her eyes back to Bell, who appeared to become progressively more nervous as the silence continued. While the dream is familiar and does give me comfort, I would be lying if I said I wasn't interested in seeing what the waking world has to offer. Do you remember our conversation about the sun? The object in the sky that supposedly casts light upon the land? Of course. I would like to see it, Eve said with a smile. In that case, I will give you the best view of the sun Orario has to offer, I promise you. Thank you, good hunter. When do you plan to bring me to the waking world? I am not sure yet, the albino replied with uncertainty. I am not too familiar with Orario yet. The city is vast and I haven't even explored half of it yet. Before bringing you, I need to make sure Orario is safe. He knew he was being ridiculous when he said the last part of his sentence. Orario already had a form of police in the form of the Ganesha Familia, but he didn't trust them when it came to the protection of Eve. If anything were to happen to her, he was confident his psyche and sanity would finally collapse like a house of cards being hit by a gust of wind. But what Eve said next introduced a new variable he didn't even think of. I appreciate your protectiveness, good hunter. But I can assure you I am more than capable of defending myself. I know, but Bell's mind halted when he finally processed what Eve was implying. Wait, you know how to fight, Bell exclaimed. He had known Eve for essentially his entire life, and the thought of her knowing how to fight didn't even cross his mind. Of course, I may not be as powerful as you hunters, but Gehrman bestowed upon me the knowledge of a hunter when he brought me to life. That makes sense. Back before the first hunter was summoned to the hunter's dream, the doll was tenderly made by Gehrman to serve the many hunters that would come to the hunter's dream. But the biggest reason was because of the overwhelming sadness he felt when Lady Maria, his first student and the apple of his eye, disappeared. After her disappearance, Gehrman sought to obsessively replicate her in the form of the doll. That was the reason why Eve was identical to Lady Maria in terms of size, appearance, and voice. His body involuntarily shivered at the implications. If Eve was constructed to resemble Lady Maria, does that mean she has her combat prowess too? I know what you are thinking, and the answer is no. When Gehrman brought me to life, he was only able to bestow upon me Lady Maria's physical appearance and knowledge. Her personality and skills were forever lost. I see. Although he had his theories, Bell didn't truly know how Gehrman was able to construct Eve, but he wasn't surprised that Gehrman was incapable of truly recreating Lady Maria in the form of Eve. Physical appearance and an identical voice was one thing, but replicating a person's personality and memories was completely different. It was unfortunate Eve didn't have the combat prowess of Lady Maria. Even though he was now her equal in combat, The thought of dueling Lady Maria again sent a shiver down his spine. When it came to hunting, she was in a league of her own. The skill and talent that Lady Maria possessed in combat was something you would see once, maybe twice in a lifetime. Even taking that into account, I would still feel more comfortable bringing you to the waking world after I've settled down and familiarized myself with Orario. I would also like to see your knowledge in action. Forgive me for my selfishness, Bell said, bowing to Eve. Even if she possessed the knowledge of a hunter, she lacked actual experience with them. The same how reading the description of an apple's taste in a book and actually eating an apple were two completely different experiences. There is no need to apologize, good hunter. I trust your judgment. Eve's understanding nature always brought a sense of relief to Bell. After smiling at Eve in appreciation, he checked his watch and the smile that was plastered on his face immediately disappeared. It's about to be morning. I need to head back soon. Very well. But before you go, would you like to use the blood echoes you have accumulated to bolden your spirit? Ah yes, let's do it. He still had the vast amount of blood echoes he had gained from defeating Gurman and the moon presence. Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes. Bell obeyed the doll's instructions and closed his eyes. He pictured all of the blood echoes he possessed and after a few moments of contemplation, decided to invest all that he could into strength, and he let out a disappointed sigh. Is something wrong, good hunter? Nothing. Bell lied through his teeth as he gave a couple of test swings with his sword. Back in the beginning of his hunt, his growth was explosive. Every visit to the dream resulted in him leveling up his stats multiple times over, but now, it was different. He slayed one of the greatest hunters Yharnam had ever seen. He slayed the great one responsible for the hunt that ruined countless hunters. And all he was able to do was raise his strength stat by a measly 2 levels. His growth had become stagnant. He knew this was going to happen eventually, especially since he made the decision to evenly spread his stats, save for skill. Whenever you level up a stat, your next level up requires more blood echoes than the previous. This isn't enough. Month 1 day 10, in a certain city district, the moon had already set, but there was still no trace of the sun. A flurry of wind could be heard in the early dawn. The high or pitched gusts sounded over and over, trembling in the air for a moment like a bird call or a reed pipe before the darkness returned to silence. The slender elf woman was swinging a wooden sword nearly as long as she was tall. Her movements were swift and sharp as her elegant arms whipped the sword from overhead straight down with impeccable form. An instant later, she reversed the edge, slicing diagonally upward with a speed rivaling any quick-draw technique. If she were in an actual fight, her opponent would probably have run away in the face of such deft skill. Her dyed, pale green hair swayed as her sword flashed. She wore a light tunic and short pants that fluttered when she moved. Her fair skin stood out under the dark sky. She was practicing in the tavern's courtyard. The courtyard was wide, surrounded by wooden structures not connected to the main building. Originally there were plans for another expansion, so the area had been cleared out and part of the ground was paved with stones. The shop's outdoor storage shed was also in the courtyard. She stopped mid-swing when irritation reared its ugly head. This isn't enough. Her true feelings unconsciously escaped from her lips in a whisper. Sparring against an imaginary opponent just wasn't the same. She had tried to rectify this and asked her co-workers to spar, who were plenty strong themselves. But, I'm never going to train with you again. You always go too far. You stupid elf Naya. Apparently, she had not controlled herself enough. They had called her a training junkie and complained that she did not hold back. She was always overdoing it. Remembering the abuse that had been hurled at her in the past, Ryu unconsciously sighed. Maybe I should ask Mr. Cranel to join me next time. Looking up at the slightly dark sky, Ryu thought of a certain person. She had only just gotten to know him, since they had just met 9 days ago. He was a young human boy, but he was by no means wet behind the ears like a majority of his fellow young humans. Despite having no falna, he was capable of decimating minotaurs, a feat that should be considered impossible, and a feat that Ryo was still struggling to wrap her head around. She could also tell he was quite skilled in combat, despite never seeing him fight once before. He gave off the aura of a veteran adventurer. Perhaps he would be a good sparring partner. But after thinking that, she suddenly shook her head. No, I couldn't do that to Seer. It would be wrong of me to do that, since Mr. Cranel is Seer's? Rhea's mind went blank when she realized she couldn't even answer that question. What was Mr. Cranel to Seer? Saying that Seer was interested in Mr. Cranel would be an understatement. She was captivated by the boy. Her friend was very interested in what she had learned about Bell during their talk, and she was quite satisfied with what she had told Seer, while keeping the more personal stuff to herself to respect his privacy. Seer was also attracted to him. Ryu had recalled a moment where Seer said Mr. Cranel was quite handsome, but she would also relentlessly tease the elf, saying that her flustered face while Bell held her hand was adorable. What is Seer's endgame? Ryu decided now was not the time to dwell on her friend's possible love life. She was out here for a reason, to train. Even as a former adventurer who had washed her hands of delving into the dungeon, Liu was still meticulous in her training. Perhaps it was because the elf warrior had found herself in peril several times since she had arrived in Orario. But regardless, she had not forgotten to be diligent in her studies, so she continued. She swung, thrusted, slashed, until, crunch. Ryu stopped mid-swing and directed her gaze towards the source of the sound, which belonged to the very same boy she had just been thinking about. He was leaning against the door that led to the hostess's courtyard with an apple in his hand. Instead of wearing his usual hunter's attire, he donned a gray long-sleeve shirt, tan pants, black boots, and of course, his gloves. Morning. Another crunch was heard as Bell casually took another bite from his apple as he continued to lock eyes with the elf. Morning, Ryu replied, still a little caught off guard by Bell's sudden appearance. Why are you awake so early? The elf asked after the silence started to become more uncomfortable. I'm from the countryside. Waking up early to help in the fields is something I grew used to. Ryu accepted the answer with a nod, even though she knew what the real reason was. The nightmares were too much. Even though she had just met the boy, it didn't take long for her to realize that Bell didn't sleep a lot. The boy had familiar eyes. It was the same eyes she starred in the mirror after a night of particularly bad nightmares. There were even moments into the morning where Bell would stare off into space with a haunted look, not moving an inch, as if he was frozen in time. Bell gazed around the courtyard, taking in every detail before letting his eyes land on Ryu's figure. This reminds me of that morning where we encountered each other after my first trip into the dungeon. Are you always out this early, practicing? Yes. Even though I am no longer an adventurer, I practice so that my skill does not dwindle. Why? The white-haired boy didn't answer her question. He instead took one last bite of his apple before tossing the core into a nearby trash can. He then began to walk towards the center of the courtyard, his footsteps creating abnormally loud taps as they made contact with the pavement, as if he was purposefully making loud footsteps. Are you always training alone? Yes. No one wants to spar with me since I am considered too rough. An amused snort escaped the boy's lips before he replied. Perhaps we can change that. Bell stopped walking when he reached the center of the courtyard and was parallel to Ryu. The elf's eyes widened as she processed what the albino was implying. Does he want to dash? Would you like to spar? Even though her suspicions were confirmed after the boy said those words, she still found it hard to believe. Why you want to spar? Bell replied with a nod. You want to spar with me? Well, the only people I see in this courtyard are you and I. Must I have to repeat myself a third time? Bell was met with a still surprised look on the elf's face. Her eyes were bug-eyed and she was blinking at him owlishly, so he conceded. There is no one else out here but the two of us, so yes, I want to spar with you. That knocked some sense into the elf. Her expression mirrored the boy's, stoic and unreadable. But there was a slight tint of red on her cheeks, telling the boy that she was embarrassed. Sorry, it's been a while since someone has wanted to spar with me. It's fine, the albino reassured. So are we sparing or not? The elf stopped and looked at the ground with an unsure expression. Even though Ryu wanted to spar with an actual person, she still found herself reluctant to do so. When she spars, well, more accurately, when she used to spar with her friends at the tavern, she would always come out on top and they would complain about her being too rough during their spars, and that was against fellow X-level 4 adventurers who were around her level stat-wise. But the person that stood before her was not a level 4 adventurer, he had no falna. But despite that, he was strong enough to kill a minotaur with supposedly his bare hands. Even though Ryu took this into account, she was still unsure. The power difference between a level 4 adventurer and a person who had no falna was astronomical. If she were to punch a normal citizen, she would punch a hole straight through them like they were nothing. Even a flick of her finger could render a normal citizen unconscious if she hit them just right. The power difference was that great. Her hesitation to answer was quite obvious to Bell. So he said something that would certainly capture her attention. Why so reluctant? Training alone is not sufficient. Like you said. The boy felt his lip quip upward. It isn't enough. The waitress's head shot up to lock eyes with the boy. He parroted what she said to herself when she thought she was alone, which could only mean one thing. How long have you been watching me? The boy's reply was immediate. Long enough to know you aren't satisfied with practicing by yourself. You were even thinking of asking me to spar. Ryu found herself unnerved by the revelation that Bell had been watching her spar, not because he was a potential danger, but because she wasn't able to detect him until he decided to reveal himself to her. But she put that into the back of her mind and made her decision. All right, let's spar. Excitement sparkled in Bell's normally empty eyes, and he clasped his hands together in an excited manner. Excellent. Do you have a spare wooden sword? We wouldn't want to fight with real weapons, lest we want potential casualties or extreme injuries. I believe so. I'll be right back, Ryu hurriedly said, excitement swelling up in her stomach at the prospect of sparring with an actual person. She zoomed into her room and combed her room, looking for any practice weapon until she found a spare wooden sword. It wasn't as strong or well-built as her Lumina, but it will do. Once she was back outside and she handed the weapon to Bell, he took the weapon in one hand, feeling its weight and form. Bell took a step back and swung the weapon down onto empty air before twirling and delivering an uppercut. Another backstep was immediately followed by a thrust. Once he was done, he let out a hum of approval. This will suffice, you have my thanks. Bell then backed up a couple feet from Ryu. Are you ready? He asked. Yes, replied Ryu as she took a stance. Her knees were bent slightly, her back was arched, and she held the sword in front of her with both of her hands. Very well, let's begin. Ryu knew anything could happen during this sparring session. Cranel-san could quickly close the distance and thrust his sword or go for an overhead swing. There were multiple ways he could have initiated the fight. What she didn't expect him to do was for him to begin slowly walking to his left while keeping his eyes locked onto hers. She found herself mirroring Bell and she began to walk her left too as the two circled each other. Ryu observed her opponent and noticed how peculiar he was acting. They were in a duel, but his posture was completely relaxed with the sword in his right hand hanging limply at his side. Ryu would have thought the white-haired boy wasn't taking the spar seriously had she not looked at his eyes. His eyes were locked onto her with a gaze that radiated tension and alertness. Judging by his stance, it was clear as day Bell wasn't going to be the one that initiates the duel, so Ryu knew she was going to have to be the first one to strike. But still, she wasn't sure how much effort she should put into her speed and strikes. He was skilled, but his only major feat was killing a Minotaur, which would mean there was a possibility Bell had the power of a level 2 despite having no Falna. Alright, I'll adjust the power and speed of my attack and go from there. Ryu made up her mind and closed the distance between her opponent in an instant, feigning an overhead slash before thrusting her wooden sword towards his torso with the speed and strength of a level 2 adventurer. Or, more accurately, what she thought was the speed and strength of a level 2 adventurer. She always struggled with holding back in a spar. If she severely hurt Mr. Cranel because she didn't hold back enough, she would make sure to apologize thoroughly. But she didn't need to, because Bell responded by simply rotating his torso a couple of degrees, barely dodging the thrusted sword, before he continued walking as if nothing happened. Ryu backed up a couple of steps with a look of confusion on her face. What was that? Why didn't he dodge? All he did in response to her attack was rotate his torso slightly. Her sword was mere selches away from his body. Any sane person would have tried to deflect that attack with their sword or backstep to avoid it entirely. Her opponent once again gave no signs of attacking, so she rushed in, this time twisting her torso and swinging her blade from right to left in a long sweep. She was once again baffled when all Bell did to avoid that attack was simply take one step backwards, avoiding the sweep by mere selches. Ryu was completely flabbergasted, and this time she spoke. Mr. Cranel, why aren't you dodging my attacks? I am. The genuine look of confusion on Bell's face surprised Ryu. So he was dodging her attacks, but it still didn't make sense. I disagree. I find it hard to consider what you are doing as dodging. Why not backstep to put distance between us or deflect my attacks? Miss Lion, I hope I don't come off as arrogant, but when someone attacks me and their attempts are that slow, it doesn't require much effort to dodge. Bell said the last word reluctantly, as if he found it hard to consider the thrust and sweep as attacks, before finishing off with, surely that isn't the best you can do, Miss Lion. Are you holding back? The white-haired boy's statement completely floored the green-haired elf. Had this statement came from anyone else, she would have written them off as arrogant fools that were reaching far beyond what they were capable of. But not this boy. His statement was backed up by his actions. Why, yes, I have. Because you don't have a Falna, I wasn't sure if I should have fought at full strength. Your concern is unnecessary, but appreciated. Bell's lips twitched upward for a second before falling back into its normal neutral expression. Please do not hold back during the spar, because I won't. Right after those words left Bell's lips, he became a blur to the world and launched himself at Ryu. The elf's eyes widened considerably, and she hastily lifted her sword just in time to block the hunter's overhand swing. A minor shockwave took place when their swords made contact, causing their clothes to flutter violently, as if they were hit by a severe gust of wind. Oh! Ryu reflexively put distance between her and Bell and stared at him with flabbergasted eyes. I trust that one strike has convinced you to no longer hold back, right? Ryu looked at her trembling hand that was tightly gripping her wooden sword, and a chill ran down her spine. That strike was strong, really strong. But it made one thing clear. She didn't have to hold back. Ryu dashed toward Bell, but this time with all that she had, and started to attack. But despite putting in her best effort, he continued to evade her strikes and slashes without issue, with the only difference in his expression was the slight narrowness in his eyes. It wasn't like he outclassed her in agility. She could tell they were moving at around the same speed, but it was like he was predicting her attacks long before she even executed them, making it extremely difficult to hit him. It was like trying to hit a bullseye with an arrow while doing continuous backflips with a blindfold on. And on the rare occasion that he didn't dodge, he would actually use his sword to block and deflect her attacks. Seeing an opponent block with their sword wasn't an uncommon thing in a fight, but there was something with the way Bell accomplished it that left Ryu astonished. Unlike normal people who would hold their swords high and firmly, ready for an attack, the white-haired boy would simply raise his arm just enough for his weapon to connect with the sword. He was exerting the least amount of physical effort needed to deflect her strikes. If Ryu could only use one word to describe Bell's defense, it would be perfect. It was then that she noticed throughout the fight. She was mostly the aggressor the entire time. All he was doing was dodging and deflecting with the occasional counterattack. He was mostly on the defensive, which sent a sense of dread and anticipation through Ryu, because if his defense was this good, then how was his offense? So this is the power of a level 4 adventurer. She is good, very good. Bell thought as he backstepped another one of Ryu's swings. She was definitely a step up from all the beasts he had been slaughtering back in the dungeon. Unlike the beasts in the upper and middle floors, his opponent was quick on their feet and actually forced him to use some effort. She is also used to fighting humanoids. It was easy for him to notice. He hadn't fought any adventurer besides the one harassing Lily, but he did observe a few of them while inside the dungeon. Their stances and combat styles were made to fight monsters, which would naturally put them at a disadvantage when fighting another person. Ryu, however, was able to keep up with him. It showed that she had experience fighting against other people. Even if he wasn't fighting with the intent to kill, he was still taking it somewhat seriously. Ryu would have certainly been an excellent hunter. However, that is a fate Bell wouldn't wish upon anyone. Becoming a hunter only shatters your very being and rebuilds you into something that was a far cry from who you once were. Bell stopped his wandering mind. He had to concentrate on the battle at hand. His partner was giving her all, and letting his mind wander would be disrespectful to her. He had acquired enough information. It was time to go on the offensive. After deflecting a sword strike, he stepped forward and delivered a horizontal swing from the left. Ryu was momentarily caught off guard due to sudden shift in roles, but instinctively responded by blocking with her sword at an angle, deflecting the strike upwards. Immediately after, she lowered her body and swung her blade horizontally at his unguarded abdomen. Attempting to strike the liver, Bell's sword was still high up due to the deflect, and Ryu having lowered her body meant he wouldn't be able to strike her with it before her own attack connected. Normally this would mean that the only option left would be to retreat, something that she would certainly capitalize on by switching from a swing to a lunging stab. Normally, that is. Bell took another step forward, closing the distance between them even more, and with his free left hand caught Ryu's right wrist, stopping her swing. To say the elf was surprised would be an understatement. No sane person would choose to dive into an attack. It was suicide, and yet the albino boy had done it with practiced ease. Not only that, but at such close range she was unable to fully utilize her sword. Bell followed up by bringing his right hand down at her head, striking it with his sword's pommel and dazing her. Before he could deliver another attack, Ryu, ignoring the pain in her head, grabbed the collar of his shirt with her left hand and fell backwards, throwing Bell over her with the help of a kick to his stomach. With her still dazed mind, she saw Bell twist his body midair and land on all fours like a cat. His legs tensioned like springs and alarm bells rang inside her head. The elf managed to barely deflect the thrust aimed at her throat to her right, but was once again surprised when her opponent seemingly used her deflection as momentum to quickly spin and backhand her with his left hand. The sudden surprise attack broke down her hastily put together stance, forcing her to backstep and recuperate. Bell wouldn't let her though, and immediately chased her retreat. He isn't stopping. Whenever she attacked, he would immediately parry and counter with his own. When she defended, his form would seamlessly shift to deliver another strike. If she retreated, he would chase her down like a hunting hound. He was by far the most relentless and aggressive opponent she had ever faced in combat. To fight someone so skilled, to be shut down so many times, it should have been infuriating, and yet. He struck, but she deflected. Ryu followed with a kick, but Bell twisted his body out of the way and swung his blade at her forearm, causing a surge of pain to go up the elf's arm. And yet, a strike to her leg was retaliated with a thrust to his chest. But the thrust was ignored, and her relentless opponent pursued her like a predator chasing down its prey. And yet her overextended swing was blocked and met with a knee to the stomach, and yet. She deflected his lunge upwards and closed the distance, aiming to elbow him in the jaw, only for her opponent to grab her outstretched arm and throw her over his shoulder. And yet. Their legs accidentally collided as they both feinted a sword strike into a kick, and yet. She's smiling. It was faint, the corners of her mouth barely turned. But it was enough for him to notice that in truth, she had missed this. To spar against someone of a similar level, to trade strikes, to feint, to lunge, to fight against another person without having to kill them. It reminded her of the hellish spar sessions she had with her familia, of how Kaguya taught her Far Eastern martial arts, of how Lyra showed her more underhanded fighting methods, and how Elise kept sparring earnestly despite always complaining about how she always took things too far. She charged at him and he responded with a thrust. She deflected it to the side, stepped firmly on the ground, and sprung forwards once more to body check him. But she made a mistake, which Bell immediately picked up on. During their spar, they never truly disengaged. One attack would flow to the next, each parry into an attack, each retreat into a chase. There had been no time to rest, and Bell could tell Ryu was quite winded. Her strikes were still swift, but they were becoming more desperate and they began to lack power. Her entire body was drenched in sweat and she was huffing repeatedly. Bell also had the sneaking suspicion that Ryu didn't even seem to notice her dwindling stamina. His refusal to give Ryu any room to breathe greatly depleted her stamina, so it was only a matter of time until Ryu made a critical error. When Ryu deflected his thrust to the side, slightly rotated her body to favor her left shoulder while quickly planting both her feet firmly into the ground, he knew victory was his. His instincts, refined through his countless duels in Yharnam, screamed she was going to body check him. Body checks are normally fine, but completing one requires bursts of strength and endurance, and when your stamina reserves are low, it is a recipe for disaster. She most likely wouldn't have enough energy to stand upright and would fall alongside him, so instead of backstepping or evading the reckless move, he allowed it to happen. Ryu's body crashed into Bell's and they both fell, rolling across the hostess courtyard in a tangled mess of limbs. The moment Ryu made contact with the hunter, he wrapped his right arm around her back and struck Ryu's right hand with his free hand, causing her sword to fly from her limp grip and fall into one of the flower beds. As their rolling came to a stop, the white-haired boy immediately twisted his body so that Ryu would end up beneath him. His left knee was pressing on her right arm, his left hand was holding her left wrist tightly, and the tip of his blade was pressed on her neck. Their eyes met, Ryu exhausted sky-blue eyes staring into Bell's calm crimson gaze. "It's my loss," Ryu spoke between huffs. Bell merely nodded and withdrew his hold on her, standing up beside the still collapsed Ryu. He wasn't nearly as tired as she was, but the spar did require effort, so he did feel a little drained. After taking a couple of seconds to breath, Bell felt his stamina replenish and he turned his gaze to Ryu who, for her part, still kept her eyes closed as she worked on taking deeper breaths, appreciating the cool stone beneath her. When Ryu finally regained her breath, her eyes opened to see her victorious opponent standing above, holding her sword in his left hand. "That tired, huh?" Bell said, reaching his hand out to help Ryu up, until he hesitated. He stared at his outstretched hand with a conflicted expression, as if unsure if he should be offering it out to her. Ryu knew his hesitation was because of her elven culture. She appreciated that he took her culture into consideration, but his reluctance was unnecessary because before Bell could pull his hand back, she reached up and grabbed his outstretched hand. The white-haired boy's eyes widened in surprise before he pulled the elf to her feet. After wordlessly offering her sword to the elf, she accepted it with a nod and the two sat down on a bench overlooking the courtyard. "Thank you for accepting my request to duel." The elf shook her head. "No, I should be the one thanking you. I haven't had such an exciting spar session in years. It was refreshing." She leaned her back against the bench and stretched, only to wince and cradle her right wrist. Now that the adrenaline of combat was wearing off, both the aching and the bruises suddenly became apparent, her pale skin doing wonders to highlight the newly acquired markings. "I apologize if I was too rough." Whenever Bell fought, he always went for the kill, so adjusting his fighting style to a non-lethal one was a lot more difficult than he anticipated. Even though he wasn't using a blade, there are so many ways you can end a person's life with a blunt instrument like the wooden sword he was given. You could strike their throat hard enough to break their Adam's apple, compromising their airway and depriving the person of oxygen. The hard enough hit to the back of a person's head can cause lethal damage to a person's hindbrain structures of the brain vital for maintaining life-sustaining functions, such as a person's breathing or heartbeat. Bell even had to resist the instinctual urge to perform a visceral attack on Ryu when her defenses were vulnerable. Plunging his fist into her chest and relieving the elf of her heart was the last thing he wanted to do. All of these problems were exacerbated by Ryu's combat prowess. Her skill with the blade, while not on the same level as Lady Maria's, was formidable, and she was an opponent that cannot be taken lightly. She could give the bloody crow of Canehurst a run for his gold coins, and in the end, he was able to alter his fighting style. But that didn't save the elf from the multiple bruises that laced a good portion of her body. "It's fine," she reassured. "I can use my magic to heal these bruises." "Wait, before you do that, may I try something?" Bell asked. Although Ryo was unsure on what the boy wanted to do, she nodded nonetheless. Once Bell received the elf's approval, he hid his right hand behind his back. When the boy revealed his hand to Ryu, she didn't know what to think. In his hand, the boy held a bell, and were it not for the confusion the elf was feeling, she would have commented on the irony of a boy named Bell holding a bell. The object in question was the size of a fist and silver in color. Ryu quickly noticed the intricate patterns that covered it, similar to waves. Her next though was of how the object had seen better days. Though she could still make the color of it as being silver, it lacked the luster associated with the metal, if that were not enough. Then the crack running down from its shoulder to sound bow would have made clear that whatever the object's purpose was, it would not perform at full capacity. Bell reached out, held the bell near Ryu's body, and rang it. The slightly dulled sound rippled through the courtyard, bringing with it motes of pale blue light that danced around the mesmerized elf before fading away into nothingness. "How do you feel?" Bell asked. "I feel better. I am not sure how to put it into words," Ryu replied honestly. It was hard to describe how she felt, but it was almost as if she had more energy inside of her. That, and although her body still ached, it wasn't nearly as bad as it was a minute ago if she got healed. The elf looked down to her arms and her eyes widened. "My bruises, they are gone." Ryu quickly stood up from the bench and glanced over her entire body. She still had some bruises, but there were not nearly as many as there were before. She then shifted her eyes back to the boy, who was still sitting on the bench, watching her with amusement in his eyes. "Mr. Cranel, please explain to me what in the world is that item?" Although she wasn't nearly as stupefied as Lily when he used Madara's whistle, Bell could see the shock and surprise in Ryu's body language, reinforcing his hypothesis that his hunter's tools are otherworldly compared to this world's magic items. Then again, seeing a massive snake materialize from the ground was probably more outlandish than a bell capable of healing injuries. "It's a bell. More specifically, a magic item." "A magic item?" Ryu sat back down on the bench and stared at the bell with a look of wonder. "I've never seen anything like it. It's amazing." "It's nothing special," the hunter muttered as he hid it behind his back, letting the mist take it back to the hunter's dream. He couldn't blame Ryu for finding the choir bell amazing, but he thought the exact opposite. The choir bell was quite expensive to use. Ringing it cost 7 quicksilver bullets, and it didn't even have the same healing properties as a single blood vial. The only redeeming factor was that it had an area of effect, meaning that it can heal anything within the general vicinity. If he was being honest with himself, the choir bell was more of a party trick used to elicit a reaction out of someone. Not special? Ryu's mind was once again blown away at how nonchalant Bell was about revealing such an item. Ryu had seen a number of magic items in the past, but this one was on a completely different level. This magic item was on par with magic items made by Perseus, the level 4 captain of the Hermes Familia who possessed the skill mystery. She once again had so many questions, but before she could ask any, Bell abruptly stood up from the bench they were sitting at. "I have a few errands I need to run before going into the dungeon with Lily, so I must take my leave. Once again, thank you for accepting my request to spar." Bell bowed for a few seconds, before turning around to exit the tavern's courtyard. "Wait." Bell turned his head to look at the elf who had stood up from the bench. "Would you be open to sparring again in the future?" Even though she spoke without thinking, her statement was framed in a way that hid what she really wanted to ask. This was unintentional, but the cultural conditioning of the elves still had its hold over despite trying to leave her life in the forest behind. "In the future, can we train together?" This duel told Ryu one thing: the opponent that stood before her trumped her in experience. His reflexes were so superb that it seemed as if he had some form of precognition. His swordsmanship completely trumped Kagaya's. Throughout the fight his form would constantly seamlessly change into something she was unfamiliar with, as if he invented a new sword technique on the spot. We can talk about it in the evening. The hunter then walked out of the tavern's courtyard. Ryu thought back to the moment where she was surprised to see that her arms were no longer decorated with bruises. The mystery that was Bell Cranel now increased tenfold after witnessing the effects of his magic item. How many more surprises did Bell Cranel have? Chapter 16. Hehehehe. Oh amygdala, have mercy on the poor bastard. Ha ha ha. Patches, there has been some debate on mankind's greatest fear. There is fear of heartbreak, fear of loneliness, fear of failure. But perhaps one fear that a majority of people agree upon is the fear of death. The thought that everything you have ever known will cease to exist at some point, and that no matter what you do, you will inevitably die as well can fill anyone with immense fear. That I believe this too, at least before I was summoned to the hunter's dream. Although the exact way I died in the waking world is now just a foggy memory, I can still recall the sheer terror I felt when I realized I was going to die. Now, whenever I experience death, the same thing always happens. I emerge from a bed of flowers in another part of the dream that I no longer agree with the idea that mankind's greatest fear is death. I found myself leaning towards another fear of the unknown. But that's not because I have experienced death far more than any human being should. I no longer agree with it because of the creature before me. Its massive hands gripped the building tightly and its head was partially in view, making it look as if it was peeking around a corner. This creature whose stare was carving into me was massive. Its figure would tower over the chapel if it chose to stand upright. My obscured view of the abomination hid its other 5 thin long arms, which it used to attach itself to the chapel like a spider. The most noteworthy feature of the creature was its face, which was thin and elongated, and appeared to be pulsating. Although its head had no eyes, I knew it was watching me. Its presence completely unnerved me, but it wasn't what scared me the most. What completely terrified me wasn't its imposing figure or the fact that it was there this entire time. It was the fact that I didn't know what it was thinking. The beasts that I hunt can be intimidating, but I always knew what they were thinking. They wanted to tear me apart and bleed me dry of my blood. But this being was incomprehensible. What did it want? Did it want to kill me? It certainly could if it desired to. When I first saw it, I attacked with everything I had, but my tools were not strong enough to pierce its thick, bumpy, and leathery skin. It just absorbed the strikes, like throwing a pebble against a wall. The only reason why I was still standing here was because it seemed content to just stay attached to the building. If it didn't want to kill me, then what was it? Did it stay there because it appreciated the occasional breeze? Was I just an ant that it found fascinating to watch? Did it experience some sort of sick pleasure as it watched me bury all of my comrades? I didn't know. I really didn't know. And that's what terrified me. That I forced my eyes away from the creature and focused my attention back onto the open casket which contained the corpse of a beast. It was quite the abomination, resembling a human that was in an advanced stage of the beast's scourge. It was werewolf-like. It had a thin and elongated body that was covered in bandages and ripped cloth, exposing its fur. Blood decorated the corpse, and I could still see the stab wounds located on its neck, which were a result of me plunging my blades of mercy into its throat. That I carefully put a long white blanket over its corpse and closed the casket. I then grabbed a shovel and bedded into the dirt. I normally wouldn't bury a beast that was a victim of my hunt, but this one was not always a bloodthirsty creature. He used to be Gilbert, the sickly man in central Yarnum that was the first person to actually help me. My final conversation with him suddenly flooded my thoughts. He had come to Yarnum to cure his illness, and although the blood didn't completely cure him, it bought him more time. But that time had run out. As he laid upon his deathbed, he told me he felt quite fortunate. He was going to die as a human, not a beast. He wasn't even granted that tragic wish. Thanks to the blood moon that reigned over the sky, I forced his final thoughts out of my mind and focused on the task at hand. Gilbert deserved to be buried for all that he had done for me, and I wasn't going to let my melancholic thoughts or the creature stop me. And I began to shovel dirt onto the casket, feeling some part of me dwindle as each shovelful of dirt hit its front. I didn't quite know what the feeling was specifically. All of my focus was on burying Gilbert. But when I shoveled the last pile of dirt onto his final resting place, I felt a stabbing sensation in my stomach as the realization sank in that I was now completely alone, the sole survivor of this eternal nightmare. The stabbing sensation sent tremors up my spine and my breathing started to become more frantic. I put a hand on the well to stabilize myself, but my legs stopped working, causing me to trip over my own feet. My head hit the ground with a loud thud. I felt awful both because of the pounding in my head, as well as the fact that my last connection to any form of human life was buried alongside Gilbert. My breaths were coming out in short gasps, and it was becoming very hard to breathe. I had to find some way to calm down, or I would pass out from hyperventilation. I could have easily fixed this, but my panic state caused me to forget how to do something as simple as summoning a sedative from the hunter's dream. Is this my punishment? Am I being punished for my failure to become a hero? I thought to myself as I stared off into the sky. It was a fitting punishment since more than half of the graves here were a result of my incompetence in becoming a hero. But I didn't want to endure this any longer. Nobody deserves this overpowering feeling of emptiness. When my breathing slowed down to something that was still more erratic than my normal breathing patterns, I shakily rose to my feet and placed both of my hands on the well side to stabilize myself. My reflection in the water was hideous. My skin was paler than usual and my eyes were bloodshot red with bags underneath them. I looked awful, like a man going through a midlife crisis, which was quite accurate given my circumstances. As I continued to stare at my reflection, I felt a familiar itching. No, why now? I had felt this sensation in the past. My grip on the well tightened. Calm down, Bell. Don't give in. Eileen said my mental fortitude was abnormally strong. Just don't give in. I kept repeating this in my head, but I could feel my rational mind slowly being replaced by something far more primal that I began to hear a constant thumping. I thought it was coming from the creature, but it was still just staying attached to the chapel. I was confused until I realized they were coming from my hands, which were shaking so violently that they were banging against the well. I wrapped my hands around the well again in an effort to stop them. Something's very wrong. It's normally not this strong, but I could feel the itching growing in intensity as each second went by. I even summoned a sedative which had no effect. It could have been because of my chaotic thoughts. My mind was consumed both by my failure to become a hero to honor my grandpa and the revelation that I was now completely alone in this nightmare. These factors could have weakened my walls of resistance. Regardless of the possible cause, I needed to find some solution quickly. As I felt the noose tighten around my neck, I desperately projected an image of my savior in my mind. She was my metaphorical light at the end of this tunnel of darkness. I just had to make it back to the dream and everything will be all right. But before I could make my way back into the chapel, an enormous appendage, whose size was equivalent to a human being, wrapped around me. A yelp of surprise escaped my lips and I quickly tried to pry myself free, but my efforts were fruitless as I was lifted off the ground. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. There was only one creature near me that had a hand the size of a human. I didn't want to look, but as if in a trance, I found myself slowly lifting my gaze and what I saw made me freeze in place. The creature's head was no longer just a blank pulsating sac. There were eyeballs. Hundreds of eyeballs whose pupils were as black as the darkest abyss, and they were all staring right back at me. My body stiffened, and I was unable to move, even though every fiber of my being was screaming at me to fight back. I wanted to look away but found myself unable to do so. Those countless eyes held me in a bewitching trance. All of its eyes were twitching and moving about, moving up and down, left and right. Those unnatural movements added to the creature's disturbing image. This thing doesn't belong in our plane of existence. What the hell is this thing? I gasped in absolute terror and my heart pounded at a dangerously fast rate. My temples were so hot they felt like they were thudding against the inside of my skull. The itching was no longer at the forefront of my mind, just an afterthought as I continued to stare at the monstrosity in petrified horror. The only response it gave to my stunned silence was a tilt of its head. It looked confused, as if it was wondering why its plaything was as quiet as a mouse. It then squeezed. Pain soon followed. It was not physical pain, it was pure psychological agony. It started when I felt something razor-sharp shoot through my mind, as if someone had driven a spike into my skull. I bit my lip hard to the point I drew blood while clutching my head, feeling the pain grow in intensity. The worst had yet to come. As pain accumulated in my head, I felt something else. A creepy, slimy sensation that filled me with dread. It was as if something had begun to burrow into my mind, like a worm wiggling into my brain. That I squeezed my eyes shut in response to the unfamiliar sensation. But to my horror, I could still see the creature's disgusting head, surrounded by the darkness. Hundreds of eyeballs were so close to my face that I could swear my nose was brushing against one of their pupils. What was left of my composure shattered like broken glass, and I began to scream while trying in vain to banish the image that I could no longer escape from. I was now trapped in my own mind, a prisoner to the creature that was unraveling my sanity. This feeling of sheer helplessness was unfamiliar to me. I had never felt this way before, even when I fought beasts that could annihilate me with a single swipe of their claws. I could at least fight to the bitter end against beasts, but here, all I could do was watch helplessly as my thoughts of home and comrades were slowly replaced by horrifying images that my human mind was struggling to comprehend. As these images flashed through my mind, the itching that was an afterthought came back with a vengeance and wreaked havoc on my already tortured mind that I could no longer register any rational thought or reason. There was only torture. I was so lost in the pain that I could no longer focus on anything else. All the individual pieces contributed to my overall torment. I drowned in the agony that felt never-ending. But suddenly, there was mercy. My constant frenzied screams did not allow enough oxygen to enter my lungs, and I blacked out when I regained consciousness. I found myself in the cathedral, sitting in the chair that Ariana used to sit in. That I immediately knew something was off. The dark and gray colors that decorated the interior of the cathedral were painted in crimson with hints of black. I also felt amazing, alive in a way I had never felt before. Everything felt so different now, but I couldn't determine why. I heard movement outside the cathedral and involuntarily trembled in excitement. I felt an overpowering urge to rip apart whatever was making that noise. That's when it hit me. My walls of resistance to the bloodlust were finally broken, and the beast within had come out to play. My rational mind took a backseat and predatory instinct took over. I knew what I was about to do, but I just didn't care. I clutched my blades of mercy tightly, and I felt a massive smile stretch across my lips. It's time to hunt. I burst through the cathedral door and see a church servant standing nearby holding a lamp and a staff. Before he could react to my sudden appearance, I closed the distance in one stride and slashed him in a scissors-like fashion. The blades sliced through the torso effortlessly, as though it offered no resistance. His body separated into two and fell to the ground in a heap. Oh, the ecstasy. My bloodlust amplified every aspect of the kill. The sheer delight I felt was beyond comparison. More. I want more. I hear movement behind me and I instinctively roll to the side, dodging a bag that was slammed into where I just was. It was a snatcher. Before he could raise the bag again, I spun and sliced his hands off. His severed hands fell to the ground, and before he could let out a cry of pain, I tackled him into the ground. I let him struggle a little. In the past I feared snatchers like this one, but now he was an insect that I could crush beneath my boot. Once I was satisfied with his fruitless struggle, I raised my blade high in the air and buried it in between his eyes. His body twitched for a second before going limp. This isn't enough. I need more. I sprinted back into the chapel, almost giving in to the temptation of running on all fours like a beast. Once I exited the chapel and found myself back in the graveyard, I tensed my knees and launched myself into the air, flying over the buildings alongside the chapel. The wind hitting my face felt great, but I was hyper-focused on where I was landing, which was in the dead center of a crowd of huntsmen. My abrupt appearance clearly caught them off guard, but their confidence returned when they realized they outnumbered me. But before they could exploit their numeric advantage, I summoned one of my hunter tools and let out a roar. The roar was powerful and inhuman. The sheer power behind it produced a shockwave, causing all of the huntsmen to fall to the ground. This powerful attack came at the cost of my vocal cords. They were annihilated by the sheer power of the roar, but that didn't matter. What mattered now was that they were defenseless, which filled me with glee. That I became the embodiment of death itself. Heads were decapitated, limbs were severed, lives were ended. Each kill increased my bloodlust. I was in a state of euphoria as I slaughtered the huntsman. I am a hunter, and my sole purpose in life is to hunt my prey. The last remaining huntsman was desperately trying to crawl under a carriage to escape the carnage. I didn't let him. Instead, I dragged him out, held him above my head and ripped him in half. His guts and internal organs splashed onto me, and I toss his carcass aside and inject a blood vial into my neck, feeling my vocal cords repair themselves. The stench of death fills my nostrils as I survey the courtyard, which was now a monument to death. But this wasn't enough. I need more. I came up with a plan in my head. I'll hunt all of the inhabitants in the cathedral ward, then move on to the grand cathedral. Until my bloodlust dissipates, I'll slaughter to my heart's content. But before I could enact my plan, an unfamiliar sound entered my ears. It was the sound of a bell. It was soft and almost mesmerizing. I tried to determine where it was coming from, but it appeared as if it was coming from everywhere. It continued for what felt like hours, as I stood in the center of my bloodbath, just listening to the unfamiliar sound. It then stopped. The absence of the bell left the atmosphere in a perpetual state of silence. The only thing I could hear was my own breathing. Then another sense started to permeate the atmosphere. All of the common smells associated with the cathedral ward were slowly being replaced by something completely different. It was the scent of dried beast blood, which could only mean one thing. It was the scent of a hunter. Perhaps if my rational mind was in charge, I would have recognized the danger the scent presented and the sheer absurdity of it. Why was the smell of the dried beast blood so strong that it overtook all other smells? But in my bloodlust, I was instead filled with excitement. A duel between hunters always resulted in a bloodbath. If a hunter was going to try and stop me, they are more than welcome to try. I resume my plan and sprint back in the direction of the cathedral ward. My comrade's graveyard and the creature that caused this were afterthoughts as I passed them and ran up the stairs that lead deeper into the ward. I turned a corner to see a huntsman walking about. Before he could even do anything, my hand rocketed forward, piercing through his back and out of his chest. I threw his body aside, not slowing down in the slightest. He was a side dish. I couldn't let him distract me from the main course. After sprinting up a flight of steps, I soon reached a courtyard. In the center was an old fountain with an iron fence that wrapped around it. Unsuspecting prey was walking about, unaware of the sheer carnage that was about to unfold. I twirled my blades eagerly. I sprint towards them, eager to continue my hunt, but stopped. The air was full of the smell of the hunter. It was no longer a lingering smell, it was becoming a lot more pungent. Whoever the smell belonged to was approaching, and was approaching fast. I ignored my prey and focused on the smell. There was something about it that made me feel unsettled, and goosebumps swept across my skin. I have fought hunters before, but they rarely make me feel this uneasy. It was like a primal fear buried deep within my soul. The only hunter I could think of that made me feel this way was Gascoigne, and that was when I was still new to the hunt. But now I have more experience. I had just defeated the Bloody Crow of Canehurst, the hunter who annihilated Eileen the Crow. My heart thundered in my chest as the smell continued to become stronger. I looked back to see all of my prey in the courtyard, running. They smelled the scent too, and it had sent them into a hysterical frenzy as they sprinted in the opposite direction. The fact that blood-crazed huntsmen, church servants, and even the rabid dogs were running away from the smell heightened my sense of paranoia. The smell radiated a sense of danger so fierce that my bloodlust melted away. My rational mind was back and crimson was no longer the only color I could see. I didn't even have time to feel shame for giving into it. The scent was the only thing I could focus on. My eyes widened at a realization. If the smell was this strong, then that could only mean I felt something sharp pierce my side hard and I slammed against the iron fence. I quickly looked at my wound. I had been hit by a quicksilver bullet. While injecting a blood vial into my thigh, I rose to my feet and locked eyes with my opponent. I locked eyes with the hunter. They were standing at the staircase I had just ascended, holding a pistol with tendrils of smoke unfurling from its barrel. Just like me, they were wearing a hunter's attire, but there was something odd about them. They appeared to be glowing. The glow was reddish and it surrounded their entire body, extending a few inches in all directions. It also appeared to be pulsating and flickering, as if it was fueled by their malicious intent. The haunting luminescence stood in stark contrast to the somber, desaturated hues of the city. That wasn't the only thing odd about this particular hunter. Unlike my bandana, whose colors had long since faded, their scarf was vibrant, so vibrant that I could still see its color, which was a solid red with gold linings across the center. A hunter's attire usually had very muted colors, so the bright colors were certainly eye-grabbing. These two factors contributed to the sheer uniqueness of this hunter. But I could not focus on those distractions for too long. It was clear to me that my new opponent was not someone I could just stomp out like the huntsman I had slaughtered. I readied my blades and stood my ground. My opponent responded by putting their gun into its holster, unsheathing the sword strapped to their waist. It was slender and sharply pointed, much more different than the sword the Bloody Crow of Canehurst used. Then, with a level of speed that caught me off guard, the hunter closed the gap between us in 2 strides. My eyes widened in surprise and I hastily raised my blades to block their her swing. Now that we were within arm's reach as a result of our clash, I had gotten a much better look at my opponent's face. Although a majority of her face was covered by her scarf, I was taken aback by its femininity. Her long eyelashes complemented her emerald eyes. They held a gentleness that was not appropriate for a hunter. There was also her hair, which was long and luscious. Even with the scarlet aura she emitted, her red hair was striking, but I could see strands of gray hair as well, most likely the result of the stress one experiences in Yacharnam. It only lasted 2 seconds, I could feel my strength giving in, so I slashed at her midsection with my free hand, forcing her to backstep. My reprieve was temporary because she was already on me, her blade a mesmerizing blur as she attacked me with a level of savagery that was appropriate for a hunter. Frustration swelled up within me as I tried and failed to perform any sort of counterattack. Her fighting style favored aggression heavily over defense, but I couldn't exploit this because not only was she faster and stronger than me, her skill in fighting was breathtaking. This was made apparent to me with what happened next. She thrusted her sword forward, and instead of deflecting it, I dodged to the side while simultaneously swinging my blade upward. Her right hand was outstretched because of the thrust, so there's nothing she can do to prevent her hand from being severed, or my other blade which was lunging towards her stomach. Or so I thought. Time slowed to a crawl as she did something that left me astonished. An almighty shock ran through me when she let go of her sword and rotated her entire arm as if she was painting an O in the air, avoiding my slash by inches. Simultaneously, her left hand shot forward and quickly caught the blade and parried my stab to her stomach. I felt physically sick at how easy she made that look, and my uneasiness continued to grow as our dance continued. I hadn't landed a single hit on her yet, whereas she had landed so many attacks my entire body was covered in cuts and bruises. I could feel myself becoming weaker, whereas she appeared to be becoming stronger. I'm completely outmatched. CLCKR blades locked once again, and I held her at bay with shaking limbs. I tried to slash at her midsection but was interrupted when she suddenly reared her head back and slammed it into my nose. My head jerked back from the surprise attack, and I was greeted with a view of the purple sky. An instant later, I felt something slam against my chest and my feet left the ground. Pain erupted up my back, and I gasped for air as I tried to process what just happened. The ringing in my ears further worsened my confusion. My vision was painted crimson from the blood leaking down from a deep cut above my forehead. While wiping away the blood that was leaking over my right eye, I pulled out a glass shard from my back. I then turned my gaze upward to see the hunter slowly making her way towards me from beyond the broken window. Her gait was calm, as if she was taking a stroll through a fucking park. I tried to summon a blood vial, but to my dismay, I was out. I had used the last one. I had to repair my vocal cords. Shit. Even with adrenaline pumping through my veins, my body was still screaming in agony and my head was spinning. Without a blood vial to heal myself, it was only a matter of time before I either passed out or that huntress finished the job. A cold sweat swept over my body as the realization sank in. Even though I have experienced death countless times, something about it this time was unsettling. I'm not being hunted by a simple-minded beast driven by their primal instincts. I am being hunted by a calculating and relentless force, another hunter whose motivations and tactics mirror my own. I have never experienced this before, and it terrified me. Is this what Henrik felt when Eileen and I put him down for good? That flash of fear in his eyes as he watched Eileen pierce his chest with her blades. Or perhaps is this my punishment for finally giving in to the bloodlust? I quickly banished those thoughts from my head. I wasn't going to go down without a fight, even if the fight was in vain. My chances weren't in my favor. She was faster, stronger, and more skilled. I needed to be smart. I was frantically trying to think of a plan. I tasted a bitter metallic flavor on my tongue. I look around for the source and see a room to my left. It was a dilapidated room that used to be a kitchen. There was an old table in the center, wooden cabinets, and a rusted gas-powered oven at the back. I hyper-focused on the gas line that was attached to the stove. It was leaking. Crunchy quickly turned my head to see the girl was closer, her zombie-like shuffle steadily closing the distance between us. She was a couple of feet away from the window. It wasn't long until she was in the building. Suppressing a grunt of pain, I pushed myself to my feet and stumbled my way into the room. The air in the room felt thick and oily, which made it difficult to breathe, and my eyes stung. A plan immediately formed in my head and a smile formed on my face. It didn't make sense for a gas leak to be occurring, but I didn't care. It presented a solution to my deadly predicament. I could hear boots crush broken glass. I didn't even need to turn around to realize what had happened. She had entered the building, and I only had seconds to spare. While looking behind me, I quickly kicked the door close and got into position. I knew the door wouldn't hold. She definitely had the strength to kick it down, but it would give me enough time to get into position. I heard her boots just outside the door, and I felt tense all over. I was trembling all over because of the combination of excessive adrenaline and fear that flowed through me. The door exploded into a shower of splinters as she burst through. It was now or never. I charged forth and swung toward her head, which she dodged. I expected this. The attack was mainly a ploy to get her to backstep deeper into the room and to position myself between her and the door. Before she could do anything else, I immediately brought a whistle to my lips and blew into it. Her green eyes widened in alert and surprise as a serpent emerged from the beyond, eager to feast on her flesh. We both jumped back to avoid the massive snake as it clamped its jaws shut. While jumping back, I dismissed my blades of mercy into the mist and summoned a new weapon. It was a massive hammer that required me to hold it with both hands. That I bend my knees and tighten my grip around the hammer's handle. I had to time this perfectly. The snake began to sink back into the ground, and I sprung forward like an arrow the moment I saw a sliver of her hat. The snake hid my attack, and by the time the serpent had retreated into the floor, my hammer had slammed into her midsection. The sound of bones breaking was music to my ears as my hammer found its target. Her eyes bulged in pain and she spat out blood. My attack sent her flying, and she slammed against the kitchen wall. She crumbled to the floor, and she placed her free hand on her side. I didn't waste any time. While she was dazed from the attack, I backed out of the room and quickly summoned a Molotov. I didn't even take the time to admire how the bottle engulfed the room in flames. I sprinted toward the window as I felt the scorching flame chase me. I used the remaining strength my battered body possessed to fling myself out of the broken window. That a loud explosion thundered in my ears as I flew out of the window. I wasn't even able to complete a roll. I just fell face first onto the ground. Warm blood spewed out of my mouth as I began to violently cough. When I felt some strength return to me, I crawled to a nearby wall that overlooked the burning building and laid against it. The building was ablaze. Fire danced inside as the flame grew in intensity. In a fucked up way, those bright flames reminded me of Christmas, the concept of Christmas at least. I may not remember my village anymore, but I'm pretty sure my grandpa and everyone else would hang up bright lamps during that holiday. If I remember correctly, they would glow in either green, orange, or blue, the colors of Christmas. My life then was filled with happiness, and now, I quickly banished those thoughts. There is no use crying right now. When I am back in the dream, and if I still feel the need, I will bawl my eyes out on Eve's lap. I found the drowsiness that was sweeping over me much more inviting than the memories that were forever lost. My eyes started to grow heavy, and I could feel myself drifting into unconsciousness. That I was granted that temporary rest, for a short time at least. Resting my eyes actually felt nice, but that was instantly replaced by a scorching pain whose origin point was my right side. My eyes shot wide open to find green eyes staring back at me. Her entire body was engulfed in flames, and the red aura she emanated made the flames surrounding her all the more menacing. Her skin should have been melting from the extreme temperature, but it appeared to have no effect on her. I don't care how tough you are, having every single nerve in your body be consumed by flames should at least leave you howling in pain. Was her desire to kill me so strong that it overrides the feeling of being burnt alive? How is this possible? The response to my internal demand was a deeper thrust, and I could feel the blade cut further into skin, muscle, and bone. She must have hit something vital because I felt my consciousness begin to fade. My eyes locked onto hers one last time, and I was taken aback by what I saw. There was no bloodlust. There was something else. Was that sadness? I could not come to any sort of conclusion because everything went black. Chapter 17. Why must I dream? This was the only thought in Bell's head when he jolted awake from his slumber. He was gasping for air, his heart pounding, fingers clutching the bed's blanket in a futile attempt to ground himself. That dream, no, that nightmare, was tremendously more vivid than his previous ones. That he could still remember the sheer terror he felt once the amygdala had grabbed him and invaded his mind like a parasite, followed by agony whose intensity was impossible to capture in mere words. It was an agonizing symphony that played through every nerve in his body. It was as if every atom in his being was screaming out in torment. Yet, the pain he experienced was not only physical but emotional as well. Not only was he powerless to fight back, but the torment sent him over the edge, and he gave into the sensation that every hunter felt, the sensation that he promised Eileen he would never capitulate to. Bloodlust. That he remembered the thrill, the euphoria, the savage joy he experienced as he happily slaughtered his prey. The metallic tang of blood was still on his lips, and the sounds of bones breaking reverberated in his ears. He had unleashed his blood-crazed fury upon the residents of Yharnam, and then, just as swiftly as the bloodlust had taken him, it had been quenched by that invader who hunted him down as if he was a beast. That he had mixed feelings about that mysterious invader. He was thankful that she put him down after he gave in to the bloodlust. It was a fitting punishment, but at the same time, he felt a surge of bitterness course through him. Their battle was humiliating because of how one-sided it was. During their duel, his experience paled in comparison to that invader, who dominated the entire battle. He almost wished for a rematch, His experience back then was a drop in a bucket compared to how he was now. He was confident he would come out on top if he dueled her again. But that doesn't matter anymore. His time in Yharnam and that duel was behind him now. Yes, it was. With a weary sigh, he got up, pushing away the clammy sheets that clung to his body. The echoes of the nightmare still lingered in his mind. But he pushed it away. He let out a yawn and looked through the window to see the residential elf waiting outside with her wooden sword in hand. He suddenly remembered his conversation with her last evening. The elf wanted to continue their spars in the morning and he accepted her proposal, so he hastily got prepared. Once he emerged from the tavern, the elf stood up from the bench they sat at yesterday and was met with a nod. "Thank you for agreeing to this." Bell shook his head. "There is no need to thank me. Our spar yesterday was exhilarating compared to the beasts in the dungeon. Now, are you ready to begin?" he asked. Ryu held up her hand. "Before we begin, I have a request that I would like to make." "What is it?" The elf did not respond for several seconds. She seemed to be contemplating something, based on her faraway look. Her free hand tightened before she returned Bell's gaze with a determined one. "I would like for you to train me." Although it was quite hard to read the boy because of his constant stoic expression, the subtle widening of his eyes and agape mouth told her he was caught off guard by her request, especially with the tone he used when he responded. "Huh? You want me to train you?" "Yes," she responded an instant later. "Why?" "Your sword technique is incredible, the best I have ever seen. When we were sparring, your form would constantly turn into something I have never seen before in my life. It was as if you invented brand new sword techniques. So I will ask you again." Ryu dipped her head towards the ground. "Please train me." Her request was met with silence, and every second of no response made her gradually become more nervous. Did she overstep her boundaries? Perhaps she did. She lifted her head a bit and glanced at the boy, who was staring at her with an unreadable expression. Just as she was about to backtrack on her request, he spoke. "I suppose I could try, but be warned, I have never even attempted to train someone before." Ryu's nervous expression brightened and became a lot more relaxed. "Thank you." Bell dismissed her gratitude with a wave of his hand. "You can thank me later if your training is sufficient. Like I said, I haven't even trained someone before." He didn't deserve her thanks. He didn't accept her request for purely altruistic reasons, after all. Thinking of how to adequately train Ryu would prevent his mind from ruminating about his time in Yharnam. Also, dueling her would require actual effort and gave him a sense of thrill, something the beasts he had been slaughtering in the dungeon had failed to do. "And I must confess, I don't know where to start," the boy bluntly stated. If he was still in Yharnam, he could have used his own training as reference, but saying his training was not normal would be a massive understatement. Your trainer doesn't repeatedly kill you over and over again, especially in the waking world. "I see. Perhaps I could spar against an imaginary opponent? You can critique my form if there is anything wrong with it. That will work." Upon receiving Bell's confirmation, the elf began her imaginary duel. She gracefully moved, her wooden sword a mere blur in the crisp morning air. Her form was solid and her technique was honed to a fine point. Each of her movements was a testament to years of experience and dedicated training. The way she shifted her weight, the way her eyes followed her sword, even the way her fingers moved along the hilt of her sword, everything spoke of a solid foundation. But even the most experienced of warriors had room for improvement, and he immediately spotted one. "Stop." Ryu paused mid-swing, looking at him quizzically. "What is it?" Bell stepped forward, his eyes focused on her lower body. "Your stance," he started. "It's normally adequate, but when you perform that move you're a bit off balance. Do it again." She did, and once she backstepped, she felt a gentle nudge to her shoulder. It was a small action, but it caused her to stagger a step. She quickly righted herself, her wide eyes locking with Bell's. "Your feet," Bell began again. "They need to be positioned more like this. Watch me perform that move." Ryo could only watch in surprise as he perfectly mimicked her move, which was a backstep followed by a thrust of his sword. "Did you see how when I backstepped I immediately adopted a wider stance?" When he was met with a nod, he continued. "If you backstep and your enemy pursues you with a powerful overhand swing, having a wider stance provides a stronger foundation, and thus decreases the likelihood of the strike overpowering you. Of course, you can deflect a blow to the side, but it's best to reflexively adopt a wider stance. There's also the fact that having a more narrow stance leaves you more vulnerable to losing your balance, like I previously did when I nudged you. Now, do the move again with a wider stance." Ryu performed the move again with the wider stance and in one smooth motion, sprung forward and thrusted her sword. Was that better? Ryu asked. Bell pushed down the nostalgia that swept through him upon seeing her perform that move, and nodded. It was excellent. Let's continue. His idea had worked, somewhat. His dungeon dive with Lily was cut short when her backpack finally gave in from the sheer abundance of monster crystals they had collected. The bottom of her backpack ripped open and the crystals scattered onto the floor like marbles spilling from a bowl. The look of shock that spread across Lily's face upon witnessing that was almost comical. Lily was understandably upset, lamenting the loss of her bag and the impending dent in her resources to replace it. After she stated she will buy a replacement backpack as soon as possible, they parted ways, and Bell found himself seated at a table surveying a bustling crossroad on Orario's east side. At first, his head was filled with possible ways to train Ryu, but as time carried on, his thoughts drifted to something else: the populace. Among all the new experiences and adaptations he'd faced in Orario, assimilating with the overwhelming bustle of its populace had proven to be the most challenging Yharnam had once pulsed with life. Its blood ministration, miraculous and transformative, had drawn people from all corners of the world, craving its curative properties. However, that vitality eventually twisted into a monstrous frenzy. Now, the city's once vibrant streets lay barren and silent, with the transformed beasts serving as distant echoes of what they once were. But Orario was different. This was transparent to Bell, because unlike Yharnam, whose streets were vacant and devoid of life, Orario was teeming with it. He was surrounded by a constant stream of humanity, a never-ending parade of elves, dwarfs, humans, beast folk, and so much more. The sheer volume of life that surrounded him was captivating, which was why he was doing what some people called people watching. Some people may find it creepy, but to be quite honest, Bell did not care in the slightest. Every time he trudged through the dark and eerie streets of Yharnam, he felt a sense of loneliness creep into his soul. It was a slow burn, a burn that was temporarily alleviated whenever he interacted with people that still had their sanity intact, such as Eileen or Alfred. That all changed once the blood moon had risen in the sky after Rom's defeat. What was once a slow burn rapidly picked up its pace until it suddenly engulfed Bell's entire being. It was suffocating, as if someone had their hands wrapped around his throat, hell-bent on crushing his windpipe. He had never felt so alone in his entire life. Bell was convinced that this searing pain could be alleviated by the company of others. He knew he had Eve, God. He was so grateful for her existence. But even she couldn't fill that void that existed in his soul, so, as he watched people go about their daily lives, he grappled with a question whose answer still eluded him. Why? Why does my heart still ache? The loneliness still shadowed him and refused to be chased away by the bustling cityscape. It was as though a piece of him was still wandering the empty streets of Yharnam, left behind in a realm consumed by madness. The vibrancy of Orario felt like a different world compared to Yharnam's dreadful silence. His mind knew it, his eyes saw it, yet his heart failed to recognize it. He was like a man adrift at sea, surrounded by water, but dying of thirst. Despite the warmth of the crowd, the cheerfulness of the streets, the friendly faces of Mia, Ryu, and others, he still felt a piercing cold wind of solitude. The more he saw the life pulsing around him, the deeper his solitude sank into his heart. His isolation was not a physical one, but a deep-rooted emotional disconnection that he could not shake off. It was as though he was stuck in between two worlds, the haunted past of Yharnam and the vibrant present of Orario. This, to Bell, was a cruel paradox that brought him anguish despite being nestled in the heart of life and vitality. As he continued to watch the city's ebb and flow, his gaze drifted, eventually settling on a familiar figure amidst the crowd. This surprising sight pulled him momentarily from his musings, offering him a brief distraction from the persistent ache within his heart. Isn't that Seer? In the ever-growing crowd of people, he spotted the gray-haired waitress walking through the crowd with purpose. Instead of wearing her normal waitress outfit, she was wearing a clean white dress, which complemented her gray hair quite well. With a summer as he watched her walk through the crowd, all the odd things Seer had done in the past resurfaced in his thoughts, and they all led to one conclusion. Perhaps following her would solve the enigma that was Seer, because the gray-haired girl did not live at the pub like the other girls. None of the other co-workers knew what she did on her rare days off. Soon as they reached Main Street, his eyes widened and he stood still in place. A feeling he was oh so familiar with washed over him. Someone was watching him. The gaze was settled solely upon him, but that wasn't what was setting him on edge. What alarmed him was his inability to determine where the gaze was coming from. Unlike in Yarnum, where the atmosphere bore a tense and oppressive silence, here he was enveloped in a whirlpool of sensory overload. The boisterous chatter of passers-by, the medley of street music, the cavalcade of scents from nearby food stalls, and the intense myriad of colors all around him conspired to cloud his senses, effectively masking the source of the unsettling gaze. But just as fast as it appeared, the gaze disappeared. What the hell was that? Bell thought, letting his eyes survey the rooftops for a moment before focusing his attention back to Seer, who appeared to be getting harder and harder to see as she disappeared in the crowd. Bell decided he could contemplate what just happened later and instead focused his attention on tailing Seer. There was no use dwelling on the gaze when he couldn't track down the source. The gray-haired girl appeared to be holding a large basket. Maybe? There's a pretty big lid on it, too. She must be taking something somewhere, and Bell came up with few guesses as to what it might be, when she suddenly veered off the main road and onto a side street. Bell continued to follow her, making sure to stay close enough to see her but far enough not to be noticed, meaning he needed to dash to catch up with her every time she disappeared around a corner as this game of hard to get continued. He watched Seer pass by a sign, and what that sign said caused a previous conversation he had with Lily to replay in her mind. He had asked her about various points of interest of Orario, and there was one area she told him it was best to stay away from. Deadless Street. A few moments after Bell walked past the sign, he made his way into the maze of blackened brick and stone. Lily had warned him that this place was built by an architect said to have gone insane and remodeled the neighborhood many times over. It's a residential area with absolutely no sense of order or direction. With its stone buildings and stairwells and winding roads going up and down with no rhyme or reason, it's easy to understand why this place has been called Orario's second dungeon. But this wasn't the first time he had found himself in a maze he could manage. What is she doing here? He can still see Seer, but the way she moves through here without any hesitation was bringing up more questions than answers. Down on their luck and less than respectable adventurers are known to hide in this slum. The area's crime rate was the highest in Orario. A girl without the blessing of a deity shouldn't be walking around alone in here. That's just asking for trouble. But these concerns appeared to matter little to the girl because she continued to walk without a care in the world. Her confident movements suggested that this wasn't her first time walking in Deadless Street. Thankfully, because he had stalked many prey during his eternal hunt, he was able to successfully track her to a place that he did not expect. A church. Indeed it was. It was built out of wood and it was quite large. There's an open courtyard in front of it with a broken fountain that doesn't spray water anymore. The buildings around the church encompass it on the remaining sides. Bell cautiously peeked his head around the corner of the side street that led him there and saw Seer open the church's front door with a loud creak. She disappeared inside. Bell heard commotion within the church and he quickly made his way to one of the church's numerous broken windows and looked within. The main chamber was at least 10 meters across, and the walls on the left and right side of the church were lined with doors that lead to other rooms. There's an altar all the way at the back. The floor's tile had so many cracks that wild grass was threatening to reclaim the floor. There were even several long wooden pews stacked on top of one another, resembling a castle. Although Bell found that strange, he focused his attention back on Seer, who was just standing in the middle of the chamber, waiting for an unknown reason. Suddenly, a door that was behind the altar opened just a crack, and to Bell's surprise, the face of a child peeked out of the corner. He scanned the room and once his eyes landed upon Seer, they lit up with excitement. Big sis Seer? The door flew open, and Bell was now able to get a better look at the child. He had brown hair, and was wearing clothing that had multiple holes in it. He then raced across the church and threw himself in Seer's welcoming embrace. Why the surprised tone? The gray-haired waitress asked with a tone that exudes warmth. I told you I would be back soon. More children flooded out of the door and encircled Seer, showering her with affection and warmth. Bell relaxed a bit and just continued to watch the gray-haired waitress interact with the kids. It was always pleasant to see children happy, but this added to Bell's confusion. What are kids doing in a dilapidated church? I didn't expect to see you so soon, Seer. I can't stay away too long. These kids are too adorable. You took the words right out of my mouth, Seer. Bell's eyes focused on the two new figures that entered the scene. One of them was an elderly woman, but he didn't focus on her too much. His narrowed gaze was solely set on the other. It was a goddess. She had blue eyes and mid-thigh length black hair tied into twin tails that reached down to her mid-thighs. She wore a white mini dress with a blue ribbon around her neck and a pair of white gloves. Like all the other goddesses, she had a youthful appearance, but she was quite short, her height being most likely around 4'7". the same height as some of the kids. If it wasn't for her divine aura, he would have just assumed she was one of the older children. While hugging all the children one by one, Seer was talking to the elderly woman and the goddess with a carefree tone, suggesting that she has known them for quite a while. The goddess laughed, and the kids showered her with affection. After a few moments, Bell took a step back from the window and began to walk away from the church. He certainly had a lot of questions. Why was Seer spending time with the children? Why were children staying in a dilapidated church in the most crime-heavy sections of Orario? And, most importantly, why was a goddess interacting with children? But they could wait. The last thing he wanted to do was interrupt the heartwarming interactions that were taking place, so Bell settled on a nearby building and waited to be why the time Seer had walked out of the orphanage. Both sun and moon shared the skies as day turned to night. Bell jumped down to an alleyway that Seer was about to pass, then made his presence known. "Hello, Seer - Jaya." The rabbit's sudden appearance caught the waitress completely off guard, causing her to jump back and fall to the ground. "B. Bell?" "Hello, Seer," the boy replied as he pulled down his bandana. What are you doing here?" "I followed you." "Why you?" She trailed off, the panic felt at his sudden appearance being quickly replaced with exasperation, her hands trailing down her face as she groaned at the boy's lack of common sense. "Bell?" "Yes," he replied calmly, whether he was unaware or uncaring for her swirling emotions remaining unknown to the girl. "Why were you following me?" She tried to remain as calm as she could. Bell was no cause for fear. Despite not having the closest of relationships, he had been nothing but polite with her. Besides, should he prove to be of any danger, her attendant would take care of it. She just thanked herself that today wasn't the turn of the more impulsive ones, otherwise the situation would have been way worse. "My apologies. I was just concerned for you." She simply sat there speechless, genuine surprise and confusion making their way onto Seer's face. "You are aware that this district is not exactly safe, yes? You shouldn't be out on your own in an area like this," Bell stated in a matter-of-fact tone, like an adult teaching something obvious to a child, that he then held out a hand for the gray-haired waitress. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise, before a pleasant grin spread across her face. She eagerly grabbed the outstretched hand, and the boy pulled her to her feet. "Hey, well, I appreciate that you were so concerned for me, so I'll forgive you. But," her eyes narrowed slightly, the smile never leaving her face. "How much did you see?" "I first saw you near the Tower of Babel, and followed you until you walked into the church. I also watched you interact with those people in the church. So, you followed me through the streets, then watched me through one of the windows?" Seer internally face-bombed upon hearing the boy's blunt answer. She had wanted to keep what she was doing a secret. In fact, she had been able to for quite some time until today. But she could work with this. Bell knowing about her occasional visits to the orphanage wasn't the end of the world. And luckily for her, he hadn't seen any of her more secretive activities either. "Oh well, it's fine," Seer reassured. "You have questions, don't you?" She was met with a nod. "All right, while you escort me back to the hostess of fertility, I'll answer whatever questions you have." Bell tilted his head in confusion. "Don't you live somewhere else?" During one of his conversations with Chloe, he learned that Seer was the only waitress that didn't live at the hostess of fertility. "It's close to where I live. May as well pass by it since you're staying there." The boy let out a hum of understandment. "Very well, let us proceed then. Oh, one more thing." "What is it?" "You gotta keep my visits to the orphanage a secret. Okay?" "Why?" "Just please do it. Ryu would be livid if she found out I went to Deadless Street by myself. And for good reason, you shouldn't be out here alone. You worry too much." "Don't worry, Deadless Street isn't as bad as people say it is. So just keep it a secret. Please." Bell let out a sigh, realizing that continuing this conversation was pointless. He could try, but it was apparent she wasn't going to budge. Besides, it's not like he had any room to judge. He had plenty of secrets that he will take to his grave, and compared to his own, this was quite mundane. "Fine. Thanks." Seer's cheerful enthusiasm returned and she gestured toward the road. "Well, shall we?" The pair began to walk, and after a minute of silent contemplation, Bell started asking, "Why were you visiting that church? In fact, why were children in a dilapidated church in the first place? And where are their parents?" Whoa, you got quite a lot of questions." The amused expression on Seer's face softened, and her eyes seemed to carry a hint of sadness. "That church is an orphanage, Bell. It's a place where children who've lost their families, or who've been abandoned, can live together, Bell. She stopped and looked behind her where the boy had suddenly gone still. Newborns with their flesh twisted dragged themselves across the ground towards him, their forms more akin to slugs than actual humans. They cried in unison, a nonsensical symphony which made his brain squirm as it tried and failed to comprehend the alien sound. They cried and cried as they got closer, as though begging for a gentle embrace, as though begging for death. Are you okay? There was a frown on her face as she looked at him with worry. Thin blue hands tried to grab at him from multiple angles. He took a step back and in one fluid motion locked the sword in his hand onto the metal sheath on his back, before swinging the now greatsword horizontally. Blue sparks shined through the silver blade as it bisected the 4 lesser kin in front of him. Though that didn't stop them, and no matter how many he killed, more simply took their place. Ignoring wounds, ignoring the corpses of their own littering the garden, they simply continued to move towards him. It unnerved him. There was no hostility. Even as he killed, even as he maimed, the white eyes of his enemies never showed aggression, as though what they saw did not correspond with the reality around them for a moment. He remembered the item which let him open the gates to this area. Don't think about it. They stumbled upon one another with a clear lack of coordination. Don't think about it. Their words mumbled and slurred, as though they were never properly taught how to say them. Don't think about it. Their meek slaps barely hurt him. More akin to a child playing than any form of attack. Don't dash, Bell. There was a soft voice, followed by an equally soft touch to his shoulder. The images left his mind and his eyes focused on reality, on the girl standing in front of him. He opened his mouth to respond but seemed to lack the ability to form proper words. Are you okay? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Yes. The answer came with such haste that made him flinch. It was a lie. They both knew it. But as he processed the girl's earlier words, he couldn't find it in himself to care. He placed his hands onto Seer's shoulders and locked eyes with her. She met his gaze and held it. More importantly, there were 2 others there, right? That thing and the older woman. Are the children safe there? Can those 2 be trusted? If the children, his tangent came to halt when Seer spoke. Bell, calm down. Her words were soft and clear, caressing his mind as they cut through the panic. He tried to swallow but failed, only now taking notice of his dry mouth and ragged breaths. Those 2 were Hestia and Maria, she continued, her eyes never leaving his own. Hestia is a goddess of hearth and home. She would never hurt children. It would go against her very nature to do so, understand? At his slight nod she continued, and Maria has been the head of the orphanage for as far as I can remember, and I've never heard any complaints about either of them. I trust them. Okay? Oh, I see. It took him a moment to fully comprehend what she was saying. The images he wished to forget still bubbling on the surface of his mind. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, blind to the girl's own internal conflict. Seer had a good idea about what happened. She had talked to Ryu in the past about Bell. Although her elvish friend was reluctant to share all of the details, she did tell her that Bell held a disdain for gods because of past experiences. But why did he only react now? He had to have seen Hestia when he was watching, and there's no way he'd mistake her for being anything but a goddess. He only started panicking after learning that the church was an orphanage. She didn't know the details and doubted Ryu would know all that much either, but if the subject of this sudden panic attack was any indication, it could be a much worse scenario than she originally imagined. The way he referred to Hestia as a thing did not escape her either. This had to be corrected, but that could wait until tomorrow. She retracted her hands as he opened his eyes. Seeing that they were now focused and that his breathing was stable, she went to his side and intertwined her right arm to his left one before continuing to walk. Bell looked at her with mild confusion. Feeling his stare, she simply replied, "You were the one who didn't want me to stay here too long, right? So let's get going." He nodded, and the 2 of them resumed their walk in silence. Seer decided not to comment on what had just happened, something Bell was much thankful for as it let him better process what he just heard. He didn't like it. The thought of leaving children in the care of great ones was aggravating. But they are not great ones. They are still of divine nature. It doesn't necessarily make them bad. You saw how those children were acting. They were happy. Children can be ignorant of their own suffering. Fair. But both the goddess and the old lady have Seer's trust. Do you trust her? Did he trust Seer? She was an enigma. His insight screamed that there was something more about her than she let show. He could tell that the other waitresses had more active pasts. He would have to blind not to notice, especially after all of his interactions with Ryu. But he couldn't get a proper grasp on Seer, neither on her past nor on her intention. Why was she even in that church to begin with? As they left Deadless Street and entered the main road, Bell couldn't help but voice his thoughts. What about you? She looked back at him, slightly surprised by him starting a conversation. Me? I mean, why do you help at the orphanage? She brought a finger to her lip and hummed in thought. I guess seeing the kids smile and knowing that I made a difference in their lives are some benefits. But I don't do it for anything in return. I just do it because I love the kids. He blinked in surprise. Her eyes showed no signs of lies. Really? Yes. Really? Did you think there was another reason? You don't have a high opinion of me, don't you? I didn't, Belle admitted. But that's changing. What you are doing is admirable. The gentle tone, combined with the boy's soft look, made the gray-haired waitress very happy. And thank you. For earlier, His voice was barely above a whisper. She smiled softly and spoke with a gentle tone. No worries. The mysterious waitress still remained a mystery. But Belle was glad that for once, he could see her genuine intentions. The walk to the hostess was spent in a comfortable silence. Belle's morning was odd to say the least. To begin with, when he descended down the stairs, he was surprised to see Ryu conversing with Seer. This was a rare occurrence because Seer was never here this early. She then approached him with a request that caught him off guard. She wished for his company later in the day at the orphanage, stating that perhaps seeing Hestia and actually interacting with her could quell his worries. Belle was reluctant, and Seer, perceptive as always, took note of his hesitancy and quickly played her trump card. She reminded Belle of a favor he owed her, an obligation that he could not deny. She also sweetened the pot, stating that her informants have provided her information on the Soma Familia, caught in the web of reciprocity. The fact that he couldn't use adventuring as an excuse because of Lily, Belle acquiesced to Seer's proposal, pledging his support to her cause despite his initial reservations. So here he was, outside of the hostess of fertility on a beautiful afternoon. Are you ready, Belle? Seer raised an eyebrow in response. Was that supposed to be a yes? Well, let's get going, lest we waste the remaining daylight we have. I agree. But wait. Seer twirled her body in front of Belle and gave him an expectant look. What do you think of my outfit? It's the same exact dress you wore yesterday. Why does my opinion matter now? Seer began to pout in an annoyed manner. Just answer the question. Does it look nice? The white-haired boy rolled his eyes but conceded to her request and let his eyes roam over her figure. The white dress and the straw hat Seer was wearing complemented her looks. She was quite pleasing to look at. You look aesthetically pleasing. Ooh, I didn't expect that, but I'll take it. She pumped her firsts in a cute manner. Enough of that. Let us make haste. All right, let's go. The pair began their trek through the crowded streets of Orario. Seer opened her mouth to speak, but Belle beat her to it. What have you learned about Lily's familia? Belle asked, eager to learn about anything that could stop Lily's plight. Seer spoke with a low but firm voice. The Soma Familia has always been known to be neutral towards the rest of Orario. Their god, Lord Soma, prefers his solitude, often opting to remain reclusive, never attending the god's parties or donatus. She paused to navigate through a group of chatting pedestrians, her eyes narrowing as she continued. Even though they rarely interfere in Orario's affairs, quite a few of their members don't have a good personal reputation. It's not enough for the Ganesha Familia to intervene to the point that the entire Familia would be in jeopardy, but if you want to avoid trouble, it's best to steer clear of them. Belle let out a hum as he processed what Seer shared. I see. But that doesn't explain their current erratic behavior. Seer raised an eyebrow and he elaborated. Prior to our current meeting, Lily and I were in the process of exchanging our monster crystals. While we were standing in line, an adventurer was yelling at the teller, adamant that she miscalculated the value of the crystals he collected. This continued to escalate, and it looked like he was going to resort to violence until a Ganesha Familia member stepped in. Well, what I'm about to share should explain that, Seer said. Everything changed once Xanis became their Familia captain. After he took over, the Soma Familia members became a lot more active. Do you know why Soma's wine is so expensive? I believe so. Soma is a god of wine, so his wine is literally ambrosia and must taste amazing. Correct, Seer confirmed. People that have drank it claimed it was the most delicious drink they had ever tasted. Unfortunately, that divine taste comes at a cost. It's very addictive, and Xanis used that to his advantage. Xanis is using Lord Soma's wine to manipulate the members, getting them addicted and then limiting their access. They have to meet certain quotas to get their ration. Addiction is a powerful tool. It's like a chain. invisible but incredibly binding, and Xanis exploited this perfectly. Is there any way for Lily to leave the Familia? He asked. Seer sighed and shook her head. She can either leave the Familia or undergo conversion, but it's ultimately up to her god to allow it. Each Familia has different rules and regulations. Seer paused to let the information sink in, then added, based on what we know, it's safe to assume that both leaving and conversion will require a significant amount of Valis. She could also leave the Familia unofficially, but that's sidestepping the problem and not actually solving it. I see. Bell gave Seer a look of gratitude. Thank you, Seer. What you shared with me was quite helpful. You're welcome. Glad I was able to help. For being just a waitress at the pub, you have surprisingly adequate informants. A smug smirk spread across the waitress's face upon hearing his words. Yep, they are the best. No words were exchanged between the pair as they made their way to the orphanage, something that Bell was not expecting. He thought Seer would try and engage in some small talk, but she was content with just walking in silence. He was thankful for this. It gave him some time to process the information she shared. It seems like Xanis is the primary reason why the Soma Familia is the way it is. The addictions compel the Familia members to resort to nefarious methods to gather the Valis they needed to get their ration, which could lead to the abuse and exploitation of Lily, if that hasn't happened already, which he suspected did to some extent. However, he couldn't lay the blame entirely on Xanis. That captain couldn't have made the wine himself. There was only one way he could have obtained the wine capable of bending the Familia to his will. His god. Did that mean Xanis's god was willfully engaging in this abusive tactic? This was the only conclusion Bell could come up with, and he clenched his fists hard to the point he almost drew blood. This was deplorable. Treating your Familia members like pawns was one thing, but getting them addicted to his wine to carry out his will? How disgusting. He knew how powerful an addiction was. The sensation of something crawling upon your skin, like thousands of ants marching over you. Tremors that feel like little earthquakes. The urge to do anything to satisfy that need. Those are just samples of what someone experiences when suffering from addiction withdrawal. Solutions to this toxic Familia flooded his mind, but they were solutions that he could not carry out without consequences. The foremost was something he was familiar with, playing the role of executioner and sending them to the afterlife. But this wasn't Yharnam anymore, where martial law was present and hunters had the ability to play judge, jury, and executioner. This was Orario, which had a court system used to lay down the law of the city. He no longer had the jurisdiction to carry out punishment. Why must this world be so complicated? The albino stored away what Seer had shared with him, and focused on preparing himself for what could be one of the hardest things he will do in his life. Interact with children. A feeling of nervousness washed over Bell as he and Seer stood outside the dilapidated church. You ready? As ready as I'll ever be. Bell tried to keep his tone stoic, but nervousness still leaked out of his voice. Seer picked up on this and gave him a comforting smile. Don't worry, they'll like you. They just have to warm up to you. The waitress's kind words did little for Bell's racing heart as they entered the church. I'm back, she called out. The white-haired boy stiffened as she listened to the rapid footsteps that were cascading from behind the door. Big sis Seer. Children began to flood out of the open door. However, unlike last time, they didn't approach. Big sis Seer, who is that behind you? This? Seer began as she took a wide step to the side. Is my friend Belkuin? Why don't you introduce yourself? All of the attention was now on said boy, and he was quite nervous. How should I introduce myself? His mind frantically searched through Queen Annalise's lessons, but none of them taught him the best ways to greet and talk to children. Unbeknownst to him, seconds passed and the kids were getting impatient. Is your friend a mute or something? No, he's just a little shy. Shit. Just say something, you idiot. And my name is Bell Cranel. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Yeah, he sputtered out, before bowing. What an awful introduction. This was the only thought running through his head as he hyper-focused on the floor. The children probably thought he was some socially awkward teenager. Not that they were wrong, but still. However, he was met with a response he did not expect. Ooh, you're the guy Seer constantly talks about. Alright. The gray-haired girl's embarrassment was ignored as more children chimed in. So you're the reason we have to eat Seer's food. He's no Hume bunny, but he definitely looks like a rabbit. That sword looks awesome. Can I see it? To Bell's panic, the children began to surround him and bombard him with endless questions. He froze up, unable to conjure up a proper reaction to the sudden onslaught of children. Thankfully, Seer came to his rescue. You can ask him questions later during lunchtime. The children froze simultaneously and slowly glanced at the basket Seer was carrying. To Bell's surprise, they all looked panic-stricken. Then, "It's Big Sis Seer's food. Run. Run away." All the children bolted back to the door leading deeper into the church. Bell, completely perplexed, looked back to Seer, who just had a smile on her face. The church's cafeteria was quite nice. Sure, the walls and pillars were showing their age. There were cracks all over the place. But the use of magic stone lamps and half-melted candlesticks was proof that there were people living here. Bell and Seer were sitting at a large table surrounded by at least 20 kids who were looking at them with great interest. "You have my thanks for being so hospitable to someone you just met." "Oh, it is no trouble. A friend of Seer's is a friend of mine. You can become friends with someone that fast?" Bell was blown away by the complicated aspects of social interaction. Still reeling from the rapid bond that seemed to form in the heartbeat of a conversation, Bell's attention was directed towards an elderly woman. Although he had just been introduced to Mother Maria, her warm smile held an unmistakable familiarity, like the comforting echo of an old lullaby. Lou, the half-elf they had encountered earlier, along with another child, were stationed at her sides, their hands clutching her arms in a trusting embrace. Maria unfurled her tale of how she and the lively children had found a home within the crumbling walls of this seemingly abandoned church. This was not a guild-backed initiative, rather an extraordinary woman's resolve to provide refuge to these innocent souls. Their circumstances might have been stained by poverty, yet their daily lives were rich with warmth and joy, a testament to their collective resilience. And through it all, Maria's face remained adorned with an unwavering smile. Her long black hair, tied neatly at the top of her head, contrasted against her delicate frame, enhancing the prominence of her facial features. Yet, the sharp lines of her countenance did nothing to deter from the soothing aura that she emanated. No wonder, then, that she was revered as mother by all the children who resided within the church's confines. The tenderness in her gaze was a balm to their hearts, and to Bell, it spoke volumes of her inherent love for children. "What you are doing here is nothing short of admirable," Bell said with conviction in his voice. "I don't deserve such praise. First, it was out of pity. I just couldn't bring myself to ignore a child who'd been abandoned by their parents. So I claimed this abandoned church as my own and decided to help these children in my own way." Maria explained the sad truth. Bell recalled her story about how she once was a woman left behind by an adventurer and had never joined a familia. She was never able to conceive a child with the man she loved, but instead took in a child, abandoned during a rainstorm in the middle of the night, she had found in this slum. She couldn't bring herself to think of the situation as someone else's problem and raise the child as her own. Even if it was at first out of pity, Bell felt his respect for this woman increase tremendously. His gaze slowly shifted to each of the kids that surrounded them. It's really a massive shame. Every single one of these children were abandoned by their parents. What's with that face? We're happy here with Mother. We don't need your pity. The human boy, Lai, glared at him, the many half-healed scratches on his face bending with his frown. "Watch your mouth," Mother Maria scolded him, but Bell didn't take offense. "It's fine," he quickly said. He didn't need to feel sorry for them. They were all smiling and laughing all day with their mother. But still, even though the inside of the church was much nicer than he anticipated, he didn't like that Maria and the kids were living in these conditions. "Miss Maria, do you have enough Valis? Do you accept donations?" While Bell asked this, he reached for his coin pouch, and Maria quickly raised her hand in denial. "There is no need for that, Mr. Cranel. I appreciate the thought, but we have enough to manage. We're lucky that several compassionate goddesses lend their assistance." "Goddesses donate Valis?" he asked with genuine surprise in his voice. "Of course, several goddesses fund not only this orphanage, but many other orphanages on Deadless Street." I see, that's nice to hear. Seer has told me that the goddess Hestia also helps out around the orphanage. May I ask where she is?" "She is working at her food stand in the northern section of Orario. She should be here near the evening." Bell wanted to press for more details, but was interrupted by a childlike voice. "Hey, enough about that. Seer has told us you are an adventurer. So what's the dungeon like?" Lai's question captured the attention of the older children. More and more of them jumped out of their seats, asking him to tell them stories about being an adventurer. Bell looked down at the eager faces of the children surrounding him. He cleared his throat and spoke, trying to keep his voice steady. "I only started being an adventurer a week ago, so I don't really know too much about the dungeon." A wave of disappointment flowed through the sea of children, something that he wanted to alleviate immediately as he racked his brain for a way to salvage the situation. A thought crossed his mind. An idea. Without giving it another second, words tumbled from his lips. But I've been a hunter my entire life. His statement seemed to echo in the room. Had he really just said that? As a silence fell, he wondered if he had spoken too quickly, inadvertently unveiling a part of his past that was not meant for young ears. Yet as he glanced around at the curious and excited faces, he realized that the die had been cast. Even Maria and Seer were looking at him with interest written all over their faces. There was no going back now. A hunter? Piped up a small girl, her eyes wide with interest. Others started nodding, sharing in her curiosity. It was as if he had sparked a fire in their hearts. Yes, a hunter, he responded, opting to tread carefully. He had a delicate task ahead of him, to paint a picture that was true to his experiences, but one that would still safeguard their innocence. You see, in a distant city named Yharnam, under an everlasting twilight, there are no adventurers. Instead, brave souls known as hunters venture out into the night, protecting the city and its people from the dangers that lurk in the shadows. A boy frowned, scratching his head. What's the difference between an adventurer and a hunter? Well, Bell started. Adventurers explore the dungeon, hunting for monster crystals, battling monsters, seeking glory. But hunters, they protect Yharnam from terrifying beasts that roam the city when the moon is high. They are the shield that keeps the darkness at bay. Or at least they tried. The room grew quiet, the children's eyes wide with fascination. But if there's no dungeon, where do the beasts come from? A little girl piped up, her small voice trembling with trepidation. Bell gave a small smile, the questions providing him with a way to divert their minds from the scarier parts of a hunter's duty. Well, in Yharnam, you could say the city itself is like a dungeon. The beasts, they just appear, sometimes out of the shadows, sometimes from places you least expect, their faces filled with awe and curiosity. The children then bombarded him with more questions. He answered as best he could, weaving tales of thrilling but non-nightmarish encounters with the beasts of Yharnam without revealing too much. Finally, their curiosity satiated for the moment, one child whose name was Rai asked, "Can you tell us a story? About when you were a hunter?" Bell opened his mouth to speak, but ding-dong. Bells started ringing on the eastern side of the city, signaling that it was now noon. Oh, it's lunchtime. Well then, time to eat. Seer was met with stubborn resistance from the children, wanting to hear a story of Bell during his time as a hunter. She looked at the hunter with a pleading look. I'll tell you all a story later in the evening. For now, just focus on eating. After she gave Bell a grateful look, she put the large basket onto the table. She flipped open the lid and began to take out one container of food after the other. Grilled chicken, sandwiches. She had brought quite the feast for them. He expected their faces to be filled with anticipation of such a feast, but instead, they were silent. Is something wrong? Bell was near Fina and couldn't help but inquire about the obvious problem. The gloomy expression on Fina's face was enough to bring a grown man to tears. Not just Fina, all the children bore the same look. Even Rue, who always kept his distance, had his lips pursed tightly shut. A memory tugged at Bell's mind. On his entrance, hadn't they screamed at the sight of Seer's basket? Maria, witnessing Bell's confusion, offered a wry smile as he hesitantly stepped back. Now everyone, dig in, Seer exclaimed, arms spread wide, her face radiant like a goddess. She gestured grandly towards the spread laid out on the table. A moment of silence followed as the children slowly managed to overcome their initial shock. With hesitant movements, they began reaching for the food that would keep their hunger at bay for another day. Ugh. Today, again like last time. Have to eat it? Or the food will go to waste. Complaints filled the room, accompanied by the sounds of children forcing down the meal. Starting with Fina, then Rue, and Lai, despair etched itself onto each face with the first bite of meat or vegetables. Only their affection for Mother Maria and their shared love for the orphanage kept them going, forcing them to clean their plates. Bell genuinely didn't know what to think. All of the food he had tasted, even the unusual ones, were genuinely delicious. Seer's cooking can't be that bad, right? Right? This question began to plague his mind, so he decided to grab one for himself. Snatch! But in a swift motion, Seer snatched it right from his hand. These aren't for you, Bell, she admonished him, still smiling. But I said no. Okay. The smiling face carried a weight of authority that Bell didn't dare to challenge. Conceding without causing a fuss seemed like the only wise choice. Holding the sandwich in her hands, Seer announced, "I made these lunches today for the children, Bell. It wouldn't be fair for you to have one." A wave of embarrassment washed over him. Seer then mentioned something about making tea before disappearing into the depths of the kitchen with the empty basket. As soon as Seer was out of sight, the children began to whisper among themselves. "Did you notice that? Big Sis was being rather girly. Surely there's someone she wants to impress with her cooking." Bell began to feel uncomfortable as the children's attention was set solely upon him. "Bell, this is all your fault. She used to bring us delicious meals from the cafe. We're guinea pigs?" Bell could see the disappointment in Lai's eyes, and Fina's eyes mirrored the same sentiment. Rue seemed to be lost in his own thoughts, mumbling something under his breath. Suddenly, the truth began to dawn on Bell. Could it be possible that the children were being used as testers for Seer's culinary creations? That their reactions, their preferences were being observed and noted down by Seer as a part of some grand experiment? It made sense. Too much sense. But who were they taste testing for? The fact that Seer was putting in so much effort into her cooking was clear, and that she was using the children to refine her skills was becoming more apparent. But who was the intended recipient of these carefully prepared meals? Who was she trying to impress? The question bounced around in his head, but no clear answers presented themselves. The children's hushed whispers created a hum in the background as Bell stood in the middle of the room, his mind racing to connect the dots. The dots did not connect, and he looked toward Maria for help, who just shrugged her shoulders with a smile. He conceded, and just focused on watching the children reluctantly eat their food. "Would you like to play with the children?" Maria gave Bell the invitation immediately after the kids finished their food. "They seem to have taken a liking to you, Mr. Cranel." "I am not sure. I don't know how to play with kids. Just let them take the lead." Maria's encouraging words made Bell give in, and he accepted. He hunched over as the children grabbed his arms and pulled him out of the room to join Seer and the others out in the main chamber. "Big Sis, story time, story time. Bell, adventurers and monsters." Seer joined the girls in the corner, telling nursery rhymes and singing songs. The boys corralled him into the open space in the middle of the chamber, where he played the role of a monster. As Bell watched the children before him, their laughter filling the church with a warm, joyous echo, a pang of something akin to nostalgia swept over him. The sight of their innocence and their raw, unrestrained enthusiasm reminded him of a past he couldn't quite remember. It was a bittersweet feeling, the specter of his forgotten memories casting a long, dark shadow over his heart. The bustling energy of the room, the excited chatter of the children as they debated over their next game, served as a stark contrast to the grim reality of Yharnam, a world steeped in darkness and despair. The stark contrast between his gruesome past, where he had witnessed the tragic end of so many lives, and the sight before him was striking. The realization that his time in Yharnam had stolen more than just his peace. It had also robbed him of his past, hit him like a bolt of lightning. His heart stuttered as the grim truth truly dawned on him. He was a stranger to his own past. His existence before Yharnam was an enigma, an abyss devoid of any echoes. Tears welled up in his eyes. The profound weight of his forgotten memories coupled with the stark contrast of his grim past and the vibrant, joyful atmosphere in the room was a tad too overwhelming. However, he quickly wiped them away. This was a sanctuary, a haven for happiness and camaraderie, not a place for sorrow. Drawing strength from the innocent joy that surrounded him, he found himself smiling through his tears. "All right," he declared, his voice ringing with newfound resolve. "Who am I battling first?" The children's cheers echoed through the church, a symphony of innocent joy that eased the ache in his heart. For a moment, he was not a hunter burdened with the weight of his past. He was just Bell, a playmate for these adorable innocent children, a part of this lively, heartwarming scene. Every laughter, every cheer, every shared moment of happiness was like a balm to his wounded heart. He might not remember his past, his own childhood, but the time spent with these children offered him a glimpse of the innocence he must have once had. They brought his lost memories to life, painting a vivid picture of a past he yearned to remember. His time in Yharnam might have left him with scars and nightmares, but here, in this humble church amongst the laughter and games, Bell found a sense of belonging, a peace he hadn't felt in what seemed like forever. Despite the shroud of amnesia that cloaked his past, Bell found a sense of comfort and joy here. In the midst of these children, he found a semblance of the childhood he couldn't remember, a reflection of the joy he couldn't recall, and above all, he found hope. a beacon in the gloom of his forgotten past, a promise of a brighter future he could look forward to. I and the laughter, the cheer, the childlike innocence that filled the church. Bell felt a profound sense of gratitude. He was a part of something bigger, something beautiful. For the first time in Orario, he felt a pure, unadulterated joy. Despite his past and the burden of his forgotten memories, he could still find moments of happiness. And for that, he was incredibly grateful. This continued on for what felt like hours, until everyone heard a knock on the church door, and a youthful voice cut through the atmosphere, one that immediately made the children yell in excitement. Goddess Hestia is here. Chapter 18. Goddess Hestia is here. An avalanche of children followed the youthful voice as they all raced towards the goddess at the front of the church. Your favorite goddess is here, Hestia accentuated as she opened her arms, unflinching before the numerous kids rushing her. Goddess Hestia, said Goddess, let out an amused laugh as one of the children lunged into her inviting embrace, followed by another, then another until it was impossible to make out the goddess form beneath the giant group hug. Glad to see you're all lively, the goddess said between giggles, her voice sounding muffled. Did anything interesting happen while I was out? Seer brought a boy home. What? Hestia exclaimed as she managed to pop her head from the group hug. She looked around for a second before zeroing in on Bell's direction. She narrowed her eyes at him. His body twitched in reaction to her gaze, though not enough for any of the others to notice. Hey, it's not nice to tell on me like that, Seer complained as she crossed her arms and pouted. Well, you were going to show him off anyways, one of the children responded, to which Seer simply huffed and looked away, neither confirming nor denying the statement. Hestia and Bell ignored the banter as the former left the group and started walking toward him. The goddess approached the hunter and Seer refocused her attention on them both, watching with bated breath as Bell's body tensed. Hestia was within a meter of him. They stared at each other for what seemed like an eternity before the goddess spoke. Her tone was firm and assertive. Before we do introductions, let's make one thing clear. You better not be here for something bad or you'll have to deal with me. Then, to everyone's surprise, Hestia's right arm shot forward with her fist closed, selches away from the boy's face. She then launched into a series of pretend jabs, feigned uppercuts, and imaginary haymakers, rounding off her spectacle with a sweeping kick. She had the form of a martial artist who had spent decades mastering their craft. Or at least, that's what she must have envisioned herself to be in reality. Her punches were uncoordinated, her moves were awkward, and her sweeping kick was so pathetic that it almost sent her tumbling to her backside. This, of course, did not intimidate the hunter. But based on his slack jaw and completely flabbergasted expression, Hestia did succeed in shocking him. Seer had to stifle the laugh that threatened to escape her lips. She had never seen a look of complete astonishment on Bell's face. He probably had imagined many scenarios of how his meeting with Hestia would go. This was certainly not one of them. Hestia's ill-fated attempt at intimidation was obvious to everyone but herself. A triumphant grin tugged at her lips, while she placed her hands defiantly on her hips, blissfully unaware of the boy's shock. I can see that you have taken my threat seriously. Now that we got that out of the way, the goddess's arrogant smile morphed into one of happiness and her demeanor completely changed. Hello, I am Hestia, goddess of the hearth and home. Nice to meet ya. That knocked Bell out of his stupor and his eyes slowly trailed down to Hestia's outstretched hand. Time ticked by as he continued to stare, making the goddess progressively nervous. Just as she was about to pull back her hand, the boy's hand slowly reached up and gently gripped her hand. "'Tis nice to meet you too, Goddess Hestia." The boy's response reinvigorated the nervous goddess, whose expression brightened and she shook his hand with newfound enthusiasm. "Glad to hear it. Now," she turned to the rest of the church occupants with a wide grin. "Who wants Jagamarukan?" Hestia exclaimed while holding the basket she had been holding to that point high into the air. "Me! Of course. I need something to wash out the taste of Seer's food." "Hey!" Bell backed up just in time to evade the onslaught of children who now surrounded the goddess. Squeals of delight filled the room as each of the children was handed the delicious treat. Once all of the kids were content eating their food, Hestia turned her attention back to the waitress and white-haired boy. "Do you want one, Seer-san?" "Yes, please." Hestia handed one to the waitress, who thanked her and gestured to Bell. "I know you already introduced yourselves, but again, this is Bell Cranel. He's a friend who is staying at the hostess. One of our best customers, by the way." Hestia nodded her head. I see. Well, if you're Seer's friend, then it's fine. Out of curiosity, though, Why are you here? This orphanage is in a rather dubious part of the city. I saw Seer wandering alone into Deadless Street and got worried. So I came with her. He spoke carefully, not saying any lies while hiding the full truth. Hestia sighed. Yeah, it's not the best. But this part of Deadless is a bit safer than the others, so trouble rarely comes by. That doesn't mean you should be careless, though. She looked at Seer before going back to Bell. Good job looking out for a friend. Here. She held out her hand to him. And it was the same food the other kids were eating, Jagamarukan. If he remembered right. Try it. Don't worry. They are fresh. Well, as fresh as they can be. Hestia quickly added. Bell stared at the offered treat with skepticism before he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning to the side, he saw Seer. Well, now that you're acquainted, I'll leave you two alone and stay with Maria and the children. She turned to leave and, without looking back, spoke in a low voice so that only Bell could hear. Give her a chance. So, are you going to take it or not, because my arm is getting tired? Hestia was still holding the treat to him, arm trembling. All right, Bell replied, carefully accepting the food from her, still taken aback by her forwardness. You called this Jagamarukan, yes? Yes, she replied energetically, a proud smile on her face, a beautifully deep-fried potato with several potential fillings. Simple, tasty, and cheap. It's the ultimate street food. Bell inspected the food. What she said certainly matched the description of what was in his hand, appearance-wise at least, and just as she had mentioned prior, it wasn't as warm as he suspected a freshly made one would be, but it wasn't cold either. Once he was satisfied with his inspection, having found no signs of tampering, he took a small bite, his eyes widened. Ha, 'tis good. It wasn't comparable to Mia's or May's cooking, but the simplicity of the dish spoke to him on a more personal level. He bit a bigger piece off, which elicited a grin from Hestia. What is the filling made of? It was slightly sweet, though not enough to bother him, especially since it mixed quite well with the fried potato. Oh, this one is matcha cream. It's great for a little boost of energy, not as much as some coffee would, but it's easier to carry around. The perfect treat for an adventurer after a dive in the dungeon. Bell caught on to Hestia's insinuation. 1. You know that I am an adventurer? Yeah, despite that cute face of yours, you kind of give off that adventurer vibe. Or maybe something else. Plus, that sword of yours looks expensive. It's not something a civilian can afford. In an instant, her contemplative look was replaced with a bright one. Would you like to join my dash? Wait. Crap, you're already taken. Hestia then pouted cutely. She was probably going to ask him to join her familia, but stopped since she assumed he was already in a familia. So Bell decided the best response was to just remain silent. You can't lie to a god or goddess after all. He instead asked a question to steer the conversation in another direction. Miss, Maria told me you work at a food stand in the northern section of Orario. Is that where you got so many Jagamarukan? Yep. If there's any leftover by the time my shift is over, the manager lady, let's bring it home. How is it? Working there, Bell asked, curious as to what the goddess said about working such a mundane job. Ugh. Hestia's entire demeanor changed into one of exasperation. It sucks. I barely get paid anything and everyone just treats me like a little girl. Just today, after I gave this man his food, he patted my head as if I was a child. I'm a goddess, not a child. It's demeaning. If it had been any other goddess, Hestia's rant would have come off as pretentious, but Bell found it oddly endearing. But it did bring up a question that he had been wondering about. Why was she working at that food stand? Originally, he theorized that she found working at the food stand entertaining, but her rant demolished that theory. What did she have to gain from working at that mundane occupation? Why do you work there then? She tilted her head in confusion. Well, I gotta make ends meet somehow. Once again, the goddess said something out of his expectations. What do you mean? His voice was filled with confusion. She's a goddess. Surely she had someone to do that for her. The job doesn't offer much, but it does help me pay the bills and support the children. Bell shuffled in place and began to fidget with his gloves. I don't understand. What is it that you don't understand? The goddess asked, perplexed by the boy's confusion. She works at that food stand for Valis. What could he be confused about? Why is a goddess such as yourself working at a food stand? Isn't that a demeaning occupation for a deity? I guess, but I don't have the luxury of having choices or lounging around. I used to, but my friend had enough of my laziness and kicked me out. Ever since then, I've had to work to sustain myself. But don't you have People to do that for you? That's the problem. I don't have any familia members.
Pardon?
I said I don't have any familia members, Hestia said in an annoyed manner. There, I said it. Are you happy? The lowly big boob goddess does not have a single familia member. Hestia was met with silence and immediately felt embarrassed. I am so sorry for yelling at you. This is a sore subject for me and I took it out on you. Hestia's apology hung in the air as the two stared at one another. The boy's expression was neutral, not giving the goddess any hints on what he was thinking. You are very honest, he suddenly said. Huh. Bell shook his head. 'Tis nothing serious. I am just surprised a goddess such as yourself does not have any familia members. You are the goddess of hearth and home after all. Those are some attractive traits for a deity to have. That's right, Hestia exclaimed, surprised by the boy's attentiveness and forwardness. But unfortunately, I am not as well known or situated as other goddesses. Really? Yes. I'm not as well established and situated as other deities that have been on Genkai far longer than me. Plus, just because I am a goddess doesn't mean I am obligated to a life of luxury. I gotta work for it. I see. You have my thanks for answering my questions. You have given me a lot to think about. Of course. Hestia nodded with a smile that was quite infectious, and Bell almost felt himself smile with her. Hey! Bell turned around to see the group of children with Rai at the front with an expectant look. You promised us a story of your times as a hunter. A hunter? Hestia parroted. Yes, a girl exclaimed with excitement. A hunter is different from being an adventurer. Instead of going into the dungeon, he would slay beasts in a city called Yharnam. Really? Is that true? Hestia asked, looking at Bell with narrow eyes full of skepticism. She probably thinks I am lying. She speaks the truth. Prior to becoming an adventurer, I was a hunter. Oh, okay, Hestia replied with surprise. Well, in that case, I want to hear one too, but only if Maria allows it. You too. Bell found himself in a tough spot. When he agreed to tell them a story earlier in the day, that was just to get them to eat Seer's food. Surely Miss Maria wouldn't want me to tell something like this to the little ones. It's fine. You can tell them one. Just try to keep it appropriate for them. With his final potential excuse destroyed, Bell gazed at the hopeful, excited expressions of the children that surrounded him. He knew this was a bad idea, but the kids were happy and eager to listen to him. All right, just one. The moment those words left his lips, the kids all sat down in rows, mimicking the rows of seats one would see at a theater. Even Seer, Maria, and Hestia seemed excited about his story, all three taking a seat in the old church chairs. Bell felt a mixture of surprise and satisfaction at this, and he felt more confident. Bell called upon lessons he had been taught a long time ago, lessons that educated him on how to keep an audience engaged in a story. Once upon a time, in a city called Yharnam. So there I was, Bell announced, his voice echoing throughout the quiet church. His eyes trailed slowly over his audience. Enveloped in the chilling embrace of the fog, the moon hung like a haunting specter in the sky. It bathed the great bridge of Yharnam in an eerie, spectral light, the cobblestones glistening as if weeping in the face of what was to come. He began, his voice barely above a whisper, creating an atmosphere as palpable as the fog he described. The air was thick with unease, the silence of the bridge only punctuated by the distant wailing of the wind. It felt as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable. Bell continued, the hairs on the back of his neck standing up at the memory. And then, as sudden as a thunderclap, there was a monstrous roar, and a great hulking shadow leapt from behind a towering gate. Bell paused for dramatic effect as his gaze surveyed the excited listeners. It was the cleric beast. The children jumped at his words, a few gasping, their eyes wide with terror and fascination while Hestia and Maria looked on, amusement and concern dancing in their eyes respectively. Seer had a hand over her mouth, stifling a giggle. The young man was acting so animated compared to how stoic he usually was with her and the waitresses. The cleric beast, Bell continued, was an abomination, a perversion of nature itself. It landed with a thud that shook the very bridge beneath my feet. Its elongated limbs sprawled in a grotesque display of power. Its eyes, aflame with an unholy light, bore into mine, promising to feast on my entrails. Maria cleared her throat from behind the fascinated children. Sorry, it promised me a battle, Bell amended. I hastily prepared myself for a fight for my life, but I found myself paralyzed in fear because of what happened next. What happened next? Rai exclaimed with an apprehensive tone. It let out a wail and, oh God, that wail! It echoed through the desolate streets, a chorus of despair and malice that seemed to freeze the very blood in my veins. I stood rooted to the spot, my heart pounding like a war drum against the silence that followed. Scary. What happened next? It started to stalk towards me, its towering figure becoming larger and larger as it bridged the gap between us. I knew I couldn't remain petrified in fear and willed my body to move. I sprinted towards it and Bell paused for a second. How do I explain disemboweling the cleric beast in a way that is appropriate for kids? The story he had been telling was an amalgamation of the terror he felt when he first laid his eyes upon the beast, and the brutal end he bestowed upon it after suffering too many deaths. Driving his saw cleaver into its stomach and dragging upwards was quite the messy way to die. He definitely wasn't allowed to state something like that since Maria wanted him to keep the story appropriate for the little ones. And even if he did have Maria's permission to tell the story without holding back, exposing the children to the grueling reality of a hunter was out of the question. He should have thought this through. And Bell's attention returned back to Rai, who had an eager expression on his face. What did you do? Did you kill it? Before Bell could respond, another voice called out. It belonged to one of the younger kids. I know what you did. You gave it a big old tummy ache, didn't ya? Bell blinked, caught off guard by the kid's wild suggestion. Do kids always blurt out the most random things ever? But then again, he's kinda right. Driving a saw cleaver into its stomach and then dragging upward would definitely give the cleric beast a tummy ache. He could work with this. Yeah, that's what happened. Bell ignored Rai's perplexed response and focused on the other children. As I sprinted towards the monster before me, I picked up a pebble from the ground and threw it at the beast with all of my might. The pebble soared through the air and slammed right into its stomach. It let out an ear-piercing ow. The kids, with an exception to Rai, began to giggle and laugh as Bell forced an exaggerated grimace on his face, mimicking the cleric beast. Surprisingly, a small chuckle escaped his lips as he watched the kids laugh in enjoyment at his story. He continued. The beast clutched its stomach, he said, clutching his own in mimicry and causing another wave of giggles. Its horrible eyes widened in surprise and it doubled over in pain. Then, do you know what happened next? The kids leaned forward, some whispering guesses to each other. Did it fall down? One of the younger ones finally blurted out. Bell nodded solemnly and stood up. Yes, it did. It staggered backwards, clutching its tummy, and then it stumbled. He spun around, miming the beast's clumsy steps, causing another peal of laughter. And it stumbled and stumbled. He continued, staggering around, until finally, Bell spun one last time before collapsing into his seat, arms flailing as he mimicked the cleric beast falling off the bridge. It fell off the bridge, never to be seen again. The moment Bell finished, the room erupted in a mixture of giggles, claps, and cheers. The children jumped around, imitating Bell's exaggerated stumbling of the cleric beast, some of them pretending to throw pebbles at each other and exclaiming, ow! The adults clapped, their faces a mixture of amusement and appreciation. That was fantastic, Bell, Hestia exclaimed, clapping her hands in joy. Maria smiled warmly. You sure have a way with stories. Even I was on the edge of my seat. Seer winked at him. I never took you for such a storyteller, Bell. It's a pleasant surprise. A small chuckle escaped the boy's lips. You would be right to think that, Seer. I don't know what came over me. All right, kids, let's settle down. Time to head to bed. Maria cooed, her voice taking on a gentle, motherly tone. Seer started herding the little ones towards the bedrooms. Off you go. You need your rest, Hestia added. And remember, no staying up late trying to mimic the cleric beast's stumble. As the room began to empty and the noise of footsteps and children's laughter echoed through the church, Rai hung back, his gaze fixed on Bell. There was a curious gleam in his eyes. Bell, he began, his voice low. You didn't really defeat the cleric beast with just a pebble, did you? Bell smirked. What do you think? Rai frowned. I think that's not how the real story goes. I mean, I loved your tale, but killing the cleric beast with just a pebble sounds ridiculous. Bell chuckled. You are correct. The cleric beast was too much of an abomination to be killed with a measly pebble. I had to alter it because the real story is too inappropriate for the ears of the little ones. Rai's eyes widened with curiosity. Will you tell me the real story? The albino's eyes drifted to the doorway where Seer, Maria, and Hestia were ensuring all the kids went to bed. I suppose I could, though this stays between you and I. Understand? The boy nodded eagerly, and Bell beckoned him to come closer. Have you ever gutted a fish, Rai? Bell began, his gaze fixed intently on the boy. Rai blinked in surprise. No, I haven't, though I have seen some of the workers do it at the marketplace. 'Tis a bit like that, Bell said, pausing to gauge Rai's reaction. The boy's eyes widened a fraction, clearly trying to bridge the connection between gutting a fish and confronting a monster. You see, when you gut a fish, you have to make a clean and decisive cut from the bottom to the top, right? Bell motioned with his hand, mimicking the action. It's brutal and messy, but 'tis a necessity to get to the inside. The cleric beast. He trailed off, taking a deep breath. 'Twas kind of the same. I had to be quick, and, using my saw cleaver, I drove it into its stomach and dragged it upward, just like gutting a fish. There was a lot of blood. Rai swallowed, his face pale but his eyes filled with a morbid curiosity. Was it scared? Bell recalled the moment he climbed onto the beast's chest once it collapsed to the ground. There was some emotion that flickered in its eyes just before he brought the saw cleaver down upon its head. Perhaps it did feel fear. Maybe. I do not know what the beast was thinking. 'Twas a battle of survival for the both of us. That sounds intense. Scary, but also kind of cool. I suppose so. Rai, still brimming with curiosity, pointedly asked. You mentioned a saw cleaver? What exactly is that? For a brief moment, Bell contemplated summoning the weapon to show the boy, but he thought better of it. His ability to summon weapons at will was not by any means normal, so he decided to describe it instead. Imagine a cleaver, the kind you might see in a butcher's shop, used for cutting up large pieces of meat. Now, enlarge it a bit and make it double-edged, with one of the sides being serrated, like the teeth of a saw. That's where the saw in its name comes from. Rai's eyes lit up with understanding, but he still seemed intrigued. So, it's like a really big, scary knife? Bell chuckled. Not quite. In its compact form, I make use of the serrated edge, especially useful for beasts with thick hide. But it has another trick up its sleeve. The handle can unfold, revealing its smooth edge and turning it into, as you put it, a really big knife. Well, a really big cleaver. This makes it versatile. In one moment, you can be slashing up close, and in the next, you can be keeping your distance, landing sweeping strikes on foes that might be a bit more formidable. That sounds incredible. So, it's like two weapons in one. Exactly. Bell nodded, pleased with the boy's quick grasp. 'Tis a tool made to adapt to the many unpredictable situations a hunter might find themselves in. The design is a testament to the ingenuity of Yharnam's weaponsmiths. Madmen they certainly were, but Bell could not complain about the versatility of their creations. All trick weapons, even the more unwieldy ones, courtesy of the powder kegs, had their uses, even if niche ones. Rai's gaze drifted away from Bell to his own hands, flexing them as if he was holding the saw cleaver. That's so cool, Bell. With such weapons and the tale you shared, it sounds like being a hunter is such an adventure. Bell's eyebrows furrowed and a chill ran down his spine. It may sound like it, Rai, but you have to remember, these tales are soaked in blood and danger. A hunter's life isn't for the faint-hearted. It was clear to him that his words were not heeded by the boy. His face was lit up in determination. I think I want to be a no. Bell's strong denial stopped Rai's determination right in its tracks. You don't truly understand the weight of it, Rai. It wasn't some adventure you read in novels that depict an epic adventurer who saves the day. It was an ordeal that brought me nothing but pain, misery, and fear. The boy blinked, clearly taken aback by his sudden reaction. Bell suddenly felt bad, and spoke in a softer tone. 'Tis one thing to hear my stories and quite another to live them. It's a life that I wouldn't wish upon a child like you, or even my worst enemy. So forget about it. I may be a child, who's to say I won't grow up strong enough to handle it? Why can't this child just stop? 'Tis not just about strength, nor the kind you gain by training and growing muscle. The strength required from a hunter, he paused, searching for the right words, is an unnatural strength, something beyond endurance and muscle. A force that pushes you beyond limits you never even knew existed. So, You're saying it's some kind of superhuman strength? Precisely. A wide triumphant smile formed upon Rai's face. Then that shouldn't be a problem. Bell blinked in surprise. He expected the child to deflate and give up, not the opposite. What do you mean? Rai placed his hands on his hips and pushed his chest forward. I have a Falna. What? I know, right? Rai said, unaware of Bell's shock. I gotta repay Hestia for blessing myself with one. It's so cool and, Bell. Bell stared at Rai, his expression one of both shock and concern. The implications of Rai possessing a Falna was immense. A Falna was the mark of a deity, an emblem embedded within the back of adventurers which allowed them to grow stronger by converting their experiences and achievements into tangible power. Why would Hestia give Rai her Falna? Deities only give it to someone they intend to bring into their familia. Why would she? Bell's eyes narrowed and his gaze slowly crept to the door that led deeper into the church. His hand slid down to his right side, selches above Rakuyo's handle. He turned his gaze back to Rai, who looked concerned. Bell? Did I say something wrong? Noticing the boy's expression, Bell moved his hand back to his side, though his intense gaze did not falter. No, you just didn't know any better. Not waiting for a reply, Bell strutted toward the door that led deeper into the church.